Bob, I copy your question about closing the MLI on the other one.
Correct.
I think we can probably defer that, and once we've pulled out the spare, it'll be easier from the front side. You can just grab it then.
Okay. And is my next to go to the crew lock bag to relocate it to the forward?
Yep.
And Bob, copy, your tethers are in now?
Yes.
Gotcha. And you're good for me to take GCA here?
I am. Can release my feet.
AV1's in the APFR, stowing the ingress aid. My tethers are in a good config, my PGT's in good config.
Okay. Okay, for M1 from EV1, ready, begin GCA, and I'd like to go station aft, about 45, 50 centimeters.
And EV1M1, copy all. Station aft motion, 45 centimeters, starting that motion. And
Divers, this BRT is really stiff. I'm trying to just get it stowed here by my left armpit. It's fully loosened, but it's just been, I'm just trying to curve that up and back. And I think this gives me a good visual. What do you think about this position?
Yeah, as long as you'll feel me, I'll give you a shove. If,
Okay.
And I've dropped my mini workstation here so that I've got as much.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Certainly when you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you.
When the engine's light, you know you are going, and you know you're going somewhere pretty fast. When the engine shut off, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously, and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened?
Same thing happens when you get to space station. It's kind of a defining moment when you get the hatches back open. By sharing this experience with SpaceX and creating another partner that has the same capability, I think we really set the future up to continue to blossom.
This will be the first time humans have ridden on the Falcon 9, even though it's flown many, many times. And so just taking in that experience and the sounds and all those things that we can relate to future crews is going to be something important to do too.
Welcome back for the second in our series of Demo 2 mission briefings today. This one's going to get into the specifics on this historic mission, and we will delve into the details. And here to do that for us today, we have the Commercial Crew Program Deputy Manager, Steve Stitch, NASA Demo 2 Flight Director Zeb Scoville, and SpaceX Director of Crew Mission Management Benji Reed. Like last time, we will start with opening remarks from each of them, but we'd also like to remind everybody, just like last time, that we'll be taking questions via phone and social media. Reporters on the phone should go ahead and press *1 to get into the queue to ask a question. You can press *2 if your question gets answered and you want to withdraw it. And audience members watching at home can send their questions in using social media and the hashtag #AskNASA. So we're going to start with those opening remarks. Let's go to Steve first.
Hey, thanks, Brandy, and good morning and good afternoon to everybody across the country. Super exciting day to be here as we're about 26 days away from our first crewed launch in the Commercial Crew Program, first launch from the U.S. In 9 years, and just an exciting day for us to get as we get ready for the flight. You know, from a big picture perspective, the flight's an important test flight of the Crew Dragon vehicle. And we've got lots of mission objectives planned, and I know Zeb's going to go through some of those. You know, one of the big things on the flight that we'll test out is the rendezvous system, which we did on Demo 1. For this flight, the crew is actually going to take over and do a little bit of manual flying as we transition up to the V-bar. They'll take some control and make sure that the spacecraft can respond to their commands. And when we get up about 150 meters from the space station, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken will take over and do a little bit of manual flying. You know, we're going to be testing a lot of the systems on Dragon for the first time. We've got a great checkout of the whole spacecraft on Demo 1, but this time we're going to check out the life support systems, the spacesuits, the display system, and many other systems that Bob and Doug will need, and also the ability for the crew to live and work inside Dragon on the way to space station and also on the way back. You know, we're targeting right now a launch on the 27th of May. At 4:32 Eastern Time. The backup launch date would be a few days later. That's what we call a flight day 2 rendezvous, which means it takes a little less than 24 hours to get to the space station. The backup opportunity would be on May 30th, a few days later. And again, that's another flight day 2 or 24-hour rendezvous, which is important for this flight. You know, one of the things that we've been working hard on for this flight is the mission management team, and the construct is a little different than what we had in Space Shuttle. The mission management team is called the Dragon Mission Management Team. It's actually led by SpaceX. NASA participates in that mission management team. I'm the NASA representative for that mission management team activity. We have been practicing over the last few months hand in hand with SpaceX through on dock simulations, through rendezvous simulations. In fact, we will have a team from JSC head down to the Launch Control Center on Monday, May 4th, and we'll do our final practice for launch with the crew, the flight control team at Hawthorne, the SpaceX control team for the Falcon, and then the NASA mission management team and SpaceX mission management team overall. I would say that's going really well. We have a strong partnership. We've established strong relationships. We've been working together for the last 2 years, and that's really what you want to see as you get close to space flight. And then finally, I would just want to say this is a really exciting mission for me personally. I've been working on this program for 4.5 years, and I stand here today representing thousands of people within NASA and SpaceX across the country. I can't tell you how proud I am of the entire team. They're working long hours, even under the COVID-19 precautions and virus, all across the country, all across various NASA centers, across all the SpaceX sites to make sure that this mission happens successfully and safely, and it's just an honor to be part of that team. And I'll hand it over to Zeb.
Great, thank you, Steve. So as Steve said, this is just really an exciting day, and I'm enormously proud to be here talking about the exciting launch and the mission we have coming up. You know, I think about what the world's going through now, and we're all missing our sports, our baseballs and footballs and social gatherings. This is going to be on May 27th, like getting the World Series, the Stanley Cup, the Super Bowl all rolled into one when the Falcon 9 lifts off of the coast of Florida and heads towards the International Space Station. So I just can't wait for really all of America to come out and watch what's going on in the online, come and join us, come and watch the launch and watch the rendezvous and the mission. This is going to bring it all together and get everyone to rally behind what we've put together for this show. So a couple things about the mission. After the launch happens, that's going to be a really dynamic event with a powerful launch in the F9 going up into orbit. That puts the crew in a safe orbit as they begin their rendezvous towards ISS. As Steve mentioned, that's about a 2-day rendezvous to reach the ISS. So we'll be docking on the International Space Station around the 28th. During that free flight portion, there's several tests and checkouts that we'll be doing, including some manual flying demonstrations. They'll be verifying the life support systems are working, the crew habitation within that closed loop environment that will be flying for the first time. As they approach ISS, we get into a close integrated operations sequence where the joint space station control team and the SpaceX control team works together to show and complete the final rendezvous. I actually have a video that shows that sequence for those final steps for the rendezvous. I'm happy to roll that now. Okay, here you can see the Dragon vehicle coming up underneath the space station. This is about a kilometer below ISS. It performs a series of maneuvers to fly radially around to what we call the V-bar. This is the velocity vector that the ISS is traveling in, and that will align it up on the docking axis aligned with the docking port. This video is extremely sped up, so it shows things in a much higher speed, but the graphic itself is taken from one of the training and simulation runs that we did as a joint NASA and SpaceX team practicing this rendezvous event. As Dragon approaches the V-bar here, it'll be about 220 meters away from ISS. You can see in the multiple camera views what one camera will be seeing as it looks towards ISS out of the center of the docking mechanism. At this point, the crew is going to take manual control and do a manual flight test. This will be a capability that we're demonstrating should there ever be in the future a failure of the docking mechanisms, of the rendezvous mechanisms. We're able to manually pilot in the Dragon spacecraft towards the ISS and complete the docking manually. Here, the crew will be demonstrating a series of translations and maneuvers in the Y and Z axis as they really get some stick time flying the vehicle manually versus the computer automated control. As that test completes, the crew will then pause the vehicle, put it into a hold state. The flight control team will then be able to transition Dragon back into an automated approach sequence, and it will begin to resume its rendezvous towards ISS once again. As Dragon approaches ISS at about the 20-meter point, there's a built-in hold where we do our final go, no-go checks to make sure we're ready for the final docking. You can see the Dragon here holding at about 20 meters. At that point, we proceed from that hold point for the final docking sequence after that go, no-go verification has been given. At this point, this is all again under automated docking sequence. There's a series of navigation sensors that control Dragon to keep it perfectly aligned with the docking mechanism. And then we have the final contact and soft capture. From this point, the docking sequence continues where we achieve hard mate, and we have a series of hooks that drive to complete the final structural interface. We do a series of leak checks and repressurizations of the joint atmospheres and get the crew happily onto ISS as a joint integrated ISS crew team. The mission at that point will continue for a docked period of time. That duration, we actually have built in some variability to allow us to accommodate mission durations that best fit the needs of the ISS program as well as the commercial crew program to be able to enable the balance of the ISS needs as well as the development and readiness for the crew on mission beyond that. During the docked time frame, there's going to be a series of test objectives we're going to be doing on the ISS. This is really to shake down and demonstrate that all of the preparations and the emergency capabilities we have built into this vehicle have made it reliable as a lifeboat in a contingency aboard ISS, and it's always there as a backup to be able to get the crew members down to the ground if needed, but also as a reliable place to ferry the crew members up and down on a regular and repeatable basis. At the end of the dock sequence, we'll have a series of events we'll do to prepare for the undock. This is going to be transferring some hardware back onto Dragon, removing stuff off of Dragon, putting it back onto ISS. Then we'll begin the undock preparations. This will again be an automated undock. The crew will depart station and have about a 2-day free flight sequence before splashing down safely off the coast of Florida. At that point, the recovery operations led by SpaceX will begin. They'll get them on the recovery boats and bring them back safely to the Florida coast to hand back off to NASA. I just want to say that from an overall mission perspective, this is really going to be an exciting day, and we're looking forward to a very successful mission. There's been a tremendous effort with the teamwork between SpaceX and NASA as really a joint integrated team to bring us to this point. With that, I'd like to hand it back over to Benji.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me on today. As Steve mentioned earlier, we're really here representing thousands of people here at SpaceX, thousands of our partners at NASA, and all of our suppliers and vendors, and of course, the American public and the public around the world. Everybody's super excited about this. We're honored to be a part of this historic event, and also it's a sacred honor to make sure that we are going to bring the crew, take the crew up to space, bring them to the space station safely, bring them back home to their families. Fundamentally, this is what SpaceX was founded for. Our goal is to take people to space, to make life multiplanetary. And so this is an historic event for our company as well. We are closer than ever now as we get ready to bring human spaceflight capability back to the United States for the first time since 2011, since the space shuttle was retired. And as we've heard earlier today too, the criticality of this is not just that capability, but to actually help the space station stay fully operational, and to help not only our space program, but the program of programs of many countries around the world who are involved in the space station, and many countries who look forward to being involved as part of the space station. Really, this endeavor is the culmination of not only years and years of experience or of time and work, but hundreds of thousands of hours of tireless effort to bring us here, and it's all focused again on the safety and reliability of the system. And when we talk about the system, it's important to understand. A lot of times we focus on Crew Dragon, which of course is kind of the crown jewel, and what carries the astronauts. But there's really a whole system that runs, from the engineers and designs and analysis that goes on through the factory and fabrication and all the testing, and it involves the Falcon 9 launch vehicle, the Dragon spacecraft, the operational teams and all the operational centers, and of course, it's hardware and software and everything else that we put together. All of this has to be done correctly, has to be done well, super vetted with our partners at NASA. We're very grateful for their input and support, and how we all work together to ensure that reliability will be in place is critical. And so we're excited, very excited to be here. I think we're all very appropriately nervous, and getting more so as we get close to this day. We're at 26 days from launch, and it's going to be quite a show. I think that it's important, and I talk about some of the tests and some of the things that we've done. I've talked about there's a lot of these hours that we've put in. Well, we've spent over 700 tests of the Super Draco system. The Super Dracos are the engines on Dragon that are used to carry Dragon away from the Falcon in case there's an emergency need to escape Dragon from away from there. There's been thousands of tests on the Draco engines themselves. Today, we're actually hoping to complete the 27th test of our Mark III parachute system, one of the most advanced parachute systems in the world, and probably the most advanced space orbital return parachute system in the world and ever made. It's very exciting. We've actually performed over 80 tests of parachute systems for Crew Dragon, and then many, many more for all of our parachute systems, including the ones that flew on Cargo Dragon under the CRS program. On that note, we've flown Dragon to and from the space station successfully 20 times for cargo missions, and of course last year we had our Demonstration 1 mission, which was the Crew Dragon without any crew on board, and it went to the space station and we did some tests there. They opened up the hatch and then came back home, landed beautifully. The whole that whole process was kind of from start to finish just exactly the way we wanted it to be. We learned a lot from the flight, and it's very important and exciting that we were able to do that before we fly Bob and Doug. As we move forward from that test flight, we then did another very important test flight, which is the in-flight abort test. We did that back in January of this year, and that was actually a follow-up test from a pad abort test that we did a number of years ago, 5 years ago. In both cases, it's where in the pad abort case, we have Dragon on the pad, and we test that launch escape system to ensure that in case something goes wrong on the pad, we can escape the crew rapidly away from the pad and land them safely in the water. And in January, we did the same thing in, I think, what was probably one of the most complex engineering tests ever done, maybe in the history of the world. I don't know, but it was amazing to see. We actually put Dragon on top of Falcon, launch the Falcon, and then initiate the launch escape system, kind of at this peak moment of loads on the vehicle. And again, we demonstrated that Dragon is capable of carrying the crew away from Falcon in the event of an emergency. These tests are critical steps on the way to this upcoming Demonstration 2 flight. This is also a test mission. I think in an earlier briefing, Administrator Bridenstine made a point, which is something I hadn't realized beforehand, which is this will be only the 5th time in the history of the United States, and I think the 9th time in the history of the world, that that humans have flown on a brand new space system, space flight system, and that's a big deal. That's really, really cool. And again, it's an honor and a sacred honor that I know that all of us here at SpaceX and all of our partners that we've been working closely with at NASA take very seriously, and we're excited to be a part of it. As part of that effort, we have been working closely with the crew and all of our operations teams. They put in thousands of hours, literally thousands of hours of training and simulation time, and at least a couple of thousand just directly with Bob and Doug involved in the loop. And I think we have a video that we want to bring up and talk a little bit more about what's going to happen as part of the training that we've done, and also what's going to happen on the day of the launch. We can bring that video up now. You can see, as you've seen on some of this video, there's Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who are astronauts who will be flying with us on this demonstration mission. They have jointly executed many, many simulations, like I said, a couple of thousands of hours of worth of training and simulation time, and have been working closely together and with our team on all of this. We are looking forward to actually the day of the launch itself. On that day, it'll be on at about 4:32 p.m. Eastern time. We'll launch the crew. A few days prior to that, we'll have done a series of what we call, first of all, our static fire test. That's where we have Dragon and Falcon integrated and standing on the pad. We hold the vehicle down as we initiate the Falcon engines. And make sure that basically do a quick check of all the systems, make sure everything's looking great. We're also going to do what we call a crew dry dress rehearsal, where Bob and Doug will get into their suits at the ONC building at NASA, and they will get ready to get into the vehicles, come to the pad, go across the pad arm. The pad crew will be there supporting them as they get into the Dragon, and they'll get into their seats. The Dragon will get closed up, and they'll get all in place. And so we'll basically run that whole sequence up to the point of where we were going to launch. We'll do that as what we call the crew dry dress rehearsal. And then on the day of the launch itself, the process is the same. We'll have practiced in the rehearsal about 4 hours before launch. The crew will get ready to go. About 3 hours before launch, they'll be getting transported to the pad, and then we get ready to go through the launch process. And from there, it's a lot of the similar kind of thing that we do normally for launches. The goal of our systems are always to have Dragons fly and Falcons fly as consistently and repeatably as possible, whether we're flying crew or not, and that adds a lot to the safety and reliability of the system. And I think that we have an infographic that we're going to be bringing up that talks a little bit about what it looks like after we launch. You can kind of get a sense here if you look at this infographic as to what it looks like from launch and what the series of events are going to be. I think that probably kind of some of the key takeaways from this are going to be that we have, once in orbit, the crew is going to be taking and doing a number of tests and various demonstrations that they're going to be doing in the system, the things that they can control, and things that we need to check out in terms of the life support system and other things that they'll be looking at in there. I think that we have another infographic that we'll be bringing up. This is talking about as we approach Space Station, and you saw Zeb's video earlier that gave you another view of how that looks as Dragon approaches Space Station and gets ready to dock. And then there's one more graphic that I think we'll be bringing up, and this is for return. And just talk a little bit about this in a little bit more detail. So Dragon will be departing from Space Station, and again, similar to the approach, Dragon is fully autonomous, and the crew will be able to take control to do manual piloting if needed in an emergency situation, but otherwise it's fully autonomous. And as Dragon leaves Space Station, it'll get ready for its re-entry, and of course it'll jettison the trunk, as we always have done with the cargo Dragons, as we did for the Demonstration 1 flight last year, and then it'll come home, re-enter, and deploy the parachute system, the same parachute system that I mentioned. We're going to be doing our 27th and final test of the Mark III design today, and as we deployed for the Demonstration 1 mission last year. And so once the crew is returned to the water safely, in less than an hour, our recovery forces will actually have acquired the Dragon and brought it up onto the recovery vessel, and we'll have the crew out of the Dragon. All of that in less than an hour after splashdown. That really wraps up what the whole mission looks like, and from there I think I'll hand it back over to Steve.
Yeah.
This is Brandy. I can take it from here. We're going to go next to some questions. So again, press *1 on the phone to let us know if you have one, and on social media using you can use the hashtag #AskNASA. Our first question is going to be from Lauren Grush with The Verge. And Lauren, please remember to direct your question to the person you'd like to answer it.
Great. Thank you so much for taking my question. I think this is for Steve. I'm really curious to hear more about the extended mission. When was the decision made to make this an extended mission? How did that change the training for the astronauts? How long will they be staying? When do they come home? What will they be doing? Just more info about that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, good question, Lauren. So we made a decision to have this capability to fly a longer mission. It was probably about 6 months ago or so when we started talking about it, Lauren. And the vehicle has the capability to fly pre-mission. Our predictions are about 119 days, and that's based on the solar arrays the atmosphere degrades all solar arrays in low Earth orbit over time. And so the solar arrays on Dragon, we'll watch them carefully to see. The idea behind it was we started looking at when we might be flying this mission and the needs of the space station program, and there was a bit of a need to have Bob and Doug augment the capability of station. So we looked very carefully at all the vehicle systems at the time. This Dragon vehicle is designed, except for the solar arrays and a few other components, to meet that typical 210-day mission requirement for us. And so we decided, hey, it's smart to go ahead and extend the mission and have Bob and Doug be on station a little longer. Bob and Doug did get additional training, and Kirk may have talked about it already earlier today, but they got some additional training on the space station systems. In fact, Bob went in and did even a few neutral buoyancy lab runs to practice for spacewalks, so they can help augment the station crew. When we get on orbit, we'll again look at the vehicle systems and how it's performing, how Dragon's doing. We'll be looking also at the readiness for the Crew 1 mission later this year. And then at a time during the mission, we'll decide exactly how long we'll fly the mission.
Okay, next we'll take a question from Mark and Vingo, who is with the SpaceX Reddit group. Martin, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a question for Benji. What are the differences in the launch criteria between normal cargo launches, weather, etc., and manned launches? Do you anticipate a higher risk for weather-related scrubs? And will there be any impact on the recycle time between launch attempts? Thank you.
Understood. That's a great question, and certainly we do expect a higher risk of weather-related scrubs on this mission. You know, when you're doing a standard Falcon flight, you have all of the launch criteria that you look for being able to launch a Falcon. When you add Dragon into that mix, there's an additional set of launch criteria that you worry about that are particularly weather-related. And then with the crew, especially, we need to think about, in the case of an emergency, if they needed to bring the Dragon home, you know, either in a launch escape scenario from coming off of Falcon, or even after Dragon is on orbit and it needs to come home very early in the mission cycle. We need to think about the weather along the track of where Dragon could come back down as well. And so we actually are looking across not just the local weather or even the getting to orbit weather, but also where Dragon would need to come back home. And so the combination of all of those constraints put together, certainly I would expect there to be a very high chance of scrub due to weather. And given the time of year, it wouldn't surprise me as well for that.
Our next question is going to be from Mark Mancini with How Stuff Works.
Hello there. I believe this question is for Zeb. I was wondering if you could speak to the space suits that are going to be worn on this mission and whether or not SpaceX was involved in their design.
Yeah, this is something that Benji can speak to very well as well. This is an entirely SpaceX-developed suit, and it's designed to protect the crew members in case of loss of atmospheric pressure. So it's a full pressure suit that they wear during the ascent portion. We also have the crew members don it and do leak checks prior to the docking and the undocking, then eventually the re-entry. But this was entirely a new build, new design by the SpaceX company.
Okay, next up we will take a question from Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. So this is from Mr. Reed. I was wondering, after certification work is done, what happens to this Crew Dragon? Is it going to be used for an axiom flight?
Great, that's a good question too. You know, Dragon has been designed for reuse and reflight. up to 5 times, similar to our Falcon vehicles. Not only do we refly Falcons for many missions, but we also refly Dragons already. The Dragon 1 line for cargo under CRS has a number of those have flown more than once and even more than twice to the space station. We intend for Crew Dragons to also be able to be fully reusable, and this Dragon itself will be brought home and refurbished and made ready for a future flight. I can't speak to exactly which flight it'll fly on. You know, we're always assessing our manifest and based on schedule and readiness, and what timeline meets for our customers. But certainly, all of the Crew Dragons, our intent is to refurbish them and be able to refly them.
Thank you. Next, we are going to go to Daniel Oberhaus with Wired.
Hi, yes. I just had a quick follow-up about the solar arrays. Can you tell me, Steve, a little bit about what specifically limits Dragon's time on orbit relative to the solar panels? And I was hoping, Benji, you could also tell me how the manual control on Dragon differs from that in Soyuz, because it's quite a unique control panel from what I can tell.
Yeah, I'll start with the solar arrays and then let Benji talk about the manual piloting capability with the new touchscreen displays. The solar arrays themselves, any solar array in low Earth orbit tends to degrade a little bit over time. It turns out the atmosphere has a little bit of oxygen in it. It's called atomic oxygen. And so there's a little bit of degradation in the ability for that solar array the cells itself to generate power. And the particular cells on the trunk of Dragon, based on analysis capability, kind of a worst case prediction, we think we can get about 120 days capability out of those. What we'll do in flight is we have this curve of what we expect that degradation to be over time. And we can kind of look at the power that the arrays generate each day and kind of plot that against this prediction, and that can give us the overall total capability. So that's really what's going on with the solar arrays. We looked at the rest of the vehicle. We don't see any other life limiters. We looked at the pumps on the thermal system. We looked at the propulsion system, all the other components when we talked about extending the mission, and the solar arrays are the only one really that has a little bit of a poke out. And so we'll just kind of watch their performance in flight and be able to make a good decision about how long to stay docked. And I'll let Benji talk about the touch screens.
Sure, absolutely. You know, Crew Dragon is a 21st century spacecraft, and we wanted it to not only be as safe and reliable and as you'd expect from the most advanced spacecraft in the world, and to be one of, if not the most safe spacecraft in the world, but we also wanted to look amazing and look beautiful. I mean, spacecraft and spaceflight should be inspiring. We need to be excited about moving into space, and I think the Dragon design does that, and certainly the look of the control system does that. But more importantly, the control system is technologically a modern feat of engineering, and it relies on many different systems that exist for touchscreens that we use all the time now in our lives and in an industry. And so one of the biggest differences that you see, of course, is that from a traditional cockpit designed many decades ago, where you have many switches and knobs and dials, inside of Dragon you have these large touch screens that allow you to do most of the data reviewing and all of the data reviewing and all of the information that you gather from the vehicle, and also quite a bit of the control. There are a few actual manual switches or knobs that you need just in case of emergency or convenience, but otherwise it's all touchscreen controlled. And the crew, of course, has put in many hours practicing and using those systems for getting ready for flight. Again, Dragon will be fully autonomous. The expectation is that it can carry the crew safely to the station and bring them home without direct intervention. But of course, we want to make sure that we give the crew all the tools possible in case they need to manually pilot or manage Dragon's flight. And so they're able to do that.
Okay, we're going to take a couple questions from social media now. I think this one will be for Benji as well. Trevor from Twitter is asking, who will the Capcom be for the DM2 mission? And I know that's a little different than we usually do it.
That's a great question. And actually, I'm going to throw that one back over to Zeb, because his team, he can talk a little bit more about what Capcom is for folks who may not know what that is, and then also a little bit about how we're integrating with our team and the NASA team.
Yeah, so there's a new capability that differentiates the Crew Dragon vehicle from previous Dragons, in that with the crew on board, they now need the communicators on the ground to support them. And so the Capcom role itself goes back to the old Mercury days, with the capsule communicator was always an astronaut that would be able to talk to the crew and share the perspective of the ground, and be able to tie the onboard crew with the ground team as well. We still have the Capcom position flying the International Space Station every day, and we will continue to have a specified Capcom lead for the upcoming Demo 2 mission on the NASA side. New to this mission, SpaceX has a corollary position. They're calling it Core. And the core is the individuals responsible for talking to the crew members throughout the mission. And so they have a team of cores which I have trained on all the various phases of the flight. And so there's a core supporting for the ascent phase, a different one during the rendezvous and docking phase, and then another one during the undocking and splashdown phase. All the core team has been trained well to be able to cross-train to support other phases of flight. And we've been working closely with them to make sure that we're sharing our experience and learning from each other, to make sure that we're providing the crews the information they need, both in the nominal mission and in the contingency cases as well, should they arise.
Thank you, Zeb. We're going to try again for one for Benji. This is coming in actually from a lot of people on many different platforms, wanting more details on the spacesuits. They want to know more about their features, when they're used, what they're made of, and are they comfortable?
So the spacesuits are, again, another piece of the important equipment, and really a subsystem of the vehicle that is critical for crew safety. Fundamentally, we call these flight suits. As I think Zeb mentioned earlier, these are not the suits that you see people using outside for what you call extravehicular activity. These are suits that are designed to keep you safe while you're still in the vehicle, in case there's a loss of atmosphere or something else is happening inside the crew, inside the vehicle, where you need to ensure that the crew has the right amount of atmospheric pressure or temperature, oxygen supply, those sorts of things, and that's what the suit is for. The suit is a one-piece suit, essentially. We looked at a lot of the different kinds of things in previous flight suits, and tried to make some of the adjustments that we thought we could to really make this an advanced flight suit, as advanced as possible. Some of those things include the fact that it is one piece, so that you don't have pieces of your suit kind of floating away, a glove floating off and getting lost, that sort of thing. And then you use the suit, again, as mentioned, during kind of these critical phases of flight. We want to make sure that kind of where your highest risk, or maybe something you might need to control for in the atmosphere, they've got their suits on and ready to go. So of course that includes launch. And then when you're on orbit, they'll actually do some practice with the suits as well. As you're approaching space station, getting ready to dock, they'll have the suits on, and again, they'll put them on as they undock, and when they come home, when they're coming home for splashdown, they'll have the suits on. The suits provide air, oxygen supply. They maintain pressure. They'll maintain the right temperature for the crew. The suits also have an integrated communication system, so that the crew can communicate through their helmets as they have their helmets on. And the suit really is an integrated system of Dragon. It plugs into the seat. When you're sitting in your seat with your suit on, you actually plug in. And similar to flight suits in past systems, that does the same thing. And when the crew is not in Dragon and they have their suits on, they also have they can plug into a device that they carry. The suits are really kind of two major layers. There's what we call the bladder layer, and that's the layer that does the containment of atmosphere and pressure. And then there's the outer layer, and that outer garment kind of really serves two purposes, of course, or three purposes really. It holds the whole suit together. It's a fire-resistant layer as well, to keep the crew safe in the case of fire emergency. And then, of course, it looks cool. And again, just like the interior of Dragon, it's important that the suits are comfortable and also are inspiring. As we see the astronauts walk out to the pad and be in their vehicle and do everything that they do in the suits, it's something that we want to make sure is very inspiring as well. But above all, it's designed to keep the crew safe.
Absolutely. We're going to go back to the phone bridge now and take a question from Mike Brown with Inverse.
Hi, sorry. My question is for Benji. I would like to know, in terms of the spacesuit, how much of the design will help inform future missions, like the Gulliver manned mission on Mars? How much modification would it require before supporting these sort of missions, and will it serve as the basis for these sort of future missions?
Sure. The suits themselves are designed particularly for use within Dragon, and as our focus on transporting NASA crew to and from the space station. So that's our number one focus for the suits today. But just like all systems on Dragon and Falcon and everything else that we do here, we've designed and developed them based on knowledge of all the past systems that have been developed and designed by others, and then we take the designs and results of our work and the data that we get from test and actual flight to feed into future work. So as we look towards the future, certainly we'll be taking what we learned from these suits and getting the data from it and applying that for future missions.
Next up, we're going to go to Marina Corin from The Atlantic.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. This is a question for Steve. Could you please talk a little bit more in detail about the specific precautions that NASA employees are going to be taking as they prepare for the launch? For example, on the day of the launch, will you be advising people in the control room at Cape Canaveral and other sites to be staying 6 feet apart and to wear face masks?
Yeah, good question. Obviously, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we are taking extra precautions for all the teams supporting the launch in all phases of flight. So in the various control rooms, we've laid out those rooms to have at least 6 feet between anybody on a console looking at displays. We go in and clean those rooms ahead of time with sanitizer and make sure that they're sterile. We have hand sanitizer available for all the employees, and I know Benji and the SpaceX team are taking all the same precautions. We have masks available for those employees. So we're going through all those precautions that anybody would do with the virus. And then in between shifts, we make sure we clean things for the next individual group of flight controllers and operators. And they're doing the same thing in the Mission Control Center. Zeb could talk more about that. And I know Benji and the SpaceX team are doing the same thing. Any crew training, there's been a lot of precautions taken as well for any individual that needs to get close to the crew. Various medical checks to make sure that they're well and healthy, and the appropriate mask, gloves, and so forth. So we've been taking those precautions. We've been practicing those. Actually, we'll practice with this launch simulation that we're going to do on May 4th. On Monday, we're going to go through and use all those precautions. And we did a sim back in mid-April where we used those precautions as well for all of our employees. And even we have some employees that can support remotely based on the modern technology capability that we have. So so far it's worked well, and we don't really see any impacts to how we're going to operate on launch day or rendezvous day or any other part of the flight.
Now we're going to go to Charles Fishman, who is with Fast Company.
Hi, thank you guys so much for doing this. A quick follow-up on spacesuits and then a spaceship question. Somebody said in passing that SpaceX had designed the spacesuits. All the spacesuits that U.S. astronauts have used since Apollo have been made by ILC Dover in Delaware. Did SpaceX consult them, and did SpaceX build these suits or manufacture the suits themselves? And Benji, on the spaceship itself, you talked a little bit about the touch controls, but give us a little more sense of the spaceship as a spaceship. It really is the first spaceship design in 40 years in the United States. A lot has changed since shuttle. How did things like life support, the way the spaceship maneuvers, the way it navigates? Does this ship use inertial navigation? Does it rely on the network of GPS satellites? Tell us a little bit about what was interesting in taking a clean sheet of paper and designing an all-new spaceship in a completely different era. So space and spaceship.
Sure. Understood. So I think number one, in terms of the spacesuits, I can't really say exactly who specifically we may have consulted or not. I know that we worked very closely with NASA, and we also relied, again on the many years of spacesuit design experience and practice, from around the world. And we did build the spacesuits here in house. Just like many things, we outsource many of our components and piece parts. We have, actually thousands of vendors and suppliers that we're honored to have supporting us here at SpaceX. But we do the integration work. We actually have a great team of soft goods personnel, engineers and technicians who are busy working all the time building the various what we call soft goods for the vehicle and for the systems, including the spacesuits. And it's been an exciting journey as well. As much as everything else, watching the spacesuit design evolve and get tested. A huge amount of feedback from the crew directly, Bob and Doug, and even some of the other astronauts from the crew office have been directly involved for a number of years in our spacesuit design and giving us feedback in terms of comfort and performance and mobility. And that's been a great partnership to see that come together. In terms of the spacecraft itself, maybe just a little bit more of an overview, give you a sense of it. There's 4 seats in this version of Crew Dragon. They go across in a row. There's some windows that people can look out of as they're flying, and also as they approach the space station, see the Earth and also see the station. There is the touchscreen panels that I talked about. Those are basically when you're seated in the center 2 seats for the pilot and commander, you'll look up and you can touch those touchscreens and see them there. Below the seats is our pallets, what we call pallets, where we can put in cargo, and we will be carrying cargo on this mission. We carried cargo on the last mission, the Demonstration 1 mission. We'll be carrying cargo on Demo 2 for the space station. That's very critical to have the staff and people leading and running and managing the space station, but also they need all the stuff to do that. Not only just food and water and supplies, but the experiments and the science. And Crew Dragon, similar to Cargo Dragon, will be able to carry powered lockers or powered basically freezers and refrigerator units that are specially designed to carry certain life science and other experiments that go up on Dragon. That a lot of those are time critical and temperature critical, and so we'll be carrying those as well in that cargo area on Crew Dragon. As well as the cargo area, there's just a ton of little cubbies and places where people put different things. There's crew supplies, of course, food and water, and then also personal supplies that the crew can bring up, their personal belongings. They have a stowage for that. Dragon, as it functions, is building again on decades of heritage for the capsule type spacecraft, and then of course our many missions and many years on the cargo resupply vehicle, the Dragon 1 line, and which has flown many times. And similar to Dragon 1, Crew Dragon has the Draco thrusters, and that's our primary control for moving around in space when you're on orbit. As I mentioned, Crew Dragon also has the Super Dracos for the launch escape system. Those are some of the key aspects of Dragon. There is a nose cone. A cool thing about Crew Dragon and Dragon 2 in general is that the nose cone actually it opens for docking, and then when we undock, it actually closes and returns. It's not jettisoned. We'll come home with the nose cone as well and fully reusable there.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so if you can limit your questions to just one part, that will help us get through more of the request. Next up, we're going to go to Alan Boyle at GeekWire.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask about the time frame for extended mission. You've talked about 119 days as perhaps being the maximum. Can you tell me what the minimum versus the maximum are, and what the decision timeline might be? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address that question. So the minimum mission duration is really about a month, and the maximum, as I talked about, is 119 days. And we're really, again, trying to do both a test flight with this vehicle and also have the vehicle docked to station to allow Bob and Doug to augment the station crew. And really the decision point is, hey, is Dragon healthy? Is the vehicle performing well? The Dragon that's on orbit, and then we'll be looking ahead to that next mission, the Crew 1 flight, and looking at the vehicle readiness and trying to determine, hey, what's the smart thing to do relative to the mission duration. So again, it's a little bit of a variable, but it's one that I think we can manage well. We've been talking to the space station program about this and the commercial crew program in SpaceX, and I think we're all on the same page. Is we would like to fly a mission that is as long as we need to for a test flight, but also support some of the space station program needs and augment their crew capability to do science and other operations at station. Once we're docked, the risk, if you look at the risk in spaceflight, the risk in general is two big parts. It's the launch phase and then the landing phase. And so once we're docked to space station, we can wake the Dragon up once a week and check the systems out and make sure everything's healthy, and then look at the solar array performance and then decide when to return.
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to go to Ivan Carone from AFP.
Thank you very much. A question for Steve Stich and Benji Reed. How many people from the NASA and the SpaceX teams have had COVID-19 or have been in quarantine so far, if any?
Boy, I would not know that. I would not be able to tell that data from a NASA perspective. I know we have had employees and contractor employees with COVID-19. I really wouldn't know that number.
We can check on that and get back to you on that question, Ivan. Let's go now to Andrea Leinfelder from the Houston Chronicle.
Hi. I just wanted to get a little more information on when it's going to be manually controlled and when it's going to be automated when you're docking with the space station. And also, sorry, if you could clarify how many days it will take to get there and to land. Thank you.
Andrea, thank you. I can take that question pretty well. The time to get from the launch to docking is a little bit variable. For the May-June timeframe, we're looking at about a 2-day rendezvous. It's actually about 19 hours to be able to get there. But as the space station is moving around the Earth, the distance and the what we call the phase angle between that and the Cape in Florida is variable. And so the Dragon has the capability to get to space station a little bit faster. They can even get there on a 1-day mission, or in some cases a 3-day rendezvous profile. And that just will be variable based upon the particular day that we choose to launch. And the same is true coming down as well, that time to get the crew down. We're trying to hit a very specific point off the coast of the Florida and the Atlantic. And so that time will vary based upon the trajectory of the ISS and the Dragon as it comes down. In terms of the manual time periods versus the automatic time periods, there are two periods, as I mentioned, that are planned for manual control. One is early on flight day one, after the vehicle has launched and they've done the initial activations and checkouts, there is a period where the Dragon is essentially coasting as it tries to catch up with the space station. During that time, we expect there to be an opportunity to do this first part of the manual flying demonstration. There'll be a demonstration of the attitude control, so roll, pitch, yaw, making sure that those are working, but it's not actually going to be changing the trajectory of the Dragon itself. It's really just orientation tests. And then the second time, and from that point, it'll continue its automated approach with the burns programmed both by the vehicle and by the ground controllers. As it gets closer to ISS and it's within that 170 to 220 meters or so from the space station, there'll be the other manual flight test that is performed by the crew flying. And then those are really the only planned times. As we said, the crew has the capability to take over really and decide their own fate if that was necessary to be able to perform a manual reentry, splashdown. They have a lot of capabilities we've vigorously tested with all the systems from guidance, navigation, control, reentry, parachute deployments, and so forth.
Next up, we'll go to Leah Crane with New Scientist. Leah, are you there?
I apologize. Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you for doing this. I apologize that I have another corona question, which is how will the astronauts themselves be protected from infecting the ISS? Will they be quarantined for an extended period of time before the launch?
Yeah, I can take that question. So we've been going through a number of precautions with Bob and Doug as the coronavirus pandemic has been in place for a few months. We have sort of minimized contact with them for weeks now to ensure that they have less contact than most people would. They only come to certain training events where they really need to be present. A lot of training events are done virtually, and then the number of people at a particular training event is dramatically minimized. And then people in close proximity to Bob and Doug, have masks and gloves and to protect Bob and Doug, and also they are screened from a health perspective. They will go into a quarantine for flight. Right now, I think for May 27th, that quarantine starts around May 16th. They would come on site here at JSC and be in the crew quarters facility, and then they'll fly down on a NASA aircraft and be quarantined down at the Kennedy Space Center, just like we did for Space Shuttle and other launches. So we've got a robust plan in place to protect Bob and Doug and ensure they're healthy when they go fly, and also that we protect the space station crew members as well.
Okay, we're going to take a question next from Joey Roulette from Reuters.
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. Question for all. After Starliner had its 5-minute blackout with the Egress satellite network during its OFT, has the Crew Dragon teams taken any steps to prevent the same type of blackout from occurring? And then also for Steve, the specific mission duration is based on the readiness of the next commercial crew launch. And I was wondering if it's also based on any other factors, and if so, what are those factors? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit about the OFT flight and the TDRS outage. That particular mission, the reason that we had a TDRS outage was really not necessarily a network problem. It wasn't a problem with the TDRS satellites or the network. It was really a problem with the time on board the Starliner spacecraft and that time being off. And so Starliner really wasn't looking for the TDRS satellite in the right location. So we've done enormous amount of testing with the Dragon to make sure that the Dragon spacecraft and the Falcon 9 launch vehicle don't have any of those problems. In fact, the SpaceX team has done extra tests after that OFT mission. So we know that the Dragon spacecraft knows how to find TDRS. In fact, it did that on the Demonstration 1 mission back in March. So we don't really have any concerns there. And then what was the second part of your question?
Second part was whether the mission duration of Crew Dragon is based on any other factors other than the timing of the next commercial crew launch.
No, really, again, it's based on two things. Is the spacecraft healthy? Is it doing well? Do we see any problems that we should return early based on how the spacecraft, the Dragon's performing? And then the second one really is when is that next flight ready so we can really have our first full up crew rotation mission where we have 4 crew members coming up on Crew 1 and go up to the full operational capability of Dragon. So it's really based on those two things.
We are once again out of time. Thanks so much to our briefers and everyone who called in or sent in questions. We'll wrap up this briefing now, but again, you can stick around. Our final briefing of the day is coming up at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, when we'll have Demo 2 crew members, Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley, here to answer your questions. We'll see you then. Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Joshua Finch of NASA's Communication. We're here to discuss NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission. Teams from NASA and SpaceX just completed the flight readiness review, and we're joined by participants who can tell us more about that review. We'll first start with our presenters. First, we have NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, NASA Associate Administrator Stephen Jersick, Kathy Leaders, Manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Kirk Shireman, Manager, International Space Station Program, Benji Reed, Director of Crew Mission Management at SpaceX, and Norm Knight, Deputy Director at NASA's Johnson Space Center Flight Operations. We're going to begin with opening comments from our presenters, and then we'll turn it over to questions. We're going to start with NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, who does have to leave a little bit early during today's briefings. So we'll start with Mr. Bridenstine.
Well, thank you, Josh, and it is good to be here at the Kennedy Space Center. We are obviously in the media room where we have had many conferences before. I remember fondly Demo 1. I remember fondly the launch abort test, and this room was absolutely packed. And here we are today in an empty room talking to cameras, and all of us are 6 feet apart. And of course, we all walked in here with our masks on, and of course, what we are doing here today exemplifies what we were doing in the launch readiness review. So these are different times, but it is also a time when we need to be doing amazing things as a nation and inspiring the entire world, and that's what we're doing. The flight readiness review is complete. We have another milestone under our belts. It was a good review, great discussion. I think everybody in the room was very clear that now is the time to speak up if there are any challenges. And there were conversations that were had that were very important to be had. But it's also true that at the end, as each system and subsystem was considered, at the end we got to a go. So we are now preparing for a launch in 5 short days. So I want to say it's good to be here at the Kennedy Space Center. There's a lot of work left to do. The launch is on, or the rocket is on the pad, and we've got a static fire in front of us, or I should say a hot fire in front of us, as well as a lot of checks to do. But the launch readiness review was good, and we are a go. So with that, Josh, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Stephen Jersick.
Thank you, Josh. So first I want to say it was an honor to chair the first flight readiness review for a crew transportation system developed in the U.S. In 9 years. So I definitely was honored, and I was humbled to be the chair of the flight readiness review for the SpaceX Commercial Crew Demo 2 flight. Like Jim said, it was an excellent review. I knew going in that the team was ready. We were ready to do this review, and they absolutely demonstrated that during the review. Day and a half of really good presentations, really good discussions, and we accomplished what we needed to accomplish to determine that we are ready for flight. There are no significant open issues, I am happy to report. In the end, it was a very, very clean review. There's just the planned forward work to get done. There's quite a bit of it between now and launch, but we are ready to launch on Wednesday, May 27th at 4:33 p.m. And it's a credit to the team, the SpaceX NASA team, for their hard work and dedication to get to this point. One thing I mentioned in the flight readiness review was this team represents the values of NASA. Safety, they have been laser focused on safely launching Bob and Doug into space, getting them to the space station and returning them home safely. Teamwork, I've never seen a team work together this effectively to conquer the challenges to get to this point. Integrity in everything they've done. I've just been so impressed with the openness and frankness of all our discussions, which is really critical to get to the point we're ready to launch. And then excellence. If you were in the flight readiness review and heard the briefings from the engineering team, just incredible engineers, and they demonstrated the excellence that we expect from both SpaceX as well as NASA. And I could not be more proud of the team. So thank you very much, Josh.
And we'll now go to Kathy Leaders. Kathy?
Wow. Oh, a really big day for the joint NASA SpaceX Commercial Crew team. I am so grateful for the NASA and SpaceX team who have dug deep and worked so hard to get us to this point. We have a tremendous team, and I'm very, very proud of them. I'm proud of the opportunity we had to be able to present to the agency our readiness and then have them agree. So very, very proud of the team, and the culmination of their work. I'm in awe that I get to lead this team. It's really an honor. But we're not done. You know, we talked a few weeks ago about we got to do this right. And we got to launch Bob and Doug. We got to make sure they're taken care of on orbit. And we got to make sure they get home. And we are committed to do that. And we're going to stay vigilant over the next few days. We still have a static fire. Jim, you did get that right. It is a static fire. And tomorrow we have also another really important event. It's a dry dress. It's kind of our last run through with the crew to make sure that we're really ready to get ready for launch. And then we have our final launch readiness review on Monday. So I'm really proud of this team. We're going to take it one step at a time, and we're going to still fly when we're ready. But thank you to my whole team, to the NASA team, to the SpaceX team, to the ISS team that has helped us get this far.
And we'll now go to Kirk Shireman.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to have been able to participate in this review. So much like we have the preparations Kathy was describing here on the planet, I can tell you there's great things and preparations going on orbit. So last Wednesday, JAXA launched the HTV, and so as we're conducting our review here, the HTV is rapidly catching up to the International Space Station and will be arriving to the ISS on Monday. So just a few days before Demo 2 launches, it'll arrive to ISS. It'll be grappled by Chris Casti, and by the time Demo 2 arrives, it'll be part of the space station. I had a chance to talk to the on-orbit crew, so Chris, Yvonne, and Anatoly Wednesday, just a few minutes really before I left to come down here to the Kennedy Space Center. I can tell you those guys are very focused, very excited, and are preparing for having Bob and Doug arrive on orbit. So great preparations going on orbit. And finally, coming home, we'll bring home Bob and Doug safely, but we're also counting on bringing home some experimental results on the Dragon too. So a great test flight, but also the ability to make use of that vehicle to bring home some experiments that have been on orbit for a while. So looking forward to that opportunity. So this year we're celebrating 20 years of having humans living and working in space. And we're very, very much excited to have the first humans launch to the International Space Station since July 8, 2011. So July 8, 2011, last time humans left the planet here in Kennedy and the Kennedy Space Center and went to the International Space Station. Very much looking forward to next week having Bob and Doug on orbit, continuing human presence in National Space Station, learning and exploring. So with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Benji Reed, director at SpaceX and a good friend. He and his team have worked tremendously over the last few years to make us here today. So, Benji.
Thank you very much, Kirk. You know, it is, use the word they're friends, and I think it's important. You know, we're not just colleagues here or even just partners. Over the years, we've built friendships. But in those friendships, we hold each other accountable. It's an honor. The responsibility that we carry jointly with NASA and our friends and partners and our company at SpaceX, and it's a sacred honor, and those are meaningful words when we say that. Our job is to carry Bob and Doug to the space station, hand them to Kirk, let them do what they get to do on space station, help keep the space station running and safe, and then we need to bring them home safely back to their families. As we like to often mention, you know, they are dads. They've got families back home, and it's just as important as we're all taking care of each other through these interesting times. We're needing to take care of the crew and bring them home. And again, on that sacred journey together, we all are holding each other accountable. And as Kathy said, there's more to do. Today we got to go, and it was a monumental and incredible journey to get to today's review, but we still have our static fire this afternoon, our dry dress, as Kathy mentioned, tomorrow, and then we have our own launch readiness review, which NASA will be attending and with us just before launch to ensure that we're really ready. But just to talk a little bit about what got us in the, recently to today, we've got a few photos. Thought might be nice to bring up. There's Dragon, getting ready to be transported from where we prepare the vehicles over to the hangar. We can go to the next shot, and there's Dragon and Falcon mated together, ready to roll out to the pad. We'll go to the next shot, and there they are. They're in the transport erector. The barn door is open. The door to the hangar is open, and Dragon is ready to leave, heading up to the pad. And there they are, erected on the pad. The crew arm there has moved into position. It's attached to or against the Dragon now, and we're ready. We're ready to go into static fire now in just a little bit, about an hour and a half from now. We talk a lot about the whole mission. Today we got to go to launch, but really it's a go to the mission. There'll be lots more data, lots more reviews in the next few days. There'll be constant vigilance and watching of the data and observations as we go through the mission. There'll be other reviews and conversations to make sure we're go for each aspect, including go to come home. But really, we always need to think about this as an entire mission, and again, bringing Bob and Doug home safely. And to that end, I think we've got a new video that we've pulled together to show our parachutes. and a new compilation of all the parachute work that we've done. That last shot there is a beautiful image of the capsule coming home from our Demo 1 test. It is so incredible being here at Kennedy Space Center, the home of launching astronauts from space, of American astronauts from American soil on American vehicles, and we get to do it again in just 5 days. And so on behalf of all the teams working Dragon and Falcon and our hardware and software teams and everybody in our factory, all the way to our operations groups, we are honored to be that the NASA has trusted us with this endeavor, that Bob and Doug trust us, and we're excited to do it. Thank you very much.
And now we'll go to Norm Knight.
All right. Well, it's a real honor to be here with you this afternoon. It was a fun 2 days, very long days. But from a crew perspective, this review was fantastic. We're satisfied with the discussions that were had, the thoroughness and the readiness of folks coming in and having the necessary discussions to assure that Doug and Bob are safe. And again, it's crew safety, vehicle safety, and test flight objectives in that order as far as the discussion goes with respect to risk and how that risk is managed. So we're very satisfied with that, and we're very thankful for the teams, not only at SpaceX, but across the agency with engineers and safety engineers and integration folks that have really pulled together to make this a success. So again, it was a really good day. But it didn't just start with this review. It was really a journey that, again, friendship and partnership with SpaceX that started many years ago, and the astronaut office has been actively involved with SpaceX. It was a joint test team that was formed to embed the astronauts and our team members in with SpaceX to work together, to work in the development, to work into the human factors, and to make sure that the training was done and conducted in a joint manner so that we can, again, meet those objectives of crew safety and vehicle safety. That was done very well. That was a great journey. A lot of folks were involved with that, and it was very successful. The trust that was built with these teams over many years will pay infinite dividends, because that trust, I call it the fabric of trust, is what holds us together as teams when things get stressed and strained and we're working issues and anomalies and getting ready for flight test readiness reviews and things like that. That's what's going to hold us together for this, and that's what's going to hold us together throughout this whole mission, from the time the crew leaves astronaut crew quarters to the time that they are returned and safely touched down and returned back to their families. That is all of our objectives, whether you're from SpaceX or NASA, is get the crew back safely. Today was also another great milestone, really, in the continued journey and road that NASA is paving for human exploration. And it's great. It dovetails right in with Artemis, and it's part of this overall objective of NASA paving a road that our commercial partners are going to travel upon as we go forward. So very exciting. Give you a quick preview of the crew schedule as we go forward. Tomorrow's a big day, as Kathy said. It's the dry dress. The crew will get up in the morning around 8 a.m. and start doing dry dress preparations. They'll get some briefings. They'll suit up. They'll head to the pad, and it'll be a dry dress and a practice run and prep for launch. So we're very excited with that. The culmination of that will be a debrief. They'll head back to the astronaut crew quarters where they've been in quarantine and start getting prepared for additional training and launch preps. So with that, again, it's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Norm. And I believe that's about the time that we have today with Administrator Jim Breinstein. Thank you for being with us for opening comments. And we're now going to transition over to taking your questions. You can take questions using the hashtag AskNASA. And then, of course, we have media dialed in on the phone bridge. So we'll start with our first question from Michael Sheets. Michael?
Hi, folks. Thanks again, as always, for hosting this. I'm really curious in the length and thoroughness of this review that we did the last 2 days. Aside from the technical takeaways, what should people understand about what this panel together concluded in preparation for Demo 2? Is this a spacecraft that NASA has deemed human rated? Is that the broad takeaway? And how do people who aren't maybe as savvy with the industry should understand this means in preparation for the launch?
Okay, so first and foremost, this was a readiness review for the Demo 2 launch. So we went over, like Mr. Breinstein discussed, all the systems on the spacecraft, on the launch vehicle, on the ground, and ensured that all the issues had been closed satisfactorily, and they were. In fact, all those issues were closed out prior to the review. All the waivers, all the deviations, all the requirements verifications, all of that was done prior to the review and closed out by the program, both NASA and SpaceX. So it was a very successful FR for Demo 2. It also was an interim human rating certification review. And what I mean by interim is that we validated that this system meets the human rating certification requirements for the Demo 2 mission, and those requirements feed forward to future missions, including the Crew 1 mission. We will have a final human rating certification review after Demo 2 and before the Crew 1 mission, just to certify the relatively small set of design changes between the Demo 2 system and the Crew 1 system, and at that point we'll deem the system human rating certified. But today's review and the interim human rating certification went a long way to certifying the system for crewed flight.
And our next question is from Marina Corin from The Atlantic. Marina?
Hi, everyone. Kirk, this is a question for you. Last year, before the uncrewed demonstration flight, there was some disagreement between you and your Russian counterparts about the capsule's approach to the ISS, which, of course, was resolved before launch. Did any officials from Roscosmos provide any dissenting opinions this time around on anything?
Well, Roscosmos actually was part of our review for the last 2 days. So Roscosmos, a number of our Russian colleagues participated, and they participated from Moscow. So while there were long days for us, they were actually long nights for our Russian colleagues. By the way, our Japanese colleagues participated from Japan. So quite the marathon for many of us. But our Russian colleagues work with us in that interim between Demo 1 and Demo 2. And we've had countless discussions with them about all the requirements, about all the waivers that we've taken, and so we went through all those, technically explained to our Russian colleagues, answered their questions, and finally a big shout out to SpaceX. One of the big concerns that Roscosmos had was a very, very remote possibility of a failure, but if that failure occurred, it could cause damage, perhaps even catastrophic damage to the ISS. SpaceX said, we understand and we'll make a modification. So SpaceX actually went out and made a modification to their vehicle between Demo 1 and Demo 2. So it was really some of all those things. Great communication with our Russian partners, an outstanding effort on behalf of SpaceX to close that gap, and then the trust that we've built over the years to get us today. So Roscosmos participated, and they were go, and no concerns with that remaining issue.
And our next question is from Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. Stephen?
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I had a question, I guess, for CASI leaders maybe. I know the commercial crew program requirement for the loss of crew risk is 1 in 270. I know there's reason not to look too hard at these numbers, but that, as I understand, was a requirement for the commercial crew program. Just curious where you ended up in the loss of crew number for this mission and what mitigations operationally or physically on the spacecraft you had to do in recent months or recent last year or two to get to that 1 in 270 requirement. Thanks.
So we actually, between the SpaceX and operational controls, we actually were meeting our 1 in 270 requirement and it's not just a mission, it's an overall certification requirement. So, with all the work that we've been doing with SpaceX on the modeling, on the different aspects of their design, and obviously MMOD mitigation and inspection, that requirement was closed out acceptably.
And our next question is from Tim Fernholz at Quartz. Tim?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for doing this, and good luck. 2 questions, if I might. One for Steve. I'm just curious, for those of us who haven't participated in a flight readiness review, can you give us like a tangible example of, the kind of back and forth that might happen in that room? And, does it get down to the engineers on a specific subcomponent area, or is it at a more high level? And for Benji, I'm just curious, I know it's hard to put an exact number on this, but can you talk about how SpaceX has invested in developing the Crew Dragon alongside taxpayers? Thank you all.
So, a big part of a flight readiness review is reviewing and accepting the risks. Whenever we fly, there are going to be residual risks. Kathy and Benji and their team did a great job along the way in these many years of identifying risks, understanding them, mitigating them through design changes and operational controls, to the point where we were able to accept a lot of them, most of them, along the way. So an example of one that we've been that the team has been working on over the last 6 months or so were the Dragon parachutes. So we established a little while ago that the original chute designs did not have adequate margin based on some knowledge we had gained through testing about how the chutes deploy and the loading on the chutes. So SpaceX stepped up and did a new chute design, and we had to qualify that new chute design to higher margins than we had the previous chutes. The NASA SpaceX team did an amazing job laying out a test program and executing that test program. However, it's fewer tests than we normally would see on a parachute qualification program. So we took a long time and a couple of presentations during the review to have the team walk us through the design, the changes, the qualification testing, and the margins on the chute to make sure that everybody was good with how those chutes were qualified, and we had very high confidence that they will function as we need them to when Bob and Doug return from the International Space Station.
And our next question is from Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Eric.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for doing this. I guess the question maybe for Kathy, it's been a little more than a year ago when there was the accident, when they were testing the Super Drago thrusters, and it was a pretty visceral image of what happened on the pad there, and at the test pad. And I'm just wondering, did you think we would get here a year later to where we're ready to launch Crew now after that accident?
Well, I've been doing this for a really long time. I told somebody I feel like an old lady now after kind of working vehicle development now for 14 years. And don't ever underestimate the value of a failure, right? I've learned that when I look at over my career, when we've made the biggest progress, it's been in learning from a failure and then using that as a step function to move you to the next level. So, but you also should never underestimate how much work it is for you to overcome it, right? So we always had a plan. We had a plan that we were trying to fly, potentially by the end of December, but we weren't going to fly until we're ready, until we work through all the testing and everything we needed. So I look back on last April, and the static fire was really for us to get ready for our in-flight abort test that was supposed to happen in June. And I think that was a real blessing for us. We learned a ton about our system and have made a spacecraft and expanded the knowledge of materials in NTO systems to an extent that give us a real sustained understanding of our systems and further robustness of the new design that we have. So last April, I probably wasn't thinking I was going to be flying in a year, but you know what? You can never sell this NASA and SpaceX team short, and they've always accomplished miracles for me, and I'm very, very proud of them right now.
Thank you, Kathy. And I think I skipped over one question for Benji about how SpaceX has contributed. Benji, do you want to answer that question from Tim Fernholz?
Great, sure, absolutely. So I can't, give you the exact dollar amount. There's, proprietary and competitive reasons why we can't. But I can tell you absolutely that SpaceX has invested heavily into this partnership and into the development of, Dragon and Falcon. If you go all the way back to the days when, we were developing our Falcon 1 vehicle, that's the fundamental systems and processes, and even a lot of the development of the engineers and team that created Falcon 1 are still working on the program today. And then you fast forward and you look at the development of Falcon 9 and Dragon, again in partnership with NASA under the COTS program and the cargo programs, and then continuing through now to the Crew Dragon. The partnership is definitely a two-way street, and we've put a lot of time and energy and finance into that effort to ensure that we're ready to fly, as we will be in 5 days. A lot of what you should look at is you see the workforce that we've developed, you see the technologies that we've developed to ensure that we're ready to fly. Another element I think it's important to pay attention to is kind of the I won't say pioneering because we weren't the first to do firm fixed price contracting, but I think it's we've been champions is a good word of firm fixed price contracting from the beginning. Fundamentally, this is about saying to the taxpayer, hey, there's something you want us to do. Here's how much we're going to charge for it, and we're going to go do it for that amount of money. And that's in some ways, I think it used to be a pretty revolutionary concept, and I think we've shown that is a very effective tool for getting the best value to the government, to NASA, and to the American taxpayer. And as is recently reported, estimated that this program overall will have saved NASA, maybe $30 to $40 billion at least. And that's a significant thing to think about and see how we continue. Again, those firm fixed price contracts and the kind of partnership and truly open partnership where we work together allows that kind of savings to happen and that kind of ability for NASA to invest in more things and do other programs.
Our next question is from Lauren Grush at The Verge. Lauren?
Hi, thanks for doing this. I was wondering if you could go through all the possible abort scenarios for this flight. At which points are the aborts available, and how does that put constraints on when you can launch, notably whether, how big of an area do you need to consider on launch day? Thanks.
Sure. I'll talk a little about that, and then Norm, if you wanted to add anything to it as well. But I think that the number one of the key requirements of this program is to have an abort system, and we want to develop our vehicle to have this integrated abort system, what we call the launch escape system. Those are the Super Dracos on the vehicle, the Super Draco engines, and it's a very effective system that we hope we never ever have to use. It's sort of like the airbags in your car or the ejection seat in a jet plane. You put a lot into it, you test it, and you make sure it's going to work, and then you hope you never ever have to use it. In 2015, we did our pad abort test. to demonstrate that we could escape from the pad and into the water, bring them, come down safely into the water with the astronauts. And then again in January of this year, we did the in-flight abort test, launched on a Falcon 9, and initiated the launch escape system mid-flight in some of the roughest moments of the launch, and demonstrated again that launch escape system can bring the vehicle down and bring the crew home safely to the water and then be able to be recovered. You asked the question about when is it available. It's really available almost the entire time. One of the goals of this system is to not have any blackout periods where you really can't, where that system doesn't function. And that's a big step in the history, the evolution of using these systems. And a good example of that, a little while back, on one of the Soyuz launches, they needed to use the launch escape system, and it worked great. And that was, but the part of flight where they needed to use it was actually something that they had been expanding into. So over time, they had continued to improve that system in the same way that we've been charged to do the same thing on our system to ensure that you can cover all of the path of flight. You asked about weather and what we might look for, and that's a really important point. And I didn't mention it earlier, but I think it's important to talk about weather coming up here for launch day. It looks really nice outside today, but we're always monitoring a lot of things, and it does have very much to do with the launch abort system on Dragon 2. So when we're normally flying a Falcon mission, say with a satellite fairing mission, we're monitoring a lot of different things. We're looking at ground winds, we're looking at lightning, we're looking at upper atmosphere winds along the ascent trajectory. But it's focused particularly on the Falcon, and we'll be looking at all of those and the same kind of thresholds to call off the launch. For Falcon, we'll do that the same for the crew missions. But now we need to add into that all of the weather along the entire ascent track where we might need to escape the crew, abort the crew off of Falcon. And it's really there's 50 points. Where we're monitoring weather, over 50 points actually, where we're monitoring weather all the way along the ascent track, which means from here in Florida all the way up the eastern seaboard of North America, United States and Canada, and all the way over basically to Ireland across the northern Atlantic. We'll be monitoring that weather. And along that way, we're monitoring a lot of the same things. We're looking at winds, we're looking at lightning, we're looking at precipitation, and we're actually looking at waves. We're looking at wave velocity and wave height because we need to make sure that if the crew had to come down in a launch escape scenario, that they would come down in a sea state that would keep them safe and that the rescue forces would be able to come and get them. Again, we hope we never have to use that, but we're monitoring all of those parameters as we go along, and we don't launch until we know that we're ready.
And our next question is from Leo Enright at Irish TV. All right, and it looks like we lost that connection, so we'll go to Irene Klotz at Aviation Week. Irene?
Thanks, Josh. My question's for Benji Reed. Given what you've learned working with NASA on commercial crew for all these years, how much faster do you think SpaceX can get to crew flight with Starship?
So that's a great question. Although I have to say that our focus today, of course, is on Demo 2. And my focus particularly has been on the commercial crew program. Super excited as we develop Starship and develop that in partnership with NASA in the contracts that we're already working, the programs are already working with them. Again, it's a process. And I would say, though, that just looking at the development of the NASA SpaceX partnership from the cargo days, now through the crew days, having worked together and understood each other and influenced each other, we've learned a lot from NASA and we've taken a lot from them, and I think we've given back, and I think NASA has grown and changed in ways that are valuable and productive for them as well. And I think that every time you do this together, it's going to get better. We'll get more efficient and do better. And I was just chatting with the director of Marshall Center, and talking about some of the new programs that we'll be working on with them there too for Starship. And we're excited. We're excited to continue that partnership and make it work better and more efficient and always safer and more reliable.
And our next question is from Mike Wall, space.com. Mike?
Thank you all. This is a question about kind of what the next steps are going forward, between now and actually launch day. I'm just mostly curious about what do you need to kind of tick off on during the review this coming Monday that you guys didn't talk about during the flight readiness review. So that's probably for Benji, what's Monday's review going to look like, and how it's going to be different from what's already been discussed?
Launch readiness review is ultimately the final check to make sure that everything that was open, any open issues or concerns, that those have been answered. Anything new that we may have discovered, again, has been closed and answered. But particularly, it's really an assessment of the data, right? We'll have done our static fire that we're doing here shortly this afternoon. We'll have done our dry dress rehearsal with the crew. And that's a ton of data. Really, really important that all of our engineers, and they're all on deck and ready to go right now. And for the next few days through the weekend, they will be analyzing and look at all the data and all the observations that are made. And launch readiness review is to go again across all of the teams and every person and say, are you ready? What did you learn? What came out of the data? Are we ready to go?
And our next question is from Emery Kelly, Florida Today. Emery?
Hey, folks. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. Administrator Bridenstine mentioned, over the course of the past 2 days, folks could speak up if they had any questions. And I know you mentioned the discussion between the Russians and the issue resolved between Demo 1 and Demo 2. And I know you discussed parachutes. I'm curious if there was anything else that came up yesterday and today that maybe led to some longer discussions that sticks out? Thank you.
Yeah, so the other two kind of technical special topics we had was the NTO titanium compatibility issue that was discovered during the Dragon hot fire test back in April. Also a tremendous amount of work done by the NASA SpaceX team to understand that and to figure out how to mitigate and control that hazard. And a lot of questions to just understand where we were and make sure that we were ready to accept that risk, the residual risk there for the Demo 2 flight, which we are. Again, I cannot tell you the amount of testing that was done by the White Sands test facility team and the SpaceX team in McGregor, particularly the SpaceX team in McGregor, over the past few weeks. This has done a tremendous amount of testing, and that testing gives us confidence that we have a system that's going to perform, and we'll have that abort capability that Benji was discussing earlier. Another one was a more late-breaking issue, late-breaking within the next month or so, not days, but late, on performance shortfall of the fire suppression system. So the team, it's a system that suppresses any fire underneath and any equipment or anything on the floor of Dragon, underneath the floor of Dragon. And so the team, again, analyzed both the hazards there as well as the ability of the system to suppress a fire. We deemed the risk to be very low there. And so we were able to review that data and that great work done by the team and accept that risk. So a couple examples of technical issues that had been closed out before the review, but were reviewed by the board. Lots of questions, lots of back and forth. And in the end, we agreed with the program with them closing those issues, and we were ready to proceed.
And our next question is from Jeff Faust at Space News. Jeff?
Yeah, good afternoon. Actually, just to sort of follow up on the previous question, there's discussion that there's still some open work left to do to tie up loose ends before the launch. Can you give some examples of some of that open work that still has to be done between now and presumably the launch readiness review on Monday? Thanks.
So I think, we mentioned the open work. There's final checkouts on the spacecraft that happen, prior to final hatch closure. That's normal, standard work. We already mentioned the big event. The big event, obviously, is static fire today, making sure the launch vehicle, final checkouts on the vehicles are done. Going through and doing dry dress. I mean, like we already talked about, dry dress and making sure that whole system for delivery of the crew to the pad, working through all those pieces, making sure everything's working, days before the launch. That's all normal open work. And then doing the job of going through all the data out of the tests. We'll be working Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday up to launch day to make sure that we're still checking everything out. I talked a couple weeks ago about continuing to dot the I's and cross the T's, and that's the kind of open work we're talking about right now.
And our next question is from Dave Mosier at Business Insider. Dave? And our next question will actually be from Jackie Goddard with the Irish Times of London. Jackie?
The Times, yes. Hello, thank you. My question, I think, is for Kirk. Earlier this week, there was a report from Sputnik, the Russian government news agency, that quoted Roscosmos officials saying that they were monitoring increased benzene levels inside the space station. They stressed there was no threat to crew and that the concentrations didn't exceed the exposure limit. But can you tell us what that's all about? Was there any focus of conversation at the review? And does it raise any potential for concern with sending 2 additional crew up? Thank you.
Well, what's going on in the Russian government, I'm not the right person to ask. I think Roscosmos would be the right group to ask. I can tell you that we work very closely with our Russian partners. I speak to them, if not daily, certainly weekly. We actually have some people in my organization who live in Moscow, and so we're very, very close, great partners. There has been no discussion about any immediate change in the work that they're doing. Certainly no increased risk to the crew today as a result of any of this, so I'm not concerned at all about that. I think maybe what they're referring to might be longer-term decisions that the Russian government and the Russian Space Agency could make, but that would really be a question for them. So the Russian crew, I actually spoke with Ivan and Anatoly on orbit this week, and they're very excited about having 2 more crew members come up there. The ISS is in great shape. The crew on orbit's in great shape. I know the crew here on the ground, you guys just talked with them, they're in great shape. So I think the vehicle on orbit's ready to go, and we're working to make the vehicle here on the ground ready to go.
Great. And our next question is from Antonia Amarillo with Florida Today.
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking my question. I was wondering, why does it take Crew Dragon 19 hours to reach the International Space Station when it only takes Soyuz 6 hours? And can Crew Dragon, get there to the space station quicker? And if so, why hasn't SpaceX and NASA decided to do that? Thanks.
You bet. Absolutely. I mean, it's about orbital mechanics. It's about when you launch, right? There's phasing that you have to do to get to the space station, and so you look at the different launch opportunities, again based on weather and a whole number of other factors, and you determine when's the best time to launch, and so you set up a number of launch opportunities, days and times, and some of those launch opportunities require more phasing time, and some of them require less. And so on the 27th, it's about a 19-hour phasing, but then on other days it would be less, other days it could be more. So it really just depends on the launch. It's the orbit of space station and the time of day and time of year that determines that length of time.
I will just add one more thing. This is a test flight. We talk about this launch, but this is a test flight, right? And so we could have picked different launch days that had different phasing opportunities, right? But there's also checkouts that we're doing along the way. So we kind of picked a day that would also, a phasing opportunity that would give us the time to be able to do those checkouts along the way, because this is a critical test flight, Bob and Doug are going to get to test fly the vehicle and check it out and make sure that first time people are going to be in a SpaceX vehicle and get to kind of take it out for a test run there and make sure that before it's certified that the design is working. So this is a really, really important flight for us. We got 2 great test pilots in there, and they're going to be checking out the vehicle.
And if I could add one more thing, the Soyuz was designed in the 70s, started flying in the 80s, and the norm has been 34 orbits, or really 2 days for the Soyuz to get to International Space Station. It's only been in the last three and a half years that they started going to, instead of 2 days, to get to 6 hours. And so I'm counting on SpaceX to accelerate the time in the next 20 years. So,
I'll say Kathy makes a really good point. One of the cool things that and we're going to work on that, Kirk. And I hope it's a lot sooner than 20 years. Is Bob and I are going to get a chance to try sleeping on Dragon, and that's a really good point. And another thing about the crew is that they have taken to heart as test pilots the importance of their work to ensure the readiness of the vehicle and the system and the program for future crews. To them, in their mind, was always, is this the right, safe, reliable system for anybody to fly in, but also to make sure that their colleagues in the crew office would be able to continue to do exactly what they want to do. So they're testing it out not just for themselves, but for all future flights. And that's exactly right. It's one of the reasons we want to make sure they got to sleep on board. They got to eat meals and do all that kind of cool stuff while they're on board Dragon, yet trying to get them to station as quickly and safely as possible.
And our next question is from Jackie Waddles at CNN. Jackie?
Hey, folks. Thanks so much for doing this. My question is for Steve. So with Doug Lavero leaving the HEO this week, Steve, I know you took over Doug's role in this review, and I was curious if you had to do any additional preparation to assume that role, and if that last-minute change created any challenges over the past couple of days.
Yeah, actually, I've been conducting agency-level reviews of the Commercial Crew Program for the last 2 years as the Associate Administrator, as part of my chairmanship of the Agency Program Management Council. So every 2 to 3 months, Kathy has come in and briefed agency leadership, including myself, on the program. All the issues and challenges, the resolution of them, or paths to resolution. So those reviews, prepared me really well to step in and chair the Flight Readiness Review, as well as, I think, quarterly, the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel reviews the Commercial Program, and Kathy makes a presentation to them. I think I've sat in on all or most of those reviews also. So given all that, I was well prepared. I also want to stress that there was a series of really great reviews leading up to the Flight Readiness Review. It wasn't just this one review. So there were engineering reviews of each system on Dragon and on Falcon by the engineering teams. They were a little concerned about doing those virtually versus face-to-face given COVID-19, but the feedback I got was that those reviews were very effective. Then there was the Station Operations Readiness Review by Kirk. Very good, successful review. There was a Flight Readiness Review by SpaceX, led for their purposes. There was a Flight Test Readiness Review led by Kathy and the team, and that led up to the Flight Readiness Review. So I sat in also on some of those reviews. So I felt very, very prepared to chair the review. And so don't think there were any significant challenges in transitioning from.
Marcia?
Yes, hello. I'd like both SpaceX and NASA to address this. All space flight is risky, but this is a true test flight. And I'd like to a big picture from you on just how risky, how dangerous this mission is that Bob and Doug are about to embark on. I'm not looking for statistics or numbers, but just in your guts, what are you feeling about the dangers and the risks of this whole endeavor? Thank you.
That question was for both NASA and SpaceX.
Well, there's lots of people that are NASA and SpaceX. Well, you know, Marcia, it's really hard as a program manager because my job is to buy down risk, right? And for the last, with Steve laid out, I mean, really for the last 5 years as program manager, that's what I feel like I've been doing. So right now, we are trying to identify any risks that we know of that's out there and continue to look at risks and buy them down. But we also can't fool ourselves. You know, human space flight is really, really tough. You know, it's why we continue to look for risks and do additional assessments, and we never feel comfortable because that's when you're not searching, right? So I think, you know, we talked today about staying hungry, and so we're going to stay hungry, and we're going to stay hungry till Bob and Doug come home. But I've thought of every single risk. We've been sitting here scouring, our teams are scouring and thinking of every single risk that's out there, and we've worked our butt off to buy down the ones we know of. And we'll continue to look and continue to buy them down till we bring them home.
Kathy said it very, very well. And, you know, it is tough. Spaceflight is hard. But because of that, we search ourselves and search our souls. We encourage each other, you know, in our partnership with NASA and SpaceX, but certainly within our company. We encourage everybody to look over each other's shoulders. We say, you know, challenge each other all the time. Don't take offense when people challenge your work. We encourage it. We are in the kind of the period right now of the final preparations for flight, but also where the majority of, you know, the engineers and people in the factory and everybody who've been working on this all of these years, they're now kind of into a period where they're doing their triple checks and quadruple checks. They're looking under every stone and turning over every rock just to make sure that we're really ready to go. And we have a standing policy in the company that anybody can raise an issue. Anybody can raise a risk. We have systems in place that actually allow anybody in the company to open a risk, what we call risk tickets, to open up an issue, to say, okay, I'm worried about something. And they have a direct line to, you know, senior leadership to say, hey, I'm worried about this up to the moment of launch. Bottom line is it's tough, but we won't launch until we're ready. And we will listen to the data and we'll listen to the people.
And our final question will be from Joey Roulette at Reuters. Joey?
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. This is for Kirk Shireman or anyone else. Kirk, you mentioned the role international partners played. I was wondering if you could give some examples of the response and any concerns raised by those international partners, specifically Roscosmos, in regard to this review. And then for Benji Reed, will any data from this mission inform Starship design or Starship missions in the future? And would Starship ever do any test flights like this one to the space station? Thanks.
From an international partner standpoint, it's really interesting. One is we're a partnership, and we expect all our partners, astronauts and cosmonauts, to fly on these vehicles, on the SpaceX vehicle. So they have a very vested interest. In this particular test flight, there are no international partners. But the very next flight, there will be. And so all the international partners were participating along the way because they know that their crew members will be flying on this vehicle, number one. Number two is it's docking to the International Space Station, and all those countries have made huge investments in that vehicle. We want to make sure that we're not risking the investment in that vehicle up there, or, by the way, their crew members who are living on board the International Space Station. So all along, very, very interested. The difficulties here, one, of course, I talked a little bit about time zones. That's always a difficulty. But we also had export control. So when we develop a vehicle here in the United States, all that technology is not allowed to be exported from the United States. So we have to live within those laws. And finally, there's proprietary data. So if the data was allowed to be exported, but it was SpaceX proprietary, then we would have to redact that data. So we conducted these discussions with our international partners along the way, answered their questions, assured them that their crew members would be safe, all the while meeting the U.S. laws on export control and honoring the proprietary data from SpaceX. So the fact that we did that all the partners were part of this review. We're part of all this work, and we're ready to proceed. It's really an amazing thing. So we're very, very happy about that aspect. Benji?
Sure, and just kind of following up real quick first on what Kirk said, it's exciting for us to get to work with international partners as well. We've had that opportunity on the cargo program from the early days because, again, they jointly run the space station and are partners in that. So coming up and bringing cargo, we had to work with them. And getting to work with the partners and work with all kinds of people around the world is exactly what we want to do. We want to send all kinds of people to space, and ultimately this mission coming up and everything we're doing is to open that new chapter in the space age, and ultimately make life multiplanetary. That's what we want to do, and it's exciting to do it and see after this mission, what more missions we'll be doing with the space station and with others. In terms of the data, will this inform data on Starship or other programs? Absolutely. Data is data, and we love it. We love data. We want to learn. We want to learn from everything we do and apply it wherever we can to be safer, to be more reliable, to be more efficient, and again, ultimately be able to take lots and lots of people into space.
Thank you. And now we'll go back for some final closing comments from Steve Terzic. Steve?
Hey, thanks, Josh. So, I just want to reiterate that we had a very successful flight readiness review in that we did a thorough review of all the systems and all the risks, and it was unanimous on the board that we are go for launch. It is really exciting to be launching American astronauts on American rockets for American soil from Kennedy Space Center for the first time in 9 years. I know it's been a long, really challenging road, and I just cannot tell you how proud I am of the NASA SpaceX team for all their talent, hard work, dedication, and perseverance to get to this point of 5 days from launch. I could hardly, I am incredibly excited and can hardly believe it. We want you to join us, most of you virtually, unfortunately, given the situation, on Wednesday, March 27th at 4:33 p.m. When we're going to send Bob to Doug to the International Space Station and dock 19 hours later, and they will become part of the next ISS expedition. So with that, we'll conclude the press conference.
Good afternoon and welcome to our final Q&A with the crew members of the SpaceX Demo 2 flight test. Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley arrived at Kennedy Space Center on Wednesday and are now less than 1 week away from becoming the first humans to launch to the space station from the United States since 2011. They're joining us from astronaut crew quarters, and we have just 25 minutes with them, so we'll let them make brief remarks and then take questions. Participants on the phone can press *1 to let us know that you have a question, and those watching from home can send theirs in on social media using the hashtag #AskNASA. But first, let's hear from the crew. Bob and Doug?
Hey, good afternoon from Kennedy Space Center and crew quarters. Just heard that everything went well with the FRR. We're excited to still be on the countdown. Hopefully we'll see the static fire here in a couple hours, and we're ready to take your questions.
All right. We are going to start off with Marina Korn from The Atlantic. Marina?
The time. Hi, Bob and Doug. Very excited for you. I'm wondering when you will see, for the last time before launch, your families. How will that be set up? Will they be wishing you well from a distance just to be safe?
We certainly will be wishing our families well from a distance. As folks know who've seen the shuttle history, walkouts. We'll be walking out of the astronaut crew quarters, making a stop in front of the Tesla that will take us to the launch pad. And that will be the point where we get a chance to really see our families for the final time prior to launch. So we'll give them a wave, and then we'll head around and climb in the car. And there might be a chance for them to get up close next to the window, but that'll be the last time that we see them before launch.
Next, we'll take a question from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Cassidy wrote to you from the station about seeing you and Bob in the coming days. What else did he say in that email? Is he looking forward to you guys going on the station? And for Bob, I was wondering if you could tell us about how it felt to fly over to Kennedy Space Center. What did you guys talk about while you were on that flight? Thanks so much.
As far as the email from Chris, I probably would be doing him a disservice if I divulged everything he said in his email to us. But he is, I think, very much, and knowing Chris, as both Bob and I know him pretty well, he likes solitude, but it was very obvious that he is ready for some human interaction with us. As far as in the U.S. segment, obviously he's got his 2 Russian crewmates, but I think he's looking very much forward to us coming up there and at least trying to help him out some.
As far as our arrival goes, I think Doug and I were both extremely excited to return to the Kennedy Space Center and get a chance to fly around the facility a little bit. We didn't land immediately. There are always timing issues that people are trying to have as a consideration as you come in for an event like that. So we did get a chance to make a little bit of a tour of the local area rather than doing a full stop straight in, which allowed us to reminisce about all the times that Doug and I have flown in here, both as Cape Crusaders, but as astronauts over the years, and certainly dozens of times together coming to work at the Kennedy Space Center. It just was an exciting thing to go through one more time leading up to launch.
It was exciting to see. Next, we'll take Marcia Dunn from the Associated Press.
And if so, will that continue right up until launch day? And I'm also wondering if you've ever been so medically scrutinized in your entire lives.
The first part of your question got cut off. It sounded like you were somewhere in the middle of saying the word quarantined. And as far as, so I'll let you ask that as soon as I answer the second part there. This medical scrutiny, I think for us has, other than maybe the COVID testing, it has been like it normally is. We've been scrutinized for 20 plus years since we interviewed for this job. So, and it seems like every year the scrutiny gets greater. So from that perspective, I think it's been relatively normal, comparatively speaking. And we just, I think, after all these years are just kind of used to the poking and prodding and blood draws and all the other things that come along with flying into space. So what was the other part of your question, Marcia?
Yes, I'm wondering if you're still being tested for COVID-19 and if that will continue right up until liftoff.
Well, I think from a medical standpoint, I don't think anybody recommends we get tested every day. We've been tested at least twice so far, and rumor has it we might be tested again before we go. So I think in general, that seems like plenty, especially considering we've been in for all intents and purposes, a quarantine now since about March 15th is my recollection. So I think I think we're doing pretty good. So from that standpoint, we have been in quarantine probably longer than any other space crew has ever been in the history of the space program.
Thanks so much.
We've just been really familiar with the quarantine process over the years. As active astronauts, we've seen it for ourselves and all of our compadres who are inside the office. But we've seen the rest of the world have to take on the same sort of precautions that we do leading up to launch. And that's been a good thing in some sense for Doug and I. It has allowed the opportunity for us to spend some time with our young children who would have been below the age of access, if you will, for a quarantine if they weren't home from school, and so that's been a little bit of a tiny bit of sliver of silver lining that we've had is the time with our sons leading up to this launch, which they would have not normally been inside of our quarantine.
Next, we'll hear from Jackie Goddard with Times of London.
Princess Badass. I suspect that if I ask each of you to elaborate on what makes you a badass, you'll be all modest and say you're not and that you're just doing your job. So I'd like to ask Bob, what makes Doug a badass? And Doug, what makes Bob one? Thanks, and have a safe flight.
Did you say that? I don't know. Brandy, can you repeat the question?
I'll let you rephrase.
Okay. No, it's a great question, and I figuring out a way and having us do it on each other is a good way to get us through the gap there. But Doug is ready for anything all the time. He's always prepared, and when you're going to fly into space on a test mission, that's you couldn't ask for a better person or a better type of individual to be there with you. And so I'm just thankful that doing something like this, I'm doing it with Doug Hurley, because he's going to be prepared for whatever comes our way, and he's going to be prepared quickly. So I couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, as far as Bob, he is the quiet, bad, and then I'll let you put in the next word. But he just doesn't. There's no stone unturned. There's no way that he doesn't have every potential eventuality already thought about, 5 times ahead of almost anybody else. And so there's no question I can ask him that he doesn't already have probably the best answer for. And it's just been, it's just such just a pleasure. And it's such an asset to have somebody like that on a crew with you that he's already got it all figured out. Everything that we could possibly, potentially deal with, and it just makes it so much easier when you have somebody like that with your crew.
We're going to take both of us, I think, as we head to space station, because I think, of course, one of the Cassidy or the Navy SEALs mottos is, have a plan for every situation and dispatch of it appropriately. And so between the two of us, maybe we can keep up with Chris Cassidy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a question from Twitter now. We have Robert on Twitter who asked, many of America's previous spacecrafts with crews had names. Mercury 3 was Freedom 7, and Gemini 3 was called Molly Brown. Have you guys named your Crew Dragon?
We have. We have to save some suspense for the mission itself, but we do have a name, and we will break it out appropriately, and we've got something for you to look forward to on launch day.
Yeah, this goes along with kind of some of the traditions, and we've talked about this many times, and not only Bob and I, but several other folks within our office, and the Crew 1 and now the Crew 2 folks, and certainly the folks on the Boeing side, all think it's a great idea and a tradition we should continue. So we feel honored to continue this tradition.
We will look forward to that for sure. And next on Twitter from Owen Plum, who is 13, he wants to know, are you bringing any payloads with you?
Any payloads? For our mission, we really are focused on the flight test aspect of it. We do have some small items that are coming up to the International Space Station, but our primary responsibility is to get ourselves up there, and so the amount of payload activity that we have on board is pretty minimal. Once we arrive at Space Station, I know that we'll be supporting operations associated with the HTV that should be arriving soon after we do, both for potentially spacewalks as well as other experimental hardware that's inside of that vehicle. So we're primarily crew transport, and we've got some extra hardware that we'll leave behind on Space Station to facilitate future Dragons arriving on the International Space Station. But our payload payload mass is pretty limited.
Okay, we'll go back to the phone now. This next question will be from Chris Davenport with the Washington Post.
Chris who?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we've met him before.
Chris, are you on?
Apparently he's not on.
Okay, we need to go, I guess, next to Miriam Kramer with Axios.
Hi there. Thank you guys for doing this. So with this being a time of such great uncertainty for folks around the U.S., I just wonder what you hope this launch will mean to people as they watch it from their homes. Thanks.
I think for both Doug and I, the thing that we most want to bring home is that we are still able to do this and perform it safely. You know, COVID did drive some changes in how we were conducting our operations and preparing for this mission. But we as a nation, all across the nation, you know, folks from Florida through Texas, both in Houston and at McGregor with the SpaceX team, as well as in California, had to figure out a way to still pull this mission off safely, still prepare for it safely, still work together to accomplish it, even with all the constraints that, you know, really prevented the togetherness that we had been exercising the previous 5 years. You know, we had spent a lot of time out in Hawthorne face to face with the team, and I know the Houston travelers had to figure out a way to not necessarily do that as often. And so I hope the nation can look at this and recognize that this is something we're still going to accomplish. This is still something that we're going to still be successful at, and we're going to do it in the face of the pandemic. We'll figure out a way to work through it and work around it and work through it safely. So we mentioned already that we'll continue to be COVID tested as we lead up to launch, because we, of course, don't want to take that to the International Space Station. But, you know, where there's a will, there's a way, and there's been will to make this happen, and we're just proud to be a part of it.
Next up, we'll go to Lucas from SpaceX.
Hi. So my question is, what are your flight suits like compared to other suits you have seen or worn as military test pilots or in astronaut training?
The spacesuits that we wear on Crew Dragon are similar in what they're designed to do as other pressure suits. In case there's a hull breach or a loss of pressurization within the vehicle, these suits would pressurize and keep us safe. They're very unique relative to the suits that we've tried before or worn before. Shuttle, we wore the ACES suit, which was the larger orange suit. It was quite a bit more bulky, and it was kind of sized generically rather than these particular suits for SpaceX. They're custom sized to the individual. And obviously, I think a lot of people think they are really neat looking suits, and they do the job. One thing I would say is SpaceX designed and built and developed these suits from the ground up, which is unique. Usually there's a separate company or companies involved that make these spacesuits, and so it was really neat to be there from the very beginning of the development of these suits to the two suits that we just tried on this morning to just check them one more time before we get ready to go fly.
Now we'll go to Rachel Joy from Florida Today.
Guys, there's a bit of a delay, so hopefully you can hear me. Florida Today is the local paper here on the Space Coast, and I can tell you that our readers are just so excited and proud that you're here, and would love to know a little bit more about what your plans are this weekend for Memorial Day. I know it's a little weird, you're in quarantine, and maybe if you could reveal some of your local favorite spots around town. I don't know if there's restaurants or beaches you go to when you are able to get out.
Well, I'll take at least part of that question. Uh-oh, we lost the screen. Are you guys still there?
Yes.
I'm still here.
Okay, yeah, our screen locked up there for a second. Okay, the video is still locked up, but it sounds like you can hear us. Yeah, so for the weekend, I think we're good now, Brandon. For the weekend, we're following the schedule. We're still in quarantine. So yeah, it'll be a unique Memorial Day weekend for us, being in quarantine. The good thing is our families arrive tomorrow, so we'll get to see them. But there's just continuing schedule. For example, tomorrow is the dry dress, so that'll be kind of the dress rehearsal for launch day. And then Sunday and Monday, we have plenty of scheduled events as we work our way towards launch on Wednesday. So the long and the short of it is it's a little bit of what we like to call Groundhog Day, which is quarantine. But there's plenty of things to do, and hopefully we'll get a chance to be outside, maybe get out to the beach house and at least enjoy kind of some of the traditional things that folks will enjoy or hope to enjoy on most Memorial Days. And as far as I think your other question was the where do we like to go when we can get out? Pretty much anywhere. Anywhere in Cocoa Beach. It's always just neat to get out, see the beach and some of the different restaurants and places that we try to go whenever we get down here. But the docks will not allow it on this trip.
Yeah, no, I get you. So we won't be seeing you at the sandbar this time.
No, probably not, unfortunately, but we'd certainly like to say hi to everybody there, if there is anybody there. That's the other thing. I don't even know if are those places open to some degree in a limited fashion or not at all.
All right, next up we'll go to Stephen Clark with Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. First of all, I know you have a manual flying demonstration during your transit to the space station. Can you talk about which of you is actually going to be flying the vehicle and your roles during the flight up to ISS for each of you? And also, you were both selected as astronauts in 2000, sort of in the heart of the shuttle program. Did you ever expect to be flying anything in space besides the shuttle when you joined the astronaut office? Thanks.
For the manual flying, I'll be doing the manual flying as the Dragon Commander, and we will do a manual flying demo in free flight, and then we'll do another one when we get closer to the ISS. And it's certainly those tests are kind of two-person tests for sure, because there's a lot of back and forth between Bob and I, and we practice it quite a bit, and it's obviously something that we want to make sure we understand completely for future crews in case they ever have to fly the vehicle manually. As far as the second question,
I think both of us would really have been just over the moon if we had the opportunity when we first arrived to fly on a new spacecraft. And over the years, we've seen NASA complete the space station and then consider what the next steps were going to be. And so we've longed to be a part of a test mission, a test space flight, and Doug and I are lucky enough to get that opportunity going forward. So I would say it's something we maybe dreamed about when we were new ASCANs, flying something other than the space shuttle, the next vehicle. It did not seem likely at the time when we arrived in the astronaut office. There was a lot of assembly of the International Space Station that had to happen, and so we needed to get through that, and we were just excited to have our opportunities on those missions, and that happened many years ago. So I think we're living the dream, is what I guess astronaut Michael Fossum would have said if he was posed with that question.
Okay, next we're going to go to Dave Mosher with Business Insider.
Thank you guys for doing this, and best of luck on your flight. So you both said this is an experimental flight and basically an astronaut's dream to do a test flight, but there's still a good amount of risk in it. And I'm curious if and how mission management has shared LOC or LOM numbers with you, and what you think about those numbers, how confident you are moving forward with the test flight. Thank you.
I think whenever we hear those numbers, we dig a little bit deeper than just what the overall statistics might imply. And those numbers are best used as you kind of compare different ways of doing things or hardware changes that you might pursue or otherwise. We've had full information, I think, from the commercial crew program, from the SpaceX team as we've gone forward with this. And so I think we've had the luxury over the last 5+ years to be deeply embedded in the understanding of the trades that were made. And as you probably understand, there are often cases where a hardware change can be implemented, or there can be an operational change that reduces that risk or manages it in some way. And so we've been deeply involved in that entire process. And so we did even get a chance over the last 2 days to duck our heads into the agency's flight readiness review and hear the discussions that the management teams were having about the overall risk or different ways of doing business with this mission itself. And so I think we're really comfortable with it, and we think that those trades have been made appropriately. And as far as insight goes, we've had probably more than any crew has in recent history, just in terms of understanding the different scenarios that are on our plate.
Yeah, those numbers are certainly part of the equation when you assess risk, but they're certainly not exclusive by any stretch of the imagination. They change based on a lot of different design changes or just statistics as we move forward in a program. So they're certainly a factor, but there's just so much more to assessing risk and all those things that you need to put into the decision matrix before you go fly. But anyway.
I think one of the really unique things about the Dragon vehicle is the legacy that they have with cargo. So they have the team has that experience, as well as the Falcon 9 rocket that has what wasn't a long history when we started this program, but has kind of panned out to be quite a number of flights under its belt, and its evolution has become more and more safe as it's been operated, and that's something that we really do appreciate. And it's just remarkable to see all the other missions that have contributed to the human spaceflight program by, in some sense, being a test mission for us before we had the chance to fly on the Falcon 9.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that is all the time we have for questions, unfortunately. I apologize to those that we didn't get to, but since this is our last time to talk with Bob and Doug before we see them next week, we want to wish them luck, let them know we'll be cheering them on. And for those on the phone, you will need to hang up and dial into the next briefing. That's coming up here on NASA TV at 2:45, and will be the post-flight readiness review briefing. Again, we'll see you all back here on Launch Day, May 27th. Thanks.
Nice. I have to go check out from OCC. I'm used to. Back here into the lab. From the lab, we push it forward to node 2, Gem and Columbus, and then it comes back this way, where it finally hits node 1 and then shares with the airlock. We use it as a way to help keep CO2 low if we're using node 3 Seadra versus any of the CO2 removals in the lab. then when we stow them on board, we make sure that we're not stowing them with the stems in contact with each other, because that, again, could cause them to leak. And we don't put a lot of pressure on them, especially when they're nice full bags. That, again, would... The only thing I really wanted to talk about in here was hatches, just because we have these...
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Certainly when you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you.
When the engine's light, you know you are going, and you know you're going somewhere pretty fast. When the engine shut off, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously, and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened?
Same thing happens when you get to space station. It's kind of a defining moment when you get the hatches back open. By sharing this experience with SpaceX and creating another partner that has the same capability, I think we really set the future up to continue to blossom.
This will be the first time humans have ridden on the Falcon 9, even though it's flown many, many times. And so just taking in that experience and the sounds and all those things that we can relate to future crews is going to be something important to do too.
Hello, I'm Behnken with NASA's Office of Communications, and thank you for joining us today as we have one day to launch of the historic NASA SpaceX Demo 2 mission. We moved this press conference indoors, originally planned for the countdown clock due to weather, but we have good news. The weather has improved, and right now we have 60% chance of favorable weather for launch. But today, we'll hear lots about the launch by our great guests today. We have Bob Cabana, Center Director for Kennedy Space Center, Jim Bridenstine, the NASA Administrator. We have commercial crew astronauts Nicole Mann and Kjell Lundgren, and NASA Deputy Administrator Jim Morhard. We'll be hearing more from them in a minute, but first, let's talk to Bob Cabana.
Thanks, Bettina. Well, good morning and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center. I don't have to tell you all how exciting it is to have the first flight of humans to space from the Kennedy Space Center in 9 years. And what an historic pad to be doing it from. We went to the moon from pad 39A, and 82 of our 135 shuttle missions launched off that pad, including 3 of my flights. And now, rather than rusting away in the salt air through our partnership with SpaceX, that pad is being used once again, and it's now for our commercial crew program as well as other missions for SpaceX, and I think that's absolutely outstanding. Truly an historic time from an historic pad. We're really pleased to have our NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine, with us this morning. As a member of Congress, Jim was a huge advocate and proponent for aviation and spaceflight as a member of the Armed Services Committee and also the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. And now he's sharing that passion with all of us as he leads NASA into a new era of space exploration. Jim?
Well, thank you, Bob. It's great to be here at the Kennedy Space Center. We are once again launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And this is a big moment in time. It's been 9 years since we've had this opportunity. And Bob Cabana, we want to thank you for all the great work you've done getting us up to this point, getting the Kennedy Space Center ready. Everything is looking good. We are, as of right now, we are go for launch. As Bettina said, the weather is about 60% favorable for launch tomorrow, which is good news. Compared to where we were yesterday, we were at 40%, so the trend is in the right direction, and we are very, very excited. So I think I'd like to start by saying, again, this room is empty. We would love to have this room full. We would love to have it filled with reporters. We'd love to have it filled with space enthusiasts, and unfortunately, we're in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic. Our country has been through a lot, but this is a unique moment where all of America can take a moment and look at our country do something stunning again. And that is launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And we're going to go to the International Space Station. And what we do there, of course, is we're transforming how we do spaceflight in general. The commercial crew program is, in fact, about commercializing low Earth orbit. We've got resupply. Now we're going to have crew. Soon we're going to have commercial space stations. And this is a unique opportunity to bring all of America together in one moment in time and say, look at how bright the future is. That's what this launch is all about. And yes, in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, we've taken extraordinary measures to keep our people safe, and we are one day away from launch. So this is an exciting day. Thank you, Bettina, and I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, next we'll hear from Deputy Administrator Morhard.
Oh, I just echo what Jim and Bob have said. You know, this is a historic milestone. And the reality is that we, in the past, NASA developed, designed, and built, and then operated spacecraft and rockets. This is the first time that a commercial company is building and going to operate this spacecraft and capsule. And we're really looking to be a customer to SpaceX and to other companies in the future. And that's what we're trying to do, is to create and expand, really expand the economy in low Earth orbit. That's really what this is about tomorrow.
Thank you. And our commercial crew astronauts, we'll start with Nicole.
Thank you so much. It is incredibly exciting to be here. You know, people always ask, what's it like to be in the astronaut office and train with folks that are flying on so many different spacecraft. We have Soyuz, SpaceX, Starliner, and then we're already starting to lay the foundation for Orion. So it's just an incredible time to be training with all these different opportunities in front of us, and we are so proud and happy for Doug and Bob. You know, it feels kind of like one of your close family members having a great lifetime achievement, and really that's what it is. So on a personal level, that's definitely, I think I could speak for the astronaut office, and that's how we all feel so proud for everything that they've accomplished with the NASA and SpaceX team to get ready for this launch. You know, and it's so important because this is not just about one launch, right? I mean, this is Launch America. It's not Launch NASA. It is Launch America, and it's huge. My son is 8 years old, and so he's never seen Americans launch from the United States ever. It's kind of foreign to him. And as I was getting ready to come on this trip today or yesterday, you know, he asked me, "Hey, Mom, are we going to the moon? Is this our first flight to the moon?" And I said, "Well, son, I mean, not technically, but it is the first big step on our roadmap to the moon for the Artemis mission and eventually to Mars. And he, as a young boy, sees that. And so I know there's a lot of kids out there that will be watching the launch tomorrow. And it's just an exciting team for all of NASA, SpaceX, and a proud moment for all of America.
Great. Jill?
Yeah, I echo Nicole's sentiments exactly. What a privilege to be here today, to be a part of this team, commercial and government entities working together, SpaceX and NASA, to pull something off like this. What a privilege to be here just a day away from launch. We are so incredibly excited to be a part of this. You know, I had the opportunity to launch with our international partners to International Space Station back in 2015, and that's at the core of what we're doing here today, is to continue that incredible legacy of work that we've done on the International Space Station. We have had humans living and working on that orbital outpost for almost 20 years, conducting science and research to extend our presence in the solar system and to improve life back here on Earth. And this launch represents an extension of that capability and having the ability to launch Americans from American soil on a U.S. spacecraft is absolutely amazing. You know, I think about my launch and the family and guests that the few family and guests that I was able to have out there to watch that. And I think about now, you know, so many Americans in the future being able to congregate down here and watch this incredible vehicle take off. For people that live here in Florida, just to go out on their porches or to look up from our parking lot and to see this vehicle claw its way into space. To watch Americans flying into low Earth orbit and to the International Space Station, and the absolute power of that to inspire our future generation of explorers and leaders. It is truly a privilege to be a part of this, to be able to witness this historic moment, and to see where this journey ultimately takes us.
Fantastic. With that, we'll take our first question. But before that, just a reminder: if you're interested in what we're doing today of watching the launch, you can go to nasa.gov/beourguest and get more information on the virtual experience. But we'll take our first question from AFP. Ivan.
Administrator, will Kjell Lindgren be flying the second operational mission of Crew Dragon? And can you confirm whether he'll have a European or Russian with him on that mission?
The crew for the Crew Dragon for Crew 1 has been selected. I don't think you were on that crew, were you, Shell?
I'm not on Crew 1. I've had the opportunity to back up both the Bob and Doug and Crew 1, and I think the following crew, those assignments are still being processed.
Right. What was the second part of that question?
Yeah, when will Europeans or Canadian or Russians fly on Crew Dragon for the first time, do you expect?
That's undetermined at this point. I can tell you, Crew 1, we will have Japan with us, our first international partner on launching on a Falcon rocket with a Crew Dragon. So we're excited about that. But as far as other international partners in the future, that has not yet been determined.
Thank you. Our next question is from Gina Sanseri of ABC News.
Yes, thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit about the go, no-go process tomorrow? Who will be making those calls, and who will we hear making those calls?
So we have a mission management team that is working all the checks as we go through the process, and all along the way, people can say no-go if they need to, but there will be a final countdown to the launch where about 45 seconds out, they'll make a determination, go or no-go, and then we will go. Bob, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would just say that it is a SpaceX launch. SpaceX is in the Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center through a partnership we have with them, and it will be a SpaceX launch director that gives the final go after everybody is polled, and the NASA management team is going to be involved in watching closely.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Marina Corinne of The Atlantic.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your time and best of luck tomorrow. A follow-up to the question that was just asked now. I'm wondering if NASA personnel are allowed to intervene and take over from SpaceX at any point during the mission if NASA feels that it is necessary.
The answer to that question is yes. We, of course, are the customer here. And so we do. But look, our goal is to have SpaceX be able to do missions one day without NASA. We want them to go get customers that are not us. And so we want to make sure that they're making decisions. But if we see something that we disagree with, certainly we have the right to intervene. I don't see that being necessary, but at this point. But yes, we can intervene if necessary.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Paul Brickman from UPI.
Yes, hello. I would like one of you to comment on the sort of built-in uncertainty of this mission in terms of the length of the mission, anywhere from 6 to 16 weeks, I believe. I know any manned spaceflight or crewed spaceflight has uncertainty, but I'm wondering how much of the readiness reviews went over the astronauts' training and the uncertainty of that time period.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that go into this. Number one, we got to get our astronauts to the International Space Station. Once they're there, there's a lot of different elements that come into play as to when they come home. Remember, this is a test flight. The highest priority is to test the vehicle and get it home safely, and then be prepared to launch Crew 1. So some of the things that go into the mix as to when they're going to come home include the solar arrays, for example. There is a limitation on the solar arrays of about 114 days, period. We can't go beyond that. Of course, some engineers might argue that we can, as we're on the space station, we will understand how the solar arrays are performing. But right now, we're looking at a limitation of 114 days for the solar arrays. Then we have to consider weather. When we come back to Earth, we have to make sure that the winds and the sea states and the precipitation and lightning, all of those things create a metric, if you will, as to how safe it is to come home. And so we need to make sure that we have the right weather. And if we have a good window to come home, remember, this is a test flight. And as such, if we have a good window to come home and they're not necessary on the International Space Station, we will be taking it. And then, when we think about the other big parameter is, when is Crew 1 going to be ready? Right now we're targeting August 30th for a launch of Crew 1. That's what we're working toward. What that means is that we can keep our astronauts on board the International Space Station doing the maintenance of the ISS as well as doing experiments on the ISS for a period of time, knowing that they can be there probably until early August. We need to get the spacecraft home. Then we need to evaluate the spacecraft, collect all the data, make sure that it performed the way we wanted it to perform, and then get ready to launch Crew 1. So the big parameters, of course, are the weather, the solar arrays, when Crew 1 is going to be ready. So there is a lot of flexibility built into the back end of this mission, but that's intentional. I want to reiterate, it is a test flight. The goal is to get them to the International Space Station, test the systems, and get them home. If they can do more work than that while they're on the ISS, certainly that's okay. But this is a test flight.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Keith Cowing.
Yeah, hi. I have a question as a member of the Apollo generation. And I know Jim Morhart will remember that when we were kids, we wanted to know everything that astronauts did, and NASA went out of their way to tell us everything, including what they ate. Yesterday, Marina asked a pretty straightforward, honest question. What are they going to have for breakfast? And the answer was, I don't know, but we'll get back to you. And then Joey Roulette did some checking and found out that the astronaut breakfast menus are not subject to disclosure. Is that really the answer? I mean, how do you explain to a sixth grader in the Artemis generation that we can't tell you what the astronaut's eating? I mean, shouldn't there be a little more transparency in some of this?
Can I take that one, Bettina? Well, I don't think, as far as transparency goes, I can tell you what it's like in the past. And astronauts get anything they want for breakfast. You got your choice, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's made to order. And I can go from my personal experience on my first flight. I'd heard that some folks get space sick, and I certainly didn't want to get sick. I don't get air sick. And so I had like a toasted English muffin and a cup of coffee because I'm addicted to caffeine. I was going easy. But one of my crewmates had steak and eggs and hash browns, and he's pouring the hot sauce on, and he didn't get sick. But no, it's they may not have even decided what they want for breakfast yet tomorrow. So it's kind of hard to release what you don't know. But I'm sure they'll make a decision, and they'll get anything they want.
Thank you.
Maybe some of the current astronauts would like to answer. I know, Shell, you've done a mission. What did you eat?
I did. So we got anything we wanted as long as it's what was being served that morning. I was kind of like you, Director Cabana, that I wanted to take a little easy. I didn't know exactly how I was going to react to being on orbit. And so I went easy on the solids. I also got my fair share of coffee. We ate really well while we were in quarantine, but we didn't have the choice of what we were going to eat. And I honestly, I was so excited that day. I can't remember what it is that we ate, but it was plenty, and it was great for what we needed to do that day.
And of course, that was at Baikonur.
That's right. Yeah, that was at Baikonur. Yep, yeah. Absolutely.
Great. All right, we'll go to our next question. It's Jackie Goddard with the Times of London.
Hello. Yes, thank you. My question is for Mr. Bridenstine. Both astronauts are dads, and I wondered what you would say or what you have said that you can share to their two little boys about what their dads are doing and the significance of it. Thank you.
So I had a hard time hearing it. It was a question about the children of the astronauts?
I said both astronauts are fathers, so I wondered what you would say or what you have said that you can share with us to their two little boys about what their dads are doing and the significance of it.
Absolutely. So I would start by saying, and they know this, their dads are heroes, American heroes. They're laying the foundation for a new era in human spaceflight. It's an era in human spaceflight where more space is going to be available to more people than ever before. We envision a future where low Earth orbit is entirely commercialized, where NASA is one customer of many customers, where we have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety, that they're driving down costs, they're increasing access. And we are proving out a business model, a public-private partnership business model that ultimately will enable us to go to the moon, this time sustainably. In other words, we're going to go to the moon to stay. We love Apollo. The Apollo era was fantastic. The problem is that it ended. And now we've got the Artemis program, which is our sustainable return to the moon, named after Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo in Greek mythology, and she was the goddess of the moon. And this time, when we go to the moon, we get to go with all of America, a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women. And what Bob and Doug are doing is they are the final step in proving the success of a public-private partnership business model that drives down costs and is going to enable us to go not just to the moon, but to go sustainably with reusable landers to the surface of the moon. And all of this ultimately is for a purpose, and that is to get to Mars. So when those little boys are, 40 years old, and we have a permanent presence on the moon, and we have astronauts on Mars, they're going to know that their dads played a critical role in enabling not just this country, but the world as we lead international partners to humanity going further into the solar system than ever before. Beyond that, I would remind the children that their dads are both military aviators that have served their country boldly. Yesterday was Memorial Day. We had an opportunity to reflect on the people who've served this country. And of course, these two gentlemen have done that as well. So they're heroes in so many different ways. But as I said, when they arrived here at Kennedy, I'm 44 years old. I'm about to turn 45. And when I grow up, I want to be like Bob and Doug.
Okay. Our next question comes from Joey Roulette from Reuters.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Question for Jim Bridenstine. It's definitely been a long run to get to this point, and I'm wondering how, I guess, has this, commercial crew development and the road it took to get Crew Dragon to this point shaped your view of the commercial space marketplace? And Jim Morehart, feel free to answer too, because since you mentioned something at the beginning of the call. Thanks.
So this is an important milestone. We have been very successful with commercial resupply of the International Space Station. Now we've got commercial crew tomorrow, knock on wood. That will be a successful mission. And then we need to build commercial space stations in low Earth orbit. And in public-private partnerships, we need to prove that they're in low Earth orbit. And that's what we're using the International Space Station for right now. And of course, some of the most salient projects happening there that have been going on really for a long time now would include immunizations being developed on the International Space Station for salmonella, pneumonia, the ability to compound pharmaceuticals that we can't do in the gravity well of Earth. Microgravity is a resource that is very valuable. It is a tool. The ability to print human organs in 3D. We're proving that we can create human tissue using adult stem cells, adult skin cells, creating the stem cells that can create human organs in 3D. Now, we're not at the human organ level, but we're at the tissue level right now. That's a capability that will transform lives here on Earth. The ability to create artificial retinas for the human eye so people who have macular degeneration don't have to lose their eyesight. The ability to create fiber optics in a more pristine way so we don't have to have cable repeaters. So, and that drives down costs and it increases fiber optic networks for humanity across the globe. So all of these things are market drivers that enable a future human spaceflight capability that would be capitalized by the private sector. NASA will be a customer. We will always, always, always be a customer. We've got a lot of science and exploration that we need to do. But those are the kind of activities that we need to see for the future that we believe exists. Right now, space is about a $400 billion market. And we believe that with human spaceflight, that, of course, that's communications, remote sensing, those kind of capabilities. But with human spaceflight, it opens up kind of a much broader marketplace. And we think it's rapidly getting to be, not just a $400 billion, but a $1 trillion market. So I'm a big believer in the commercialization of space. We need it to be successful. It's how we're going to get to the moon and onto Mars. If we keep developing, using American taxpayer dollars to develop capabilities in low Earth orbit, we'll never get to the moon and onto Mars. That's what this program is all about. It's about commercialization, where we are ready to commercialize, and then using NASA money to do the things that commercial industry is not yet ready for, with a purpose, and that is to eventually commercialize those capabilities as well.
Jim, if I could add to that, why are we here? We're here to expand the human condition for all mankind. And that's exactly what Jim's talking about. Right now, we've got one astronaut on the space station. And when we get the full complement back of astronauts, we're going to increase our research up there by 300%. And that's about helping others. That's why we exist. And that's what we're going to do. On the other side of it, commercial launch. Years ago, we had, after shuttle, there was no market share.
That's right.
We now have 70% of the market share. And that's going to expand starting tomorrow. So that's what this is about.
That's right.
Have anything to add? We'll just go to our next question.
I think you covered it.
Okay, I'll go to our next question, and that way we can get as many as possible. Marcia Smith from Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much. This is for Jim Bridenstine. Could you expand a little bit more on the discussions with the Russians about flying on the commercial cruise ships? Dmitry Rogozin had a bunch of comments yesterday, and he talked about being enthusiastic about having an alternative to Soyuz, but then he said he was confused about NASA's plans for Gateway. Could you just fill us in on where the negotiations stand about us flying on Soyuz and Russians flying on commercial crew? And is that at all tied in with the discussions on Gateway, or are they on parallel paths? Or are you trying to get a whole big package of future U.S.-Russian space cooperation? Could you just expand on that a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we think about the commercial crew program, remember, the goal here is to have the International Space Station. Half of it is Russian, the other half is American. And of course, on the American segment, we've got a lot of international partners. And when we think about the International Space Station, if we are going to maintain a complement of both Russian and American astronauts on board, then we need to be willing to launch Russian cosmonauts on commercial crew, and they need to be willing to launch American astronauts on the Soyuz. And my last conversations with Dmitry Rogozin, I think we were both in strong agreement that that was necessary for both nations as we move forward. So that's kind of the low Earth orbit, International Space Station, commercial crew, and the Soyuz program. I think we're in agreement in how we need to go forward there. Now, it is true that when we talk about the Gateway, that's a separate kind of level of discussion for what the future looks like. And yes, we have made proposals to Russia as far as we've asked them, how would they like to participate in the Gateway. We've offered suggestions, and right now we're in a holding pattern, waiting to hear back. But the partnership has been strong. This partnership goes back to 1975, the year of my birth. With the Apollo Soyuz program, and then of course the Shuttle Mir program, and now of course the International Space Station program. This has been, I think, a bright, shiny object that demonstrates that space can unite people, and it's really above terrestrial geopolitics, literally above terrestrial geopolitics. So I think it's a relationship that we are interested in maintaining, and of course we'll continue to work with them. Bob, did you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think it's something that we need to work on as we continue down the road. We do have a strong partnership, and it's necessary to have multiple vehicles to get us to the International Space Station. We need that dissimilar redundancy, not just between Boeing and SpaceX, but with our Russian partners as well. We proved it during the shuttle era, and I'm sure in the future we'll prove it again.
Yep. Our next question comes from Robert Perlman from Collect Space.
Behind you, the worm has made a return on this flight and has become more and more prevalent. I wonder if you could talk about how that came to be. Was it SpaceX's request? Was it your idea? And what will be the role of the logo type going forward beyond this mission?
I missed it.
I think we missed the beginning of your question. I think it's about the NASA worm, but can you repeat the question, please?
Sure, if you can hear me now. It is indeed about the worm, the NASA logo type. How did it come to be that it was resurrected for this mission? Was it SpaceX's idea? Was it your idea? Or how did that come to be? And what is its role with the agency going forward beyond this mission?
That's a good question. I'd love to say it was my idea. I will tell you, as the NASA administrator, I've heard from a lot of people that you ought to bring back the worm. I've heard it over and over again. Look, again, I'm the first NASA administrator in history that wasn't alive when we had people walking on the surface of the moon. Not in 1969 and not in 1972. So my generation grew up with the worm. When I say the worm, for the people out there that might not be familiar, it's the NASA logo that's red, and it's written out. And then the logo that's blue, we call that the meatball. But look, I grew up with the worm as the logo of NASA. It's kind of personal to me just because that's how I grew up. I will tell you that the meatball, the blue logo, the circle blue logo, that's a logo that's very near and dear to a lot of other people, the people of the Apollo generation, for example. So The NASA style guide is very clear. The worm no longer exists, but I write the style guide. So I made a determination that for this particular mission, on this particular day, we were going to bring back the worm. And we did. This launch, and the reason I thought it was important to do it on this launch, because it got so much attention. And I wanted all of America to know that this is a $3.5 billion investment by the American taxpayer. And this is an American launch. And yes, it's commercial crew. But this is NASA. It's a little bit nostalgic for me. You know, I grew up, I'm a Navy pilot by trade. I grew up with my favorite airplane being the X-29. And, you know, it's a forward swept wing aircraft that it looks really awesome, if I may say so myself. I had a big poster of it on my wall, and on the side of it was the NASA worm. So I'll be honest, I love the worm. We brought it back. But it's also important to note, on this rocket, we have both. We're bringing people together on this mission. We've got the meatball and we've got the worm. And I like both, so we're going with both.
And you know, sir, I've noticed the difference with the worm being out there and the meatball. You see a ton of kids these days walking around, right? NASA T-shirts, the worm on their jacket and everything. I think it's just really helped to energize some of the younger generation folks that haven't seen launches maybe in their entire life, or maybe they were very young when that happened. And so you get a lot more questions when we get the opportunity to go out to schools to speak with children. And it's different, I think, than maybe when we were growing up. At least when I remember growing up thinking, oh, an astronaut, that's some far-fetched idea. Somebody does that. I don't know who they are, though, or something you see in the movies, but that's not going to be our future. Our future with the commercialization of space is that it's going to be very accessible to many young people, whether it be as an astronaut or a scientist or as an artist or as an engineer that's working on this program. And so I think the younger generation are starting to realize that and understand it's not the movies, it's not sci-fi, it's reality.
Jim, I got to tell you, I'm kind of glad the worm is making a comeback. In the 70s, it was that futuristic look. It was, you know, it was the future. And my first NASA flight jacket, I still got it at home, and I got a worm on my shoulder and a meatball on the front. So okay. I think they're both awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
So when Doug and Bob launch tomorrow, and you watch that rocket ascend, look for the worm.
It'll be there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Going to our next question as we try to get in as many people possible. We're trying to wrap it up. Lauren Grush.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. So about the toilet, no, I'm kidding. I was actually curious if you guys could walk us through what the scrub scenario looks like after the astronauts get on board. When do they get off? You know, what do you have to do to make sure that they're safe? And then where do they go? What does that reset look like?
And I'm having a hard time hearing that. What was that? Were
you saying scrub, Lauren? I'm just trying to make sure we understand your question.
Yeah. So if you scrub and the astronauts are already on board, what does that procedure look like? How do they come off? What do you have to do to make sure that they're safe?
Of course, it really depends on at what point the scrub occurs, but they'll have the crew access arm will come back to the vehicle, and essentially we're going to make sure that that the vehicle is safe to approach. We'll have the folks from SpaceX will come in, unbuckle Bob and Doug, and then just escort them out down to the ground, and they'll prepare to give the next launch opportunity a shot. But it's all, of course, done in a manner that makes sure that everybody that's involved is safe.
Great. Our next question is Leo Enright from Irish TV.
A very unlikely scenario of a transatlantic abort. As I understand it, there are not one but two abort modes, which would involve splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Ireland. And so I'm wondering, what is the plan there? There don't appear to be assets stationed, say, at Shannon. How are the crew going to be retrieved in this very unlikely scenario? Or will you be waiting for a boat from Fenit in Kerry to come and collect them?
Shell, I'll let you.
You bet, absolutely. Yeah. So there are a number of abort modes. We can, as the vehicle crosses across the Atlantic, we have various sites that we're kind of aiming for, and we'll either abort forward to some of those sites, Ireland is an example, or do a retro abort to come back to these areas. And we have assets, of course, stationed off of the coast, prepared to assist the astronauts. But as we get into these longer transatlantic abort modes, we'll be partnering with our military assets to deploy divers and folks to get into the water to help the astronauts, and then bring helicopters or boats alongside, whatever assets are available in that particular area. But it's our partnership with the military that really helps us, the Air Force specifically, that helps us deal with any of those more downrange aborts.
Thank you. Next question, Marcia Dunn.
Yes, hi. I'm wondering how many astronauts will be on site for launch tomorrow. I can imagine the entire astronaut corps emptying out of Houston. And how will you prevent launch fever from taking over on such a big mission with such high expectations with the President of the United States in attendance? Thank you.
As far as the number of astronauts that are here, we've taken a lot of precaution to limit the number of people coming in general. I don't know what the total number of astronauts that will be here is. Do you guys know offhand?
It's, I think, under 10.
Under 10?
Definitely under 10. It's a small number, yes.
So we won't have a large contingent of astronauts here. What was the second part of the question?
Launch fever.
Oh, launch fever. Absolutely. Look, this is a serious issue, and as a naval aviator, there's what we call get-home-itis. We have to make sure that we give permission for people to say no, and I've been doing that all along. In fact, we've been so diligent about making sure people have the authority to say no. We went ahead and purchased a seat on a Soyuz rocket for October. And we did that intentionally because we want people to feel free to say no and not feel any pressure to go on this launch. I texted Bob and Doug yesterday, and I said to them very clearly, if you want me to stop this thing for any reason, say so. I will stop it in a heartbeat if you want me to. They both came back and they said, we're go for launch. So they're ready to go. But look, part of my job as the NASA administrator is to make sure people understand that their safety is our highest priority and give everybody in the loop permission to say no before we launch. Did Bob or the astronauts, you guys?
Marcia, just to your point, we do have a small number of astronauts out here, obviously, just for the COVID concerns. But we're also able to virtually kind of deploy folks in different areas. So I know there's a lot of the astronaut corps is prepared to support media outlets, social media, things that are online, whether it be live or just virtual. And so I think there's hopefully that there'll be a lot of opportunity for us to reach out to maybe a larger audience than we normally would. Of course, we're not going to have the crowds here at KSC, but it is important that folks know that they can still experience the launch live with all of us just through the communications assets that we have available.
And I'll just throw out, I know the launch team, I know the commercial crew program, I know the folks that are on console, and this is a test flight. And they are going to make sure that it's right before they launch, and they're not concerned about who's here to see it. They're concerned about doing their job and doing it correctly, and they've practiced this, and they'll do the right thing.
Thank you. Our last question will come from Ken Chang from the New York Times.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my question. This is for Mr. Bridenstine. A few days ago, you tweeted noting President Trump's leadership for getting to this moment. And Gary Reisman, a former NASA astronaut, pointed out that commercial crew started in 2010 when under President Obama, and of course commercial cargo goes back to George W. Bush. I was wondering if you could just talk about credit for getting to this milestone for your predecessors and for previous presidents.
Absolutely. So this is a program that demonstrates the success when you have continuity of purpose going from one administration to the next. if we go back all the way to Commercial Crew, that started under President George W. Bush, Commercial Resupply, and then Commercial Crew under President Obama. And Charlie Bolden did absolutely magnificent work as the NASA administrator at a time when this particular program, and Bob, you remember this, it didn't have a lot of support in Congress. And Charlie Bolden, who is a NASA astronaut and an American hero, he's an F-18 pilot. I got to put the F-18 pilot plug in there. But Charlie Bolden did just yeoman's work in order to get this program off the ground, to get it going. And here we are all these years later having this success. I will reiterate that the human spaceflight program under President Trump has really blossomed. Our budgets now are as high as they've ever been in nominal dollars. They're the highest ever. In real dollars, they're still very high, not maybe as high as Apollo, but that was a little bit of an anomaly in the history of NASA's budget. But it's also true that it's being backed up. The rhetoric isn't just there; it's being backed up with the budgets, and it's bipartisan. I did an event with Speaker Pelosi out at the Ames Research Center. Goodness, that would have been last August, and it was Women's Equality Day, and I thought it was important. And we reached out to her and asked her if we could do Women's Equality Day. She was going to do it in San Francisco. We asked her to do it at Ames. And in a press conference after the event, we talked about Artemis, the importance of going to the moon with all of America, now going with women, and we did it on Women's Equality Day. And in the press conference afterwards, she said, we're all counting on you to get not just the next man, but the first woman to the moon. And she said, I'm so glad that you called the program Artemis. Look, this space program that we have in this country unites people, period. It always has. We look at the most divisive times in American history. We think about the Vietnam War, the 1960s, not just the war, but the protests. We think about the civil rights abuses and the civil rights protests, the very divisive, challenging times. And here we are all these years later in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, and we have this moment in time where we can unite people again. And that's really what this launch is going to do. It's not just going to unite, Republicans and Democrats. It's going to unite the world. The whole world is going to be watching this particular launch, and all of our international partners are very interested. In fact, they participated in the flight readiness review because their astronauts are one day going to fly on this rocket, and they're already big operators of the International Space Station where this Crew Dragon will dock. So this mission is, I think, a very uniting mission. Space exploration in general unites Republicans and Democrats. It unites people across geopolitical boundaries. And that's really what's unique about NASA and what's unique about space. But I will not hesitate to tell you that President Trump has been a massive space advocate. He promised to launch American astronauts on American rockets. He promised to create a moon program, and he's done both of those, and he's backed it up with his budget requests, not just with the words.
Okay. Well, with that, we're going to close today's press conference. Thank you so much for joining us. For more information, go to nasa.gov. And for more information of how to enjoy all these events virtually, go to nasa.gov/beourguest. Thank you.
need my help, let me know.
Yeah, so if you could just pinch that and pull it down, like grab it by the last joint and pinch it and pull it down. If I can get a hold of it. Yep, that's good.
That feel better? Fast fingers, dude.
Well, you don't want any folds in these things, so I got it one size too small.
Understand that. Yeah.
So, yeah.
You're gonna hold like this. I'm gonna show you this and let you do the second one. So I'm gonna hold like this. He's gonna push against me until he gets all the way in. And once he sees his hand, he'll bend his arm perfect, just like that. And you'll bring them together, okay? And it just clicks and clicks. And you pull the dollar back over top. Yeah. And then to get to the table, just tuck it under his up here under the TNG. Ready?
A little more.
Tight, dude. So if you ever feel like you need more. I'll take care of it. I'm gonna double check it. Thank you. All right. You did a good one. Hold on. There you go. All right, good. We'd have all done it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you almost said it.
All right, here's the money maker. Hey, watch that safer. You wanna?
I got this one.
Hold it. I'm gonna pull it. Grab that. Come down. Hey, Lauren.
Yeah.
Y'all don't need any of that foam. I got tons of it down there for you. All right. It's kind of significant. It's not insignificant, I should say.
I'm going to let this float.
I'll hand it back to you. Do you see anything on the screen right now, actually?
Nope.
No? Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just bring this back up.
Okay. So,
We're going to have you look straight forward. We're just going to calibrate you.
okay.
Hold.
Trying to throw him off station.
Oh yeah, no, so our
All right, looks
let's see. Houston, I've come off structure underneath the airlock here. Don't appear to have a safety tether. I'm going to swing my PGT out of the way and deploy my hand controller.
And we copy EV1. You're coming, did you say nadir off the airlock?
Nadir off the airlock, yeah.
Copy. In 5 seconds. 5, 4, 2, 1. And you can power up.
Okay. I've turned on the safer.
We copy power up on the safer.
Waiting for it to stabilize. The attitude still definitely looks very jumpy to me.
And what are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing the underside of space station.
Copy.
Okay. And I'm going to start putting some inputs in to come back towards station. kind of closing the gap.
ZV2, I'm making my way towards node 2. Looks like you're going to come in between.
We're aiming for what looks like there's an antenna and a line of handrails just on the nadir side of the lab here.
We see you passing the arm, looking at the station cameras, coming in at a good speed.
Copy.
And we'll count that.
Okay, well, I'll get to another handrail over here.
Yeah. There we go. There's not a dedicated Z-book.
Okay.
Essentially, that would be part of the taskless activity. We'll tell you, hey, go to the Z-book, unplug this equipment.
Okay.
That way you can plug in.
And we're still missing one more called P2.
Okay, like
I
that.
think, yeah, like this side is always more intuitive for me. And that just the same way we calibrate when you're doing training down here, that's how we do it there. So wherever you're pointing forward, that's going to be your new forward.
Okay.
So if you move your head down and double tap, that becomes your new forward.
Okay.
Okay. So this is where you can look down and see your display.
Okay, I can see my display 74%, 73%, so it's using up some of the propellant. I'm going to pitch a little bit to get pointed in the right direction here. Okay. It's interesting. I can see the line in the training.
And EV2, are you ready for cooling or not yet?
EV2, I'll take 5 pH of cooling.
Copy. ECS, go to 5 GPH on the blue.
TDECS, 5 GPH and work on the blue. Alarms had been enabled and we show no alarms at impact testing.
Copy. And good morning, Safe Tires EV1 and 2. How do you copy? Copy Safe Tires EV1, copy Safe Tires EV2, going to backup.
Copy. Yes, you're going to need a Bravo 7.
Okay.
Installed torque was 23, so.
Okay. I've got the PGT, and I'll set Bravo 7, and then was it counter 2?
Counter 2.
Okay.
And Bob, I copy your question about closing the MLI on the other one.
Correct.
I think we can probably defer that, and once we've pulled out the spare, it'll be easier from the front side. You can just grab it then.
Okay. And is my next to go to the crew lock bag to relocate it to the forward?
Yep.
And Bob, copy your tethers are in now?
Yes.
Gotcha. And you're good for me to take GCA here?
I am. Can release my feet.
Okay, EV1's in the APFR, stowing the ingress aid. My tethers are in a good config, my PGT is in good config.
Okay. Okay, for M1 from EV1, ready, begin GCA, and I'd like...
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Certainly when you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you.
When the engine's light, you know you are going, and you know you're going somewhere pretty fast. When the engine shut off, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously, and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened?
Same thing happens when you get to space station. It's kind of a defining moment when you get the hatches back open. By sharing this experience with SpaceX and creating another partner that has the same capability, I think we really set the future up to continue to blossom.
This will be the first time humans have ridden on the Falcon 9, even though it's flown many, many times. And so just taking in that experience and the sounds and all those things that we can relate to future crews is going to be something important to do too.
Slid in and it stayed pretty stable, and just with one hand it wasn't going to float out. So
yeah, so these are very similar. They have 2 sets of pins. That would be a longer set in the back and then a shorter.
And then you got to get the arm over here to get that scoop off.
And then you got to get the scoop off.
Either that or I give it to you, but probably give it to you before it goes away.
That the amount of force that you need to turn it in the clockwise direction is significant.
Sure. You look okay.
Yeah.
These are the using line vector.
No, you do not. And then so
Roger, nice to be in orbit. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
And there it is. You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. Today, with our partners at SpaceX, we mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight.
At 4:33 Eastern Time this afternoon, two of NASA's finest, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, will lift off from Pad 39A aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. This will mark SpaceX's first flight with crew and the beginning of a new chapter in human spaceflight.
Good afternoon and welcome to Kennedy Space Center. I'm Marie Lewis of NASA.
And I'm Lauren Lyons, an engineer at SpaceX. And today we have special guest, retired astronaut Leland Melvin, who is here to provide a truly unique perspective on today's events.
Marie and Lauren, thanks for having me here. And I am so excited. I've got rocket fuel going through my veins. And you guys, I was out there 11 years ago on Pad 39A on STS-129. And this is really hallowed ground that we have here. And you think about the storied legacy of Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Shuttle, and now this new era, SpaceX Crew Dragon. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and we're so excited to have you here to go through it with us. We want to talk first, though, about the weather, because that's the big story of the day right now, the headline. And teams from NASA and SpaceX are keeping an eye on the weather here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Meteorologists from the U.S. Air Force 45th Weather Squadron are predicting a 50-50 probability for launch, so keeping things exciting. A rain shower passed through the area just a moment before the start of our coverage, which delayed us by just a few minutes, and which is why we are indoors now. That weather is expected to pass, but teams will continue to monitor our flight rules, including flight through precipitation, as well as anvil and cumulus clouds around the launch pad. Teams look at more than just the weather around Kennedy, but also weather and sea states in the flight path of Crew Dragon. That's really important. All of those need to be favorable before launch. Now, Tropical Storm Bertha has been causing some weather that teams will continue to monitor to make sure it's okay for rescue operations, just in case that's needed. And the team will convene shortly to review the latest weather and wind trends around the flight path of the rocket and make a decision about proceeding. Now, if all is go, we will be tracking a 4:33 p.m. Eastern launch for the return of human spaceflight to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. And the team also will take another look at weather prior to propellant loading, which is scheduled to happen about 45 minutes prior to launch if we do in fact proceed. And we have teams all over the country covering the action, from SpaceX headquarters in California, Mission Control in Houston, our social media desk in Washington, and of course, right here in Florida.
Today's mission marks Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. We're about, 4 hours and 9 minutes away from liftoff, and Bob and Doug finished their lunch just recently, and now they're going through their final medical checks before NASA turns them over to the SpaceX team. Once the crew is handed over, there are a series of key milestones that the teams will need to complete as we count down to T0. The first one is suit up. The suit-up room is located in NASA's Operations and Checkout Building, or the ONC building, as we'll sometimes refer to it today. This is where the SpaceX team will help astronauts put on their suits in preparation for their journey to the launch pad. From there, next up is what we call crew walkout. Once suit-up is complete, the astronauts will leave the ONC for final goodbyes with friends and family that are gathered outside of the facility before they head out to Pad 39A.
And following final goodbyes, the crew will get in their Tesla and begin the roughly 20-minute drive to Pad 39A. Now, once at the pad, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in order to board the spacecraft in a process we call Egress. During Egress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions all are functioning properly.
And after all vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's hatch with Bob and Doug safely inside. About 40 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is the long walkway that the astronauts use to board Dragon, it'll retract away, followed shortly thereafter by arming of the launch escape system.
Once the arm is retracted and the escape system armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. About 5 minutes before liftoff, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is where Dragon's onboard computers take control of the vehicle.
And at T0, just under 4 hours from now, we expect to see Crew Dragon atop Falcon 9 lift off from pad 39A, carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from the Falcon 9 second stage, with Dragon officially taking over full responsibility for the remainder of the journey to the space station. And as I mentioned previously, Bob and Doug are just finishing up their launch, and we are currently awaiting their arrival to the suit-up room.
And while we await that moment, you will notice over the course of this broadcast, we do not have crowds gathered here at Kennedy Space Center, and that, of course, is one of the protocols we've taken to protect each other and our teams. We would normally have tens of thousands of guests here at Kennedy Space Center to view the launch, but even though we couldn't host a lot of people here, you can still join us every historic mission from right where you are, and we have a team dedicated to those of you following along on social media. That's NASA's Tahira Allen, and she is in Washington right now leading that effort. Tahira?
Thanks, Marie. And hey, everyone, I'm Tahira Allen, here to bring you all the excitement happening across the nation today. This is a big day for both NASA and SpaceX, and we want to share it with you. You can join the conversation online by using the hashtag LaunchAmerica on NASA's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. We'll be monitoring that hashtag, LaunchAmerica, don't forget, all day to share some of your questions, comments, and photos live on air. There will also be multiple opportunities for you to engage in a few social media polls during today's live broadcast, so head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast your votes. While you're counting down to liftoff, be sure to check out our custom Launch America Facebook and Instagram augmented reality filters. I promise you will not be disappointed. They transport you right to our launch viewing site at Kennedy Space Center, where you can literally see the Falcon 9 rocket lift off in a pair of sunglasses. If you're looking for some behind-the-scenes action, I highly recommend check out NASA's Facebook page to join the first ever global NASA social. So in this group, you'll find tours of Kennedy Space Center, you'll get this awesome Launch America badge. We even have some social team members in there making custom badges where you can add your face in it, a little personalized touch, and you'll also just find a really great community of others pumped to witness this historic launch. So like I said, head on over to NASA's Facebook page to join this group. So to get everyone started today, we have a question for you out on Twitter. We'd like to know which of you watched the final space shuttle launch in 2011. So like I said, head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast your vote, because we'll be sharing the results live on air. And with that, let's head back to Lauren at NASA Kennedy. Lauren.
Thanks, Tahira. Wherever you are in the world, we are super excited to have you joining us today and experiencing these historic moments. The purpose of today's demonstration mission is to put Crew Dragon through the final operational paces that are necessary to officially certify the vehicle for human spaceflight. Both the SpaceX and NASA teams have put years of development, testing, and training into this effort, and we are now just hours away from seeing Falcon 9, Crew Dragon, and Bob and Doug lift off for the first time from the same launch pad that first sent humans to the moon more than 50 years ago.
And we're just about 3 miles from Launch Complex 39A, where liftoff will happen in a little over 4 hours. Let's check in with the team at SpaceX Hawthorne, where NASA's Dan Hewitt and SpaceX's Jesse Anderson are keeping an ear on operations. Hi, guys.
Thanks, Marie, and hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. My name's Dan Hewitt. Really excited to be here today for this historic launch.
And Dan, we are so excited to have you here with us. My name is Jesse Anderson, and I'm a lead manufacturing engineer here at SpaceX. We are so honored to be NASA's partner in returning humans to space from the shores of Kennedy Space Center. 10 years ago, we sent the Dragon that's displayed right behind us on its first orbital demonstration flight. And I speak for all of us at SpaceX when I say we could not be more excited to finally be sending humans to the International Space Station.
It's a great day. Today's mission is known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. It's going to be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people to the space station. Demo 2 is an end-to-end flight test from launch all the way to docking and ending with splashdown. And it's the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station. Right now, SpaceX and NASA have teams working together around the country. On the SpaceX side, team at the Cape are performing final launch day checkouts, and they're just going to make sure Dragon is healthy and good to go.
At the moment of liftoff, we will transfer authority over Dragon from our firing room in Florida to Mission Control here in Hawthorne. Mission Control will have insight and command of Dragon systems for the entirety of this upcoming mission. Since Dragon is a highly autonomous vehicle, our teams in Mission Control will be continuously monitoring the health and performance of the spacecraft through the entire duration of its journey, from liftoff all the way until Dragon splashes back down on Earth.
And while there are a number of people on headset in Mission Control right behind us, the mission director is the one in charge. It's also where the SpaceX Core, which stands for Crew Operations Responsible Engineer, essentially the voice talking to the astronauts, is going to reside.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. SpaceX has successfully completed 22 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, and that includes 21 trips to the International Space Station. To get us where we are today, not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, but we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
And one of those most important safety features on Crew Dragon is the launch escape system. It's a huge advancement in the safety of human spaceflight. We're able to demonstrate this system in two important tests, first back in May 2015 with the pad abort test, and then again more recently just last January where SpaceX conducted the in-flight abort test. Dragon's launch escape system is outfitted with 8 Super Draco engines that are integrated directly into the spacecraft body. This enables Dragon to separate from Falcon 9 and carry astronauts to safety in case of an emergency on the launch pad or all the way up to orbit.
In addition to the launch escape system, SpaceX has completed over 80 parachute tests, which include nearly 30 tests of just the upgraded Mark III parachutes flying on today's vehicle. And this is to ensure a safe landing back on Earth, even in the unlikely event that one of those 4 main parachutes fails.
And let's not forget the significance of our first demonstration mission, which took place just last year. And that was also an end-to-end flight test to and from the International Space Station, just no humans on board that time. For now, though, let's turn it over to SpaceX's Principal Integration Engineer, John Insprucker, for our first status update. John?
Hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. As Dan said, I'm John Insprucker, and I'll be bringing you status updates throughout the countdown. We're currently coming up at T-minus 4 hours and counting for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. Listening right now to see if we get a status brief on the countdown net. While we wait for that, point out the major event that get us to this point so far was the static fire of the Falcon 9. That was 5 days ago. We rolled the Falcon 9 with the Dragon capsule to the launch pad, and static fire was performed on the 22nd.
Launch director countdown at T-minus 4 hours.
We're going to wait a minute, listen to the launch director. Brief.
20 hours, 33 minutes, and 35 seconds. That is 4:35 p.m. Eastern. Still awaiting the final conjunction analysis report. The crew has just arrived in the suit-up room following the weather brief, and suit-up and leak checks are currently underway. Tracking no open issues at this time, though launch weather remains a watch item. Upper level winds currently looks acceptable for flight. We have no constraints performing a section of this procedure. A reminder, we will use procedure 52.911, crew contingency procedures, for any required crew contingency actions. One final reminder for handover CE&LD that at T-minus an hour, we'll ask that any personnel not intending to be in the room during propellant load and launch will need to clear out the subsequent 15 minutes. We'll look for all personnel to be in their seats, settled, and remaining in their position through ascent, through Dragon separation at T plus 12 minutes and 2 seconds. Now over to CE for Falcon 9 help.
Falcon 9 is in good health. COPVs are at pressure. AFDS checkouts are complete, and we have a clean alarms board. We are proceeding down. No concerns on our end. No questions, back to LD. Thank you, CE, and MD for Dragon Health.
Good morning, LD. Dragon is healthy. We're not tracking any issues here for the countdown. Dragon has completed its prop tank pressurization and is in a good configuration for crew ingress. That's the next item that we'll be waiting for, and no issues at this time.
Thank you, MD. Next up with the crew, expect a walkout in about 45 minutes to begin the transport out to pad 39A. This concludes the countdown briefing. Thank you.
John Insparker back with you again at the webcast desk. That was SpaceX Launch Director Mike Taylor giving the situational briefing at T-minus 4 hours. Everything sounded well. You can see the Falcon 9 on the pad. As I mentioned, we static fired last week. The vehicle's been on the pad since then. We did the review of static fire. Everything looked good. Now we are getting ready for the crew ingress coming up, as the launch director said, a little bit later this morning. Now, most recently, activity on the Dragon late load cargo was put on a couple of days ago. Now we're ready for the crew to come out to the pad, down the access arm, and load into the capsule. Now, at the same time, we are also watching the weather. You heard the launch director talk about the weather brief we got 15 minutes ago. The tropical storm has begun moving onshore. That's actually improving conditions, both downrange in emergency splashdown locations if needed for Dragon, as well as at the launch site. We do expect, though, the probability of violating conditions is still 60%. The concerns at liftoff are going to be flight through precipitation, the thick cumulus crowds, and the possibility of violating the lightning rule. But right now, everything is still go. So with everything looking good from Hawthorne, we're going to send you down to Houston, where Gary Jordan is with the flight control team at NASA's Johnson Space Center in the Mission Control Houston. How are the teams looking down there, Gary?
Thanks, John, and welcome everyone to Mission Control Houston. Today, I'm joined remotely by NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn. From this room, we've been supporting humans aboard the International Space Station for nearly 20 years, nonstop, every single day. Crews from all over the globe have visited the orbiting station, but it's been almost 9 years since they started their journey into space from American shores. And while the teams here may appear subdued and focused, there's definitely an excitement around the entire center to be returning launch operations to America.
It really is, and our astronauts are thrilled to be taking a new spacecraft into orbit. This will be the new first for us, flying to space on a commercial vehicle, and the entire astronaut corps will be watching. As with every first flight of a system, there are still things to be learned and proven out, but we believe this crew and this system is ready. You know, many people think of Mission Control when they think of Johnson Space Center, but this center is also home to world-class training facilities and thought leaders in spacecraft development. We have drawn from both of these disciplines and spent the last 3 years alongside the SpaceX team to make sure the Crew Dragon is the best spacecraft possible and that the astronauts are prepared for every scenario.
And this mission comes at a critical time for the space station, with only 3 crew members currently aboard, among them NASA's Chris Cassidy as the lone American.
Keep going, keep going.
Now I'm told we just had the formal handoff of the crew from the NASA team that has supported Hurley and Behnken in their 2-week quarantine over to the SpaceX team that'll get them suited up.
There will be a lot of firsts today, including a new suit for the crew to use during launch and entry. The crew quarters at Kennedy Space Center has supported human spaceflight for 5 decades, and now a new chapter is being written.
And it's exciting to witness it here today. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. Let's go back to the Kennedy Space Center to watch Suit Up in action as we continue to count down to launch. Leland.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Hey, Marie, this is amazing. We're in the suit-up room. I mean, I remember this back in 2009 when I was sitting in Lazy Boys from back in the Apollo era, but they have these really cool new suits and new seats that they're working in here. So
yeah, it's so amazing to see this first live look in the room. There's astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley sitting in those seats, being helped by the suit technicians. This room was first used for the first Apollo mission, Apollo 7, that they suited up in there in 1968. And there they are, giving a thumbs up. That looks like Doug giving a thumbs up there. Of course, Bob was mission specialist on STS-123 and STS-130. Bob's a native of St. Anne, Missouri, so I'm sure folks in his hometown are watching. Lots of hometown pride going on right now. And same for Doug. He was born in Endicott, New York, which happens to be my hometown too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But he considers Appalachian his hometown, so I know folks are watching there. And Doug was the pilot on STS-127, STS-135, which was the final shuttle flight. So it's so cool to see them in there, Lauren and Leland. Last time this room was used for this purpose that you see here was STS-135 in 2011, and Doug Hurley was one of the astronauts in there doing that. So this is really amazing to see.
Wow, so the suits are actually much more than just garments. They actually connect directly into Dragon seats. As you can see there, those GSC seats, or ground support equipment seats, are essentially replicas of the seats that are inside of the Dragon spacecraft. And the seats provide communications as through an umbilical, but also the ability to pressurize the suit if necessary. So right now what the suit team is doing is they're doing communications checks as well as a pressure check to make sure that the spacesuit can hold pressure in the event of a cabin depressurization emergency. This is the last time that we're going to do this check prior to the crew boarding Dragon, where we'll do it all again. So the way that leak check will work is we will provide or essentially inflate the suit with air and hold that pressure for a few minutes, watch the depressurization rate, and make sure that it stays within bounds.
And as we stay looking in the suit up room, you can see Doug Hurley there in the seat. He is the spacecraft commander for Demo 2. And while he continues with checkouts, we want to give you a closer look at the veteran Marine Corps fighter pilot and spaceflight pioneer.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
Feel ready? Feel pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo 2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engine shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened? To see a rocket launch in person is, it's a pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch, and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it, that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo 2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. This will be the first time the Dragon had a crew on board, and so there's a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. SpaceX has been responsible for design and essentially making this vehicle what it is. What the astronauts bring to the table is the crew vehicle interface. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work. To be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station, talking together, working through the challenges that simulators typically throw at you. It was really neat being part of it. It's just been an incredible undertaking to see where we've come just in the last 5 years that Bob and I have been a part of this, and to be, shortly flying to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon. It overwhelms you to think about how many people have, in some way, shape, or form, touched this program and this vehicle to get us to this point. And we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, through his entire life, to get to where we are right now. As a test pilot, this would be the dream to fly a new vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dreams come true for that.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all the folks that work in the commercial crew program, as well as SpaceX, in our case, just working to get to this point. It's been a huge amount of sacrifice and time away from home, but the fruits of our labor are coming to fruition.
We are now getting closer to when we expect to see the crew complete their suit checks and walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building.
And before they do, here's an introduction to the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2 and former Air Force flight test engineer, astronaut Bob Behnken.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. And there's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, I'm helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're in a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment, being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
And we're back live in the room now with Bob Behnken on the left of your screen, Doug Hurley to the right. This is such a cool site here. Leland, this must bring back a lot of memories for you.
Marie, it really does. I mean, looking at these new suits and these new seats, it's a little different than what I experienced 11 years ago, but it's all the same. The suit techs, the people around you that have been with you, getting you ready for this mission, it's just an amazing moment, and they're getting excited. You can see, these military guys don't really get that excited. They don't show their excitement like civilians do, but it's a moment of history, and we're getting ready for this momentous occasion.
Yeah, and it was pretty cool. We heard that earlier this morning they stepped outside with a cup of coffee in hand. Oh, we've got some visitors in the room now. It looks like SpaceX founder Elon Musk to the right of your screen, and NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. Of course, you see a partition there to keep them a safe distance from the crew, but they're in there to say hello, wish them well before they depart the suit-up room. That's really cool to see there, and we can't hear what they're saying, but I'd love to be a fly on the wall in there right now.
Lauren, I wonder what Elon is saying.
Oh, just probably telling them how honored he is to be able to give them a ride today.
And I know the NASA Administrator, he talked about this yesterday. I mean, he's met with the crew before today even and said, I've told Bob and Doug, it's not too late to call this off if you have any second thoughts. And of course, they had none. They're super pumped about this, ready to go. And right now, it's just, we just need the weather to cooperate.
Yeah, I try to think who could potentially be more excited than the SpaceXers, Bob and Doug.
Yeah, right?
And it's amazing how we have commercial and government working together to send these two NASA astronauts to space safely. It's just it's a great combination of what we can do when we put our minds to things and be creative and innovative and work together as one community.
I totally agree, Leland. I see Bob and Doug walking around our headquarters in Hawthorne all the time. They're basically family members. They're in the cafeteria. They're getting a drink from the soda machine. Every now and then, there are times when the teams can have breakfast with them, which is really cool. And we call them the dads.
The dads.
They are dads. It's
they
fitting.
are, and they're incredible human beings. They really are. They're brilliant. They're sharp. They are excellent to work with, but they're just great people.
Yeah, no, I'm really inspired and honored to have known these two guys, and I can't wait to see them launch in space. And I was with you, Lauren, out at SpaceX when we were doing a little tour, and I think you kind of snuck me back in to where they were training, and I got a chance to see them working and training. But when they came back out, I was having lunch, and everyone around was just like, hey, these are our team also.
Yes, yes.
It's really amazing. And Lauren, you said, I mean, you talked about what they're like, and they are just two of the most humble people too. I mean, every time I've seen them do an interview, they're getting asked questions about themselves, right? Because they're the stars of the show. They're the ones getting on the rocket, but they always bring it back to the people who made it possible for them. They're always talking about the NASA team, the SpaceX team working behind the scenes that have sacrificed so much to keep them safe and made sure that they are always vigilant. And I know we've talked about this before too, but if you're not looking for something wrong, you're not doing it right. So the teams, even now, they're always looking for any little thing that could go wrong to make sure that Bob and Doug are safe when they strap in and get going.
Absolutely. Around the office, we don't just say, oh, we're launching a rocket, we're launching Dragon. We say, we're launching Bob and Doug. And that human element of this is essentially leveling SpaceX up in a major way today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, all the technology, all the hardware means nothing if it's all about the people.
Absolutely. And we see just a handful of folks in the room, and we've acknowledged the distance that Mr. Musk and Mr. Bridenstine are standing from the astronauts, and of course they have masks on. This wouldn't really look that much different, though, even if we were not in the midst of a pandemic. I mean, Leland, you know very well what it's like to live in quarantine, getting ready for a mission, and so this coronavirus situation has just kind of underscored the importance of quarantine and keeping the astronauts protected. But can you speak a little bit about what it's like to live in quarantine, getting ready for a mission?
Yeah, we started in quarantine about a week before we come down to the Cape to get ready for launch. And I think that everyone around you that comes to the crew dinners, they have to get checked by the doctors. And so we really make this a very serious thing, even without a pandemic going on. But I think once we get down here, like we have these crew parties for our families, and we can't go to the parties, we have to FaceTime into the parties, but that's a very serious thing, and we only see our spouses at the beach house and have a dinner and celebrate this momentous moment. But it's a very serious thing, even without pandemics going on.
Absolutely. And obviously, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken are two of the best at what they do, and it's starting to really sink in that the mission is on as you see them in their suits there.
It's getting real. It's getting real.
So I remember the very first time that I saw Bob and Doug in these suits at a crew training event at SpaceX. Not only did they look really awesome, astronauts tend to look pretty cool, but the suits looked like they were from the future. Our team designed the spacesuits to maximize safety and functionality with a little bit of style. And so here's Chris Trigg telling us how the SpaceX spacesuit came to be.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuit is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom-made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit. It provides them hearing protection. And the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications, it's providing the air to cool the suit, and then it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreens, but the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. So all of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits. And I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware. It's not just a suit. It's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit and it's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
Hey, now that you've had a look at the development of the spacesuit, we thought it'd be pretty cool to show you where our astronauts train to be able to fly on board Dragon.
Yesterday, Dan and I had a chance to spend some time in our crew training facility here in Hawthorne, so let's take a look.
So we are up in the crew training area. This is right where Bob and Doug have been training over the last several months and even years to get ready for this flight. There's a couple of things in the room that we're going to show you real quick. We're going to start off with the cockpit simulator. Now, there are 4 seats inside of Dragon the way it's configured. The 2 in the middle are where the commander and the pilot's seat. So this is the commander seat. This is where Doug Hurley is for this flight. This is the pilot seat. This is where Bob Behnken is. Once they're in their suits, they can plug them into the seats. They get communications, breathing air, pressurized gas for the suits themselves. Everything just integrated into Dragon systems. But most importantly, right in front of them, we have this set of 3 displays. And these are the touchscreen displays that give them access to Dragon. This is their window into their spacecraft. They're able to see all of the different systems. They're able to take control of Dragon. They're able to see where they are over the Earth or in relation to the space station. They're able to see even when thrusters are firing. And if you keep your eye on this little dot, you've been hearing some background noise. We actually have recorded noises of those thrusters that they're able to hear and see in real time while they're training. There's also some hard-coded buttons for some of the more important things, like the pyrotechnics, if they need to cut the main parachute after they land in the water, and of course the launch escape system. So they spend a lot of time in here just getting familiar with Dragon's control systems, but you need a bigger picture. You need to put it all together. And to do that, we can come over here where you just want something a little more higher fidelity, where you have everything from the seats, the displays, the cargo, all of it, just to really make sure you're training so by the time you get up to space, it feels like you've almost been there before. And that's where we're going to find Jesse.
Oh, hey there. I was just training for my next mission to space. But since you're here, let me show you around. This is our flight simulator, which is basically a one-to-one replica of a Crew Dragon vehicle as far as the functionality and the interior. So the astronauts can get suited up, they can practice entering and exiting the vehicle, they can climb into their seats and actually get strapped in. These seats recline back so that they can access these display panels, which are actually functional. And then they can practice flying the vehicle, manually docking with the space station. They can open and close the hatch. And basically, by the time they get to a day like today, they felt like they've already done the mission 100 times before. Well, I'm going to get back to training, so let's get back to launch.
We're coming up on T-minus 3.5 hours, and all continues to go well for today's launch. Now at the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts were performed several hours ago. Everything's looking good on those. Now we're currently monitoring telemetry and pressurizing the gas storage vessels on board both the first and second stages. And as I mentioned, the good news is there's nothing significant to report on the rocket. Now on top of the Falcon 9 in the picture there, behind the crew access arm is the Dragon spacecraft. The spacecraft is ready for the crew who you saw suiting up. They'll be walking out here shortly. We'll bring that to you. Functional checkouts of the spacecraft were performed in preparation for the crew arrival. Most recently, the Dragon propellant system was pressurized to the final flight pressure just about an hour ago. And currently, all spacecraft systems are go. Right now on the pad, you can see some silhouettes in the access arm. The Egress technician team is up there. They've opened the side hatch and now getting ready for the crew to arrive a little later this afternoon. Now the Air Force Range is supporting us today with air and sea space clearance. They've got no issues at this time. We're also releasing weather balloons. The initial balloons have been released. They don't give us a go for launch, but they start to tell us that things in the upper altitude are acceptable if this trend continues. So while we're going to wait on those results to give us a better idea, all the way down to about T-minus 30 minutes, we are anticipating acceptable weather for launch at the upper altitudes. And as you heard earlier, at the ground level, things look like they'll be improving through the afternoon as well as downrange. So things are looking good with both Falcon and Dragon. The weather is cooperating as we count down to liftoff. And we want to see where you're following today's launch from. So let's jump over to Tahira at our social desk.
Thanks, John. And I can tell you the excitement is really building online. Right now, we're up to 700,000 people viewing this broadcast. And Launch America is the #3 trending on Twitter in the US. So let's take a closer look at what's being said. Looks like we have Astro Joan, who is just so excited to be on the Space Coast and watching this launch from her driveway. And with that, so jealous to all of you in Florida right now that have the ability to just step outside and witness Bob and Doug make this historic moment. Let's take a look at another. So we have Dave Farrell, and this is the Dave Farrell, the bassist from Linkin Park, which is just sick in general. And it looks like his kids coined the term nerve-sighted for today's mission, and this is perfect. I was actually looking for a word to just describe the jitters and excitement leading up to launch. So Dave, thank you for that. I will be stealing that for today's show. So let's take just a broader look at the conversation online right now with this heat map of the United States. So you'll see that the more purple states show the states with the most mentions of Launch America. And with that, it looks like the Florida Space Coast is really coming alive for today's launch, followed by California, home of SpaceX, and Texas, where our mission control is. So great to see all these home teams showing up for today's historic mission. I want to toss it back to Florida, though, because I have to reiterate, if you have a chance to go to Florida and watch one of these launches in person, it's great. I watched my first one last year, and that was the uncrewed test flight of today's mission. And even then, uncrewed, I literally cried. I mean, you cannot describe the emotion that comes over to see this in person, so highly recommend if you get a chance, go on down to Florida. For those of you just tuning in, we are using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica on NASA's social media channels, so join the conversation with us and maybe we'll show it during the broadcast. So earlier in the show, we polled users on Twitter to see which of you watched the final shuttle launch in 2011, and the results are in. So, looks like about 40% of you were able to watch the last shuttle launch, but 60% of you weren't. And I have to say, I'm not gonna lie, I'm with those 60%. This will be my first time watching humans lift off to space from the US, and I am not kidding when I tell you I am literally thrilled to do this and share it with you all today. So the next question we have for you, as Bob and Doug finish their final suit checks, we would like to know if you were in the room with them right now, what would you say to them on social media? Use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica and we'll show it later on in the show. Now let's head back to Marie at Kennedy. Marie?
All right, thanks to Hira. We're looking live at the back doors of the ONC building. Those are the iconic doors that Bob and Doug are going to be walking out in just a minute. But first, we want to pause to honor today's efforts with our national anthem. And the incomparable Kelly Clarkson treats us now with her virtual rendition from her home to yours.
Moshe, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rock-a-line, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
And any moment now, we are going to see Bob and Doug walking out. We're looking at the pad right now, but you guys, that just gave me chills listening to that. And we saw them getting into the elevator. So they're making their way down to the first floor where they're going to be walking out of those doors any moment now.
Just so exciting to think, back in 11 years ago when I was going down that elevator and about to walk out those doors, it just brings back these memories of getting human beings to space, working together as a team, and having this entire community around you helping you get off the planet.
Yeah, and Leland, I know you have a really cool memory about somebody special that you saw when you walked out of those doors.
Oh my goodness, Marie. When I walked out of those doors, my chemistry teacher was right there from high school who inspired me to be a scientist. And she said, "Go Leland." And that's what's going to happen when they come out. These people that, their families are going to be there. I wish other people could be there, but it's just an amazing moment.
Yeah, and the shot you just saw there with people carefully spaced apart, we saw them walk out right before the anthem started. It was Vice President Mike Pence along with Elon Musk and Jim Bridenstine. Of course, they left the building just ahead of the crew, so they are standing, we're looking now at the doors, but they're standing just right of that across from the Teslas. There's also a designated spot for Doug and Bob's immediate families. There's that shot now, so we're looking at the back of Elon Musk, Jim Bridenstine, and Vice President Mike Pence. Of course, there's a small group of media there also, and so we've kind of blocked this very carefully to maintain social distancing and those that can't have the masks on. But there's the Teslas waiting for them. They got the meatball. There's the worm in the background and the worm on the back of the Teslas. So, Leland, I know we were talking about this earlier. You had some mixed feelings about the worm, right?
I mean, the worm, the meatball, when I was at NASA Langley, we changed over to the meatball from the worm. So, Lauren, I know you love the worm. It's
worm all day.
All day, really?
All day.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I love that the worm is so retro, and it's only fitting that it would be making its way back, bringing the historic just opulence of NASA's past to the present.
I'll let you have that.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, thank you.
But I mean, the
Thank you.
chevron and the meatball goes back to Langley's tradition when it was, in aviation, and that gets back to that heritage and that history too. So
I guess, sure. Okay, truce?
Orbits.
Truce.
I feel like this is a microcosm of what's happening online about the worm. But the meatball's not going away. It's a worm meatball partnership.
There we go.
There we go.
So there's another view there of the crosswalk. There is where Bob and Doug are going to walk out any moment. Of course, they're going to get their photo taken by all the paparazzi there, and we're just standing by for them to walk out. I'm going to check the time, actually, 1:13. So if they walk out any minute now, they're going to be right on schedule to start their final goodbyes and waving to folks, and I'm sure they're going to pause for a photo op, but this is just really amazing. Haven't seen this site since 2011 with STS-135. Of course, Doug Hurley was the pilot on that mission, so this is a really incredible moment.
Yeah, and one of the crewmates that was with him was Rex Walham that we're going to talk to later, and we have. Oh, here they come.
Oh, here they are.
Here they come, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. They've each made this journey twice before for the space shuttle missions, but they've never done this in a SpaceX spacesuit. They've never done this together, and they've never done this on their way to head to a commercially built rocket and spacecraft to head to space.
Marie, I was looking for that Astro van, and I see these white Teslas with meatballs and worms on them. It's just a new era in space travel.
Oh, yeah, they're riding in Tesla Model X's. They've been equipped with cooling units, so once they sit inside, that umbilical that I was referring to earlier will connect to the spacesuit to provide cooling while they're inside of the vehicle.
And you can see them talking and waving with their families now. Wow. We just saw them do a virtual hug with their sons.
There's Megan and Karen and their sons, yeah.
They're the dads.
The dads, yeah.
It's so awesome.
Bye. Bob blowing his family a kiss. Doug actually got to take his wife and son up to the pad on the tower. Yesterday they tweeted out a photo. That was so cool.
I saw that picture, and it had a prominent worm in the picture, right?
Yes.
Telling you, worm all day. So they're climbing through those DeLorean doors of the Model X. This is totally from the future.
Are they stock? Are they stock Teslas?
And then you see in the front seat there, that's our flight surgeon. He's climbing in, and the suit technicians, there's one, Chris Trigg right there, number 12. He is buckling in. They're both, the two suit techs are buckling in, Bob and Doug, and they're connecting that umbilical.
And Lauren, I know you mentioned this earlier, but for folks that maybe weren't watching then or can't remember, I mean, we're in Florida. It's super hot, super muggy. So how are they staying cool?
There are these portable cooling units. We had one at the ONC building, two at the ONC building. There are two in the Teslas. There'll be two in the elevators, and then two in the white room when they arrive on the crew arm. So we're just keeping that cool air flowing through the suits. There's actually ducting integrated into the suits to keep them cool. And you can see they're saying goodbye to their families. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome that their families get to come up to the window and obviously get a little closer than everybody else.
There's Megan and her son. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
These are precious moments. This is what it's all about, as I mentioned before. It's about the people. It's about the families and working together as one community to get Doug and Bob launching off to the cosmos, to the space station.
Yeah, it's emotional. It's emotional watching that.
It really is. Here we go.
Now, as we see the convoy begin the journey to the pad, 39A, we are thinking about each and every one of you, our colleagues and friends at SpaceX and NASA, who have had a hand in seeing the Crew Dragon commercial crew program come to life.
And we wish every single one of you could be here up close to see this, but we want you to be a part of this journey regardless of where you are watching today. And so for the next few minutes, while they're making their way to the pad, we want to highlight those people whose hands and words and thoughts built all that we see here today. And we hope all of you watching can feel that pride that each of these NASA and SpaceX team members has for today.
This is Laura Segura from the Commercial Crew Program. We're so excited about this historical day. Congratulations on being a part of the very first mission for human spaceflight, commercial human spaceflight ever. We're behind you, Bob and Doug.
I'm Nicole from SpaceX in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Congratulations to SpaceX for hitting another major milestone, and safe travels to Bob and Doug.
Bob and Doug, as the launch vehicle chief engineer, we've got a lot of our launch vehicle team here to wish you a very wonderful space ride on a Falcon 9 coming up to Demo 2. We're so excited for you. And launch America. It's time to launch. Let's go.
Launch America. Hi, this is Perla from Hawthorne headquarters. We want to wish Bob and Doug a safe trip to the International Space Station. Go Dragon!
It's been 9 years in the making. This is such a historic time, and our team has worked so hard, and we're very excited to be here. Go Bob and Doug!
Hi, this is Sam from McGregor, Texas. Go Bob and Doug, go NASA, and go SpaceX.
Sean O'Rourke from Johnson Space Center. Bob and Doug, wishing you a great flight, and just wanted to tell you good luck.
Hi, I'm Dustin Kamak with NASA Kennedy's Communications and Public Engagement Directorate, and we all want to wish Bob and Doug safe travels and Godspeed. You are both an inspiration to us all. Now, let's get out there and launch America. Let's do it. Come on, launch America.
And we are following the convoy. And Leland, Lauren, I don't know about you guys, but I'm so glad that we had the chance to hear from the NASA and SpaceX teams that have been working behind the scenes, because, Lauren, I know you know this all too well. I mean, these people have been working not only for, the last, since 2014 when SpaceX won this contract, but, I mean, working long hours, long reviews. Coronavirus happened, and then they're homeschooling their kids, still trying to get through all the final checkouts and closeouts to get to today, and we made it. And now we're just waiting on the weather, but it's just great that they got a chance to wish Bob and Doug good luck.
Absolutely. It is a bummer that we can't all be here in person, but to have that opportunity with that wall of cheers is pretty cool. And you're right. I mean, it's been years of extremely hard work. Fortunately, we've had little milestones along the way, like Demo 1 and IFA, the in-flight abort mission, but it was all leading up to this. And I speak for all of my friends and colleagues that are still working on this program. Today is a career just high for all of those people, if
Absolutely.
not the pinnacle of it.
Absolutely, and I know Doug and Bob appreciate them so much. And as they continue to make their way to the pad, the next astronauts to make this journey are also watching very closely. NASA astronauts Shannon Walker, Victor Glover, and Mike Hopkins, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi will also be flying. They'll be in the Crew 1 mission a little later this year. Of course, that's after Bob and Doug return home. Now, Crew 1 will be the second space flight for Walker and Hopkins, who each flew on the Russian Soyuz. And it will be the first space flight for Glover and the third space flight for Noguchi. He flew on both the Space Shuttle and the Soyuz previously. Now, the Crew 1 mission will be the first in a series of rotational flights to station after Demo 2, once NASA certifies the SpaceX systems for regular crew flights. And right now, Victor and Mike are following along from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and they are standing by to talk to NASA's Daryl Nail. Daryl, are you? All right, I'm sorry, we don't have Daryl, but as we continue to follow the convoy, we've got actually a little chase car following the convoy. I think we're going to be actually talking to Victor and Mike from right here. Victor and Mike, are you there?
We are here.
All right, hi guys. I'm just going to ask you first. You're going to be two of the next people to get on board Crew Dragon. So what are all your thoughts and feelings as you're watching Bob and Doug in the Tesla right now?
As you can imagine, there's a lot of emotions. Of course, we're excited for Bob and Doug, excited for NASA, excited for SpaceX, and really the whole country. A lot of pride in what it's taken to get to this moment, all the thousands of people that have contributed to getting to this moment. But then there's also a bit of sense of duty of business as usual. So for us, we're going to be watching, we're going to be listening, we're going to be learning, and all of that to help get us prepared for when it's our turn.
And your mission called Crew 1. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it was also great to see them walk out just now and say goodbye to their families and do the virtual hugs. That was great. There are a lot of emotions, but that's probably the best one.
And Victor and Mike, I know recently you had Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi also assigned to the Crew 1 mission with you. What can you tell us about them and your relationship with them and your training so far with them?
Yeah, I'm very excited about Crew 1. We've got a very experienced crew. You guys hit on that a little bit earlier. Of course, Shannon, she's been with NASA for around 30 years. She's been with the astronaut office for more than 15 years, and of course Soyuz long duration, so she's seen a lot around here. Soichi, with Jackson, he's done it all. 1996 when he first became an astronaut, shuttle, space station, short duration, long duration, spacewalks, you name it. And so, we kind of late in the game here had our full crew complement, and so it's really helped getting them in with all of that experience. It's really streamlined the process for our becoming more cohesive as a crew.
Yeah, you know, they really hit the ground running. We showed up to our first sims, and it felt like we had done it several times before. And so it's great because we do have a lot to get done. We not only have to learn to fly and to operate the Crew Dragon spacecraft that Bob and Doug are going to do later today, God willing. We also have to be ready to do all of the things that a crew on board the space station does. The spacewalks, the research, the basic upkeep of the space station. And so we also have all that training going on as well. And that's what we've been doing for the past several months together.
And now I have a specific question for Mike. I know that you've flown on the Russian Soyuz and not specifically on Space Shuttle, but can you talk about the tradition of the ride out that we're seeing now?
Yeah, the ride out, you know, it's very symbolic. It's symbolic of that transition, the transition from months and years of preparation to the actual execution of the mission itself. And so for the astronauts, for Bob and Doug right now, it gives them an opportunity to reflect on all of the work that it took to get to this moment, but then it also gives them time to focus on the job, to really mentally prepare for game day. And then when you think about DM2 and this particular mission, you know, that's this symbolic of this transition from almost 9 years where we have not had human launch capability in the U.S. to a new age of government and private partnerships that are going to be launching humans into low Earth orbit and beyond. And that's happening right here from the United States of America.
And a question for Victor, because I know, you know, if all goes well, when you fly on Crew 1 a little later this year, it's going to be your first trip to space. Can you put yourself in the seat right now, in the car with Bob and Doug? I mean, walk me through what that's going to feel like for you, knowing you're headed to the launch pad, you're going to be launching into space for the very first time.
You know, it'll be tough to, or it is tough now to imagine what those feelings are going to be like. We were able to simulate that and run through a day of launch exercise and ride out in the Teslas to the launch pad, up the elevator, up the set of stairs, and out the crew arm to where the vehicle would be. And just that day was amazing to me. We were able to do it with the full convoy and to see what that would be like. And that was overwhelming after being a kid watching something similar to that on television. And so I can't imagine what it's going to feel like on our actual day, but I tell you what, I'm looking forward to it. And again, to go back to that moment where Bob and Doug got to say goodbye to their boys, and Karen and Megan, I can't wait to see my kids standing there. It's something that I look forward to. It's going to be great.
Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, thank you so much, and we can't wait to wish you well and cheer you along on that journey. Lauren?
Thank you.
So that was so cool. Now, as you're watching this live from wherever you are, you can send a shout out to the crew with a like or a comment on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag LaunchAmerica and be a part of this moment.
And so, Leland, I mean, it looks like the convoy is headed past the vehicle assembly building. We're looking at the pad now. They've got probably about 3 more miles to go at this point. But what do you think that is going through their minds right now?
Well, you know, I was watching some video of Bob and Doug, the kind of the lighter side, and I would imagine that the two of them, they've trained so hard, they are meticulous at what they do. They might be telling jokes like we did when we were in the Astro van heading to Pad 39A. You've been together for so long, you know the systems, you know exactly what you're doing, and we had a moment of levity where we would tell jokes, and we wouldn't even tell the whole joke, we would just say the number, because we had said them so many times. And, you know, we were high-fiving, we were chest bumping, we were, you know, getting ready mentally. But it was that moment of just, we've made all this preparation, and now it's game day. And we're ready to get up in that vehicle and go to space.
And now we're going to go out to Hawthorne for the last leg of the convoy's trek to the launch pad. Dan?
Hey, thanks, Marie. So at this point, the convoy's getting really close to Pad 39A, and pretty soon they're going to be entering what's known as the BDA, or the Blast Danger Area. Before any pad technicians, engineers, or obviously our astronauts enter this area around the launch pad, SpaceX and NASA teams do some internal go, no-go polls just to make sure everything is clear. And you already saw people on the arm, and the crew's moving in, so everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many firsts, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight. But with new vehicles being designed and launched, this launch pad required some major upgrades.
That's right, and Daryl Nail is going to show us a couple of those upgrades at Pad 39A, where SpaceX completed a 21st century makeover to help launch us into the next chapter of human spaceflight.
We're go, same tide, we're go. Altitude, velocity, light.
Why, some say the moon. Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain?
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. We copy you down, Eagle.
Start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All three engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle. America will continue the dream.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
And you can see on your screen, Bob and Doug are getting very, very close to Pad 39A. In addition to these launch pad upgrades, SpaceX also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew. A key update to this latest version of Dragon is its highly reliable launch escape system that is capable of carrying crew to safety at any point during ascent of the rocket.
Right, and I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for that pullback moment on the camera where we're going to see their cars roll right up to the pad. Another key upgrade, though, for everything today is Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, and oh, sorry, there we go, crew arriving at the pad. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment inside Dragon throughout the entire flight. And so that's everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing carbon dioxide, regulating temperature and humidity, and implementing a waste collection system, aka the toilet.
The changes to Falcon 9 were small, but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And that's a really cool view on your screen with Bob and Doug getting out of their Teslas. That is amazing. And this goes down all the way to latches, control valves, electronics, and wiring, and so much more to keep them safe.
All right, well, with the astronauts now on location at Pad 39A, Marie, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards that Dragon spacecraft.
All right, thanks, Dan. That was really cool to see. We can see the Teslas on the screen there. They're going to stop for Bob and Doug to take a little nature break before they make their way up to the pad. And we're expecting it should be about T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so just under 3 minutes from now, we should hear a formal announcement on the loops that the crew is on the pad. So we'll quiet down to listen for that when we get a little closer. But Lauren, you didn't get a chance to mention while they were driving out there, they have a very cool playlist they had on the way out, right?
Yeah, I remember Bob tweeting, what should I listen to on the way out? So here's what they chose. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. I think he actually tweeted that one, or someone recommended it, which is super cool. And the reason being, they are back. Then they also listened to the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, that song "Girl from Ipanema." And
that one?
I believe so, yeah. Got another career. Hey. That and meatball loving. But the sort of symbolizing the fact that they're waiting. And the third song was the Star Spangled Banner, nice. The Army French horns version, for very obvious reasons, that one.
Yeah, you got to set the mood, set the tone, right, Leland? You know all about that.
Little meatball, all good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make me come over there, Lauren.
So we're looking now at the Crew Dragon capsule on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, the impressive crew access arm. That's that black and white kind of hallway you see there. That's how the crew make their way over to Crew Dragon to climb inside. And that Falcon 9 rocket stands about 230 feet tall. The Crew Dragon trunk, from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone, that's another 27 feet on top of that. So here in just a couple of minutes, Bob and Doug are going to be making their way up in an elevator. They don't have to climb the whole way. It's just about 10 feet of stairs at the last leg of that trip. And lots of people are weighing in on social media. This person says it's happening, and I can't read the rest of it right now, but lots of people really getting pumped using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica online. Somebody says they're watching live now and wishing us a fantastic launch. We certainly hope so. Last we heard was a 50-50 chance with the weather, so it's going to be exciting. And it looks like, I'm not sure if that one is Bob or Doug in this one here. Can't tell from this view, but looks like one of them is getting ready to get out of the Tesla in just a minute.
Lauren, our suits from our pumpkin suits had different colors for what mission position you have. Do these suits have colors to designate the two astronauts? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of, but their names are on the suits.
Maybe that helps. Well, we had names too, but
yeah.
But I mean, if you're trying to find out what suit that you have, I guess it's only two of them, and it could be up to 7 astronauts, though, right?
Dragon is capable of carrying 7, but for NASA missions, it's 4.
It's just 4. Okay.
Yes.
There go those doors. I'm going to call them the DeLorean doors.
Yes.
Can I call them that?
Sure. I think that's totally fair game. Acknowledge the inspiration.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Again, we're looking at the base level there. And Leland, I know we talked about this. You know, you were out here last week and we were talking about how the pad looks so different from the shuttle days. Can you talk about what you remember and kind of how it's different now?
Yeah, I mean, the form and the function. I mean, this black pad with the white ticking, and you know, it's a really beautiful. You think about STEM education, but this is totally STEAM: science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And I think, you know, SpaceX has done an incredible job of making things look really beautiful and functional, and you know, everything just fits perfectly. And I think, you know, when we were having our launch pad, there were hoses and things hanging off, but this is a very sleek and elegant and kind of futuristic look at the next era of space travel. And you know, I just love seeing these Teslas versus the Astrovan. Are they doing selfies?
Looks like they're trying to strain to see the top of the Crew Dragon, just taking in the sight.
It's pretty high.
And I don't know if you caught this one. We could see it briefly on the shot, but the license plate says ISS BND, ISS bound.
Oh,
you
nice.
follow?
Nice.
Yeah. And hopefully they will be today. We just need the weather to say, I mean, it looks pretty nice right now, right? But I mean, obviously it's not just what the weather conditions are here. They've got to think about downrange in case of an abort, make sure it's okay for recovery if we get into a situation like that, which is unlikely.
So this elevator is going to take them up to level 255. It's not 255 floors, but that's 255 feet. And from there, they'll take, once they get up there, and this elevator is pretty zippy, so they'll get up there pretty quickly, they'll get out, and they'll walk up another flight of stairs to level 265, and that's where they will greet the crew arm.
And I don't know, well, obviously Leland's been in the elevator. Lauren, I'm pretty sure you've been out there too, but the first time I rode in that elevator, I was like, whoa, we're really moving in this.
Pull some G's.
A little bit of a jolt when it first goes.
Yeah, you get used to it. And then the jolt is a little bit more extreme when you get in the rocket and take off.
Just a little primer. It's a primer.
The doors are opening. And here they come.
It's a beautiful view up there too of the, you know, all of the surroundings in Florida and this national wildlife retreat that we have here. But getting ready for the business at hand of getting in the rocket and heading to the cosmos.
And those are the stairs Lauren mentioned. They're at it's the 255-foot level right now.
Yes.
I think I said that right. And now they're headed up the stairs to the 265-foot level. That's a level that will take them to where the crew access arm is in the white room.
Yeah, that's the view right there that they're looking at. And Lauren, what are those chevrons, those white chevrons on the floor? What do they lead to?
Those are basically highlighting the exit path. So in the event that that anyone up there needed to get away ASAP, they follow those arrows to where escape baskets await them. There's 7 baskets, and they'll hop in there, and it's kind of like a zip line. They'll slide all the way down from that fixed service structure down to the ground, safe and away from the rocket.
Great.
And at the top right of your screen where you see them, there's actually a phone right up there next to the worm. There's the worm again, Leland. But there's a phone.
I'm okay with that now.
It really pops up there.
Yeah, it's like it belongs there or something.
It's funny, isn't it? Leland, tell us about the phone. What's the significance of the phone up there?
Yeah, I mean, you can call family members that you maybe weren't able to come to the launch, and in this case, there are quite a few of them. But you know, it's a last minute to say goodbye and say that you're going to talk to them when you get to space.
Absolutely. And again, they're just kind of taking in the sights before they go into the white room, and the pad team is there. You can see them. They're in black with the white numbers on their back. They're all members of the pad team. They're going to be helping them when they get into ingress. Actually, we're at T minus 2 hours and 50 minutes right now, at about T minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. So just under 15 minutes from now is when the astronauts will ingress. That's the term we use for climbing into Dragon. And of course, they will have the assistance of the suit techs and get buckled in. And so we want to head over to Hawthorne now for a preview of what's in store for not just Bob and Doug, but future space travelers.
Shortly after we begin to regularly fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station, SpaceX will also begin flying private passengers to station and beyond using Dragon.
That's right. NASA is going to be enabling up to 2 private astronaut missions to visit the space station each year, just as part of our support of a broader economy in low Earth orbit. It's just one of the many ways NASA's opening access for companies to manufacture products in microgravity, for new commercial modules in space, and to enable more people to be able to explore the stars firsthand.
And the more people out there exploring the stars, the closer we get to becoming a multi-planetary species. Earlier, we showed you a first-hand look at where you would train if you were to fly with us on board Dragon, but now let's take a peek inside of the spacecraft itself.
When we wanted to take Dragon and make it human-rated, I think we took a different approach to spaceship design than has previously been done, because we wanted this to feel like a 21st century spaceship. We wanted it to inspire another generation of astronauts. Really, everything when you look at Dragon was driven by function. We took into account everything from the placement of all the cargo supplies to the light rail on the top, doubled as a handhold. Probably one of the biggest features of Dragon are the touchscreens on the inside. We designed them not just to be very functional, but with a user experience in mind. It's very intuitive to know what we need to do at any given moment in time. When I think about comfort for the astronauts, it's really every aspect of how you could interact with the spaceship that comes to mind. We have 3 different seat sizes. We even go so far as molding the foam around the astronaut's body so that there's not any pressure points, and it's just generally a pleasurable journey to space. Dragon is a spaceship that's all about safety and reliability. We designed it to be 2-fault tolerant, which means that any 2 things could fail. So I could lose a flight computer and a thruster, and I could still bring the crew back home safely. We also added a launch escape system. If anything goes wrong on ascent, the crew can get away from Falcon and get picked up safely. I've worked on Dragon since 2012. When I see Dragon lift off, I think I'm going to feel a buildup of emotion of 8 years of working with some of the best engineers and technicians across the country that put their heart and mind into making this incredible moment happen for everybody.
Egress has started on schedule.
We see them signing. Looks like they're signing something in there right now.
Yeah, we give them a black Sharpie to sign the white room. It's starting a new tradition.
Yeah, we didn't do that. That's nice.
That's awesome.
It's a good tradition.
Yeah.
And while we were in the video, we saw Bob and Doug walk down the crew access arm. Leland, it's like that, futuristic look that you talked about. I mean, what did you think seeing that and how that kind of compare and contrast what that was like during shuttle?
It's really beautiful, I think. I mean, back when I was flying on shuttle, everything look at the thumbs up from Bob. He's getting excited. Just a few little photos at the end there. But it's just a totally different era. I mean, the SpaceX team is really looking to make something futuristic. It's looking like something from the George Jetsons or from other movies that you've seen on television and at the movies. And I think it's something that inspires our country and inspires our children especially to see that they want to be these astronauts. They want to study hard and be that next generation of explorers launching from Cape Canaveral in a SpaceX rocket, or working for NASA, or working for SpaceX, or any of the other companies that are trying to get off planet. And I think that this change in the way that we're doing business is going to be a really great way of getting more people to the table to fly in space.
Yeah, that was really important to us. Dragon, we see it as a 21st century spaceship. It needs to look like a 21st century spaceship. It flies like a 21st century spaceship. So of course, the ground support equipment should look like it's from the same era. The suits do. Mm-hmm. All of that sort of future-facing technology and aesthetic is super important to us. Actually, right now, you can see that duct in the hands of member number 5 there. That is an ECS duct, or Environmental Control System duct. Once this original... who just went in? Was that Doug or Bob?
think that was Doug.
Okay. Doug
That was
just climbed
Doug,
in.
yep.
That is awesome.
He's ahead of schedule. Somebody tell him to climb back
They
out.
are booking. It is great.
He's ready. He's like Leland. We were joking earlier about it. We were going to have to buckle Leland into his seat here to keep him from running out there.
Yeah, if we had stayed outside, I was going to swim across the moat and run over and get in the vehicle with Bob and Doug.
All right,
But
now Bob's going in.
yeah.
This is great. So the suit technicians are helping the crew climb inside. They're holding back the hatch seals to protect the seals on the hatch, but also making sure that the crew doesn't hit their head or anything on the way in. Even though they have helmets, we still don't want that to happen.
And you know, they climbed in a couple minutes earlier than we expected them to, but you know, Lauren, that, you know, SpaceX has rehearsed this over and over and over again with Bob and Doug. And, you know, and I've heard them say, you know, well, we might be a little bit ahead of schedule if we're ready. It just gives them more time to check things out, you know?
Yeah. So right now what the crew, the suit technicians are doing is they're strapping the crew's feet into these restraints that the boots sit inside of. They're going to close those 5-point harnesses around them. I know, Leland, you talked about some of the harnessing that you had in the past with the shuttle.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a more sleek design where there's one point to plug in to get cooling, communications, and everything. And we had a 5-point harness. We, had these hoses and things all over the place. But I think this is a much more streamlined look into the future of space travel.
And similar to what was going in the ONC building during the suit checkouts, that seat umbilical is going to connect to the right thigh of the spacesuit. There is a fluid module that is connected to the spacesuit, and that provides fresh cooling air and also nitrox for the leak checks that are going to come up later. But the audio system is also going through that umbilical.
Mm-hmm.
So while the suit techs are getting the crew all buckled in, they're going to perform a comm check. And that's, again, similar to what was done at the ONC building, but this time the integrated two-way communications between the astronauts and the ground crew.
And we're going to head back to Hawthorne now, as we just saw Bob and Doug ingress Crew Dragon. Dan?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's incredible to see them inside the capsule. If you're just now tuning in, great timing. You're watching our coverage of the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Today, SpaceX and NASA are going to be sending people into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station for the first time from U.S. soil since 2011. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are those astronauts flying in Dragon. They're inside. That's Doug Hurley really close to our screen and Bob Behnken on the further seat away from us.
And they are getting ready to lift off from pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off around or at 4:33 p.m. Eastern Time. They already ascended the tall structure next to the rocket, which is called the fixed service structure, and walked down the corridor known as the crew arm. And now they're already boarded inside of Dragon.
Yeah, right before they got in, we did see them pause for a moment and actually sign the wall. They were in the White Room. And the White Room is just literally that room at the end of the crew arm that has an opening into Dragon. It's the last place on planet Earth where Bob and Doug are standing before they get into Dragon for their ride to the space station.
And the term the White Room was first used during NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering into the spaceship was painted white. So we've continued the tradition with painting ours white as well, and also started a new tradition. If you just saw, they did sign the White Room wall, which is really, really awesome. It's a fairly small area that has room for the crew and a few ground support members to complete cargo load at T-minus 24 hours and crew ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. And ingress is how we refer to the crew boarding Dragon.
And inside the White Room, there's also a movable platform that just gets extended out to the capsule just in order to bridge that gap between the crew arm and the Dragon side hatch, just allowing easy entry into Dragon. And as you might expect, the entire area is environmentally controlled just so the Dragon side hatch can be kept open while we're keeping all of that dust, dirt, Florida humidity out of the capsule, making sure it's pristine for the crew. There's also a big seal that's inflated and compressed against the capsule right now just to help maintain that clean environment.
The White Room also has lots of tools in order to open the side hatch, complete crew ingress as they're doing right now, and prepare for any contingency or emergency that may be encountered.
And so as we just heard from Lauren and Marie and the team, they're getting into this capsule now. They're getting their seats connected to their suits via that umbilical. That's going to give them hardline connections into audio for their comm checks, which are going to be coming up shortly. And again, breathing gas and pressurized nitrox for those suit leak checks. So this will be the second time since getting suited up that they've done these leak checks. We're just kind of all about redundancy and constantly checking our systems as we continue to count down. But I mean, there they are. Right now, we're watching Bob and Doug getting into Dragon, getting strapped in. Before they connected their suits to the actual seats, they did something called a foreign object debris check, or a FOD check. And that just means that they actually get inspected for any substance or debris on their suit that could interfere with those systems on Dragon.
And to help protect against debris, the crew has covers on their boots as well as their umbilical port on their suits that need to be removed before they can ingress. So they've already removed those, and as you can see, they are getting strapped in. And once the FOD check is complete, our commander, Doug Hurley, entered first, and then Bob Behnken followed after him. And they're getting buckled in right now, as you can see on your screen, and attaching their umbilicals to their suits. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit and air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for suit pressurization. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
And just walking through the interior a little bit, there are 4 seats configured inside Dragon right now. They're numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when you're looking at the seats. So we've had a couple of camera views just from the hatchway, so in the White Room. If you're looking at that angle, you go from 1 to 4 right to left. Doug Hurley is in seat 2, or the commander seat. Bob Behnken is in seat 3, which is on Crew Dragon is the pilot seat. And then obviously nobody is in seats 1 and 4 today. Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts on these future NASA missions, and we met 2 of the Crew 1 members and heard about their other 2 crew members a little bit earlier. Directly in front of both of our crew members today are 3 touchscreen displays that they're going to use throughout the flight, giving them insight into Dragon systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, and if required, taking control and manually flying Dragon. We can see Doug Hurley manipulating those displays right now.
And coming up, the crew will do a comm check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and their seats will be rotated into position for launch so that they can see those display panels right in front of them. So now let's check in with John Insprucker for the latest on the health of both vehicles. Over to you, John.
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes, 30 seconds in the countdown for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. The Dragon Launch Ops team has completed their major activities to prepare the spacecraft for the astronauts. Checkouts are complete of major systems, including the escape system. And as you can see, ingress of the astronauts well underway. They're hooking their suits up to the various cabin systems. Right now on Dragon, there are no issues in work. Comm checks will be coming up shortly on the Dragon spacecraft with the crew. We might be able to hear some of that, and we'll bring it to you as it happens. Now currently the Falcon 9 team is preparing for their final checkouts and propellant load. Checkouts are due to begin at T-minus 2 hours. That's when the majority of the launch crew will actually get on console officially in Fire Room 4 at Kennedy Space Center. Currently on Falcon 9, all systems are go. The Air Force Range continues to report no problems with air and sea space clearance. Everything's looking good. Roadblocks are up around the launch pads. The weather forecast continues to be acceptable, but something we're going to watch all the way through. We're not only looking at weather at the launch site, but we are looking around the world. We need to make sure conditions are acceptable if Dragon has to splash down in the Atlantic in case of an escape. We're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations if the crew had to come back to Earth before docking with the space station. Right now, those conditions are getting better as we go through the day. At the launch pad, things continue to be a 60% probability of violating the conditions, or 40% chance if you're an optimist of good weather. But right now, the clock is continuing to count down. All systems are go. We're just inside T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes.
All right, now as Bob and Doug finish their ingress procedures and get comfortable inside Dragon, we're going to continue to listen for those comm checks. They should be coming up in just a little bit. But right now I'm joined now by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen and Lars Blackmore just to discuss a little bit more about what make Dragon and Falcon 9 a 21st century launch vehicle. So first off, thank you so much for joining me today. Jessica, I'll start with you.
Yeah.
Walk me through kind of Dragon's life history and how we got to where we are today.
Sure. So Dragon was designed from scratch 12 years ago by SpaceX. It was designed to carry cargo to and from the International Space Station. And what that means is 12 years ago wasn't that long ago. So we got to use state-of-the-art materials, state-of-the-art, computer processors. So really, Dragon, to start off with, is already a modern advanced spacecraft. But then there's two other parts of it also that really led to commercial crew. One part of it was that we actually were able to man-rate cargo Dragon while it's in the vicinity of the space station and attached to the space station. So that was a huge learning curve for crew. We human-rated a spacecraft for a portion of the mission, and then for crew you just have to obviously expand it for the whole mission. And then the last part was Cargo Dragon has been this amazing test bed for commercial crew. And what that means is we were able to test out things like heat shield materials and parachute materials on Cargo Dragon before they ever flew on Crew Dragon.
Very cool. And that's just one part of the equation. Lars, walk us through, again, just the flight history of Falcon 9 from the humble beginnings to where we are today.
Well, Falcon 9 first flew almost 10 years ago today. And even though the first version of that rocket couldn't carry humans, the fundamental design was made with that goal in mind. Over the course of 87 launches, we've steadily improved the rocket so that now it has twice the payload to orbit that we started out with. We can land and reuse the first stage and the fairing, and most importantly for today, we have the reliability that we need for humans. Now, what's interesting is that reliability has come from steady upgrades and almost a decade of flight experience. But it's actually quite hard to prove reliability. This is something that the commercial airline industry has been grappling with for decades. And just like them, we rely on lots and lots of testing. So for instance, if you take the Merlin 1D engine, that has to fly for about 6 minutes continuously to get to orbit. We took one of those and ran it for more than 250 minutes to get the statistical proof of reliability that we need. So it's that testing and lots of analysis that gives us and NASA the confidence that Falcon is ready to fly humans for the first time.
And obviously a lot of additional upgrades, a lot of additional testing had to go just to make sure that both of these vehicles were human rated. So walk us through some of the specific upgrades to Dragon to meet that criteria.
Yep. So the first one's pretty obvious. We had a Cargo Dragon. It has lots of cargo cubbies, so we took all of those out, replaced it with astronaut seats, crew displays, and crew controls. But one thing that people may not know is on Cargo Dragon, we've actually been flying mice to and from the International Space Station for years. And what that meant was we had to design an environmental control and life support system for Dragon years ago. It provides oxygen, it scrubs carbon dioxide, and among other things, controls temperature and relative humidity. So even though that was done on a smaller scale for mice, it was a great learning curve on how to help man-rate a spacecraft when you have to do it for humans.
And then, Lars, same question. What kind of specific upgrades had to go into it to certify Falcon 9 for this day?
Well, I already mentioned the reliability upgrades. One upgrade that I think is particularly interesting is the launch abort trigger. So people probably know that Dragon has the ability in mid-flight to separate from Falcon and boost the astronauts away to safety in the case that there's some kind of emergency. And that could be triggered by the astronauts or by the ground crew. What people may not know is that Falcon itself has the ability to cause that trigger, and it will do that entirely autonomously using algorithms, software, and sensors. And that's particularly important in the case of a time-critical fault, where aborting quickly means aborting safely. And in some cases, Falcon can do this quicker than 0.3 of a second, so much faster than a human.
And Lars, I'm going to pause right there for a sec. We're getting some comm from the crew. And so coming up shortly, we're going to hear these communication checks. Bob and Doug are going to be talking to several positions down on the ground, and they're going to be using both communication speakers inside of Dragon and inside their suits in a series of communications checks. They're also going to be doing these checks over different satellites and ground stations.
PLT, comm check, umbilical.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
And you'll hear him referred to CDR as Doug Hurley, that's the commander, PLT pilot, that's Bob Behnken. One we heard was through the umbilical, so that communication linked directly into their suit. Now they're going to do a communication check over the ground stations. We'll also hear one over Egress, that's the tracking and data relay satellites. Same satellites we use to talk to the International Space Station, that's what we'll be using to talk and track Dragon throughout its entire flight. So again, just waiting for a moment for the teams to continue configuring everything. They're going to do these ground checkouts now, and you're going to be hearing them talk directly to the core. It's the crew operations responsible engineer. That's essentially the Capcom if you followed NASA missions in the past. It's a position right here in Hawthorne at SpaceX Mission Control, which is just a few feet away from us, where the team's going to be watching over Bob and Doug for their entire flight. That's where the main person whose job it is to talk to them is going to be sitting. We'll also hear them do some checkouts with the launch director down there at the Cape inside firing room 4. And you'll be hearing those very characteristic beeps.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, weak but readable.
Copy, we have you the same. Stand by, we're still configuring for ground station comm check.
Dragon copy.
And just to further explain some of those voice protocols that you're going to hear, you might be used to hearing Houston Station or Houston Shuttle or Houston Endeavour back when we were flying those specific shuttles. You're going to hear SpaceX Dragon. That's the SpaceX team calling the Dragon team on orbit. And then Bob and Doug will be able to respond. And so they're going to continue to configure. We'll get these ground station checkouts momentarily. And just a reminder, you're going to hear that very unique beeping sound. That's called a quindar, and that's been something that's been used throughout space-to-ground or air-to-ground communications throughout spaceflight history, and that's really just for teams who are in mission control or supporting a launch know when you hear that sound, it's time to listen.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, ground station.
Dragon has you loud and clear, much better, Jay.
And core, loud and clear, ground station comm check complete. Stand by for Egress comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, Egress.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Egress comm check complete. Stand by for checks with MD, LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Jason, we've got you loud and clear. How you doing?
Doing great. How are you guys doing in there? Stand by for comm checks.
Great day to launch a spaceship.
Agree. And stand by for comm checks over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, launch director on countdown 1. Comm check.
Mike, we've got you loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me try on Dragon to ground 1. Dragon, SpaceX launch director on Dragon to ground 1. Comm check.
Loud and clear.
Have you the same?
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation for section 2 of 4.100.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Copy, ready for seat rotation. We will report when initiating.
All right, so that wraps up those communications checks. Everything going good with the spacecraft. Bob and Doug talking to the teams on the ground. Pretty soon they're going to get their seats rotated. Bringing you back inside Hawthorne real quick, I do want to thank Jessica and Lars for joining me real quick, giving us that great insight into Dragon and Falcon 9. Hope you guys got a good spot staked out to watch a launch today. It's great to have you on.
Absolutely.
Super excited. So we're going to throw it now down to Gary Jordan at Mission Control Houston, who I know is also following along. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Great to hear good checks from Bob and Doug in the Dragon vehicle. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville has pulled space station flight controllers, and all systems are go for launch. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Flight controllers here will continue to monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us to liftoff at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to count down to launch. So let's go to the social desk now. Tahira.
Thanks, Gary. So taking a quick look at those numbers right now, there are now 1 million people watching our coverage, and Launch America is up to the #1 trending hashtag on Twitter. So let's take a closer look at what's being said online. Okay, so right now we have Art Alexandria, and it looks like she's got a personal self-portrait, cosmic for sure, in her NASA flight suit. And guys, this is what I'm loving seeing online with this hashtag, is how everyone around the nation is making this launch uniquely theirs. And I want to point out one line in her post that says, "I believe that no matter how far the future is, we are on our way towards it." And guys, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's what today represents. Let's take another look. Oh my goodness. Okay, so right now we have Jessica with her space pup getting ready for liftoff. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, we love to see it. So please, if you have any space pets, comment using hashtag #LaunchAmerica. As you can see, everybody is thrilled to be a part of this launch today, and I know of one special guest in particular. I'm so pleased to welcome Diana Cohort of Physics Girl. Diana, I hear you have a burning question for Mission Control, so go for it.
Hi, Tahira. Thank you so much for including me on this incredibly special day. I'm Diana from the YouTube channel Physics Girl, and I've always been so fascinated by space and especially space exploration because we bring together so many people for such a complicated task to send a rocket up into space. So my question is along the lines of what goes into a mission like that? What we all know, I think we're familiar with how much preparation and training astronauts have to do, but preparing for a mission like this and maybe preparing in the future for a mission to the moon or to Mars, what kinds of things does the whole team have to do in order to prepare to launch a rocket?
So Diana, that is such a great question because, I mean, sometimes I think it does get overlooked what all goes into making a moment like this happen. So Gary, what has the team there in Mission Control been doing to prepare for this historic launch?
Thanks, Tahira. And Diana, that's a fantastic question. Really, the operations here are not just starting today. There has been a lot of training and a lot of simulations that have been going into preparing for this moment. Really preparing and getting everyone familiarized with every step of the mission, from launch all the way through docking, and throwing different scenarios at them just in case something were to happen. Every flight controller you see behind me will be prepared to respond effectively. Now, I do want to make a shout out that it's not just the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston that have dedicated so much time into this launch. In fact, I've been talking to Zeb Scoville, the flight director here in Mission Control Houston, who said that even before he was a flight director back in 2014, they were working on some of the operations for commercial crew missions. But really, this team expands across the country. You've already seen a lot of people working in Hawthorne, in Florida, in Houston, and really it takes an integrated and dedicated team to make a mission like this possible. Diana, thank you so much for the question. And really thanks to everyone sending in questions and for sharing in this historic mission today. Remember, as you're posting, to use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. I do want to make a shout out to the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. In fact, some traditional flowers have been sent to Mission Control Houston. This dates even back before the shuttle days for every mission to dedicate it to the operations and the controllers here who are working so closely and are integrated in every part of the mission. But now let's head over to Hawthorne for the latest status on the crew and on Dragon. Dan.
All right, thank you, Gary. As you can see, Bob and Doug in a little bit different position now. Their suits have been rotated to the launch position. So this just puts their backs a little bit more horizontal with the ground itself, or parallel with the ground itself, and places those displays directly in front of them. We've also already moved into suit leak checks, so this is the second time they've had these leak checks done in their suit. So pressurized nitrox now flowing into those launch and entry suits that they're going to be wearing throughout the dynamic phases of this mission. So right now we are under 2 hours and 20 minutes from launch. We're about 2 hours and 18 minutes and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's going to be carrying our NASA crew members today, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, aboard SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. It's been a really exciting day so far. We're fighting against that weather, but we're continuing to press on for launch. The crew has been up since about 6 a.m. as they prepare to head to the International Space Station for part of this Demo 2 mission for NASA.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screen, it looks like they're just waiting and getting ready for this mission today. It's been such an exciting day so far. Again, as Dan said, their seats are rotated into launch position so that they can see those screens that you see there on the left side right in front of them. Their suit leak checks have been complete. Their comm checks are complete. So let's throw it over to Lauren in KSC.
All right, so Dragon hatch close is expected at T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, and we are just pretty close to that. It's getting really, really close. So this is one of the final key visual milestones on that timeline to lift off, the closure of that hatch and locking Bob and Doug inside. Now, we have a couple of special guests joining us with Daryl at the OSB-2 viewing location. That's NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine and SpaceX Chief Engineer Elon Musk. Daryl?
That's right, Lauren. We're here on the 5th floor. We were supposed to be outside on the balcony overlooking pad 39A, but we have come indoors due to the weather. But we are here with two titans of space. And though it might look like this is a reunion of a 90s boy band, it is not. We are socially distanced for good reason. But we are here to talk about space. And I want to thank you both and tell you both it's a privilege and honor to be with you today. We're going to start off with you, Jim, and ask you a couple questions here. I want to ask you, first of all, it's been almost 3 years that you were sworn in as NASA Administrator, and you knew from the very first day that you would be right here at the Kennedy Space Center in this moment when a commercial partner was ready to launch. Tell me what it's like to be leading NASA at this very moment.
So I want to be clear. I did not know that when I got sworn in. I will tell you, a lot of folks said it couldn't be done. But of course, as soon as I got the job, Elon and I have had a number of conversations. Elon committed that this was something that SpaceX could achieve. We've had challenges. We've had setbacks. We've seen catastrophic losses of capsules and challenges with parachutes. What's that? On the ground, uncrewed. I want to be really clear. Tests. But that's what's unique about SpaceX. SpaceX can do things that NASA historically has not done. They test, they fail, they fix, they fly, they test, they fail, they fix, they fly, until the point where we are today, where not only is SpaceX comfortable, but NASA is comfortable. We are ready to go. But if you would have told me even 2 years ago we'd be right here, I might have even been questioning it then. But this is a monumental achievement. It's a Herculean task by the SpaceX team, which we're very grateful for, and also by the NASA team that has been working hand in glove with them to get to this point.
And it's good we have Jim and Elon both here to fact check each other, so that's good. Thank you for that. Elon, in 2002, when you started SpaceX, many in the aerospace industry didn't take SpaceX seriously. You remember what that felt like. Yet here you are, you just sent 2 astronauts in a car made by your car company to launch pad 39A with a spacecraft made by your space company. And now they're launching the International Space Station. So I'm wondering for you, in this moment, do you just pinch yourself thinking, is this really happening?
This is a dream come true, I think, for me and everyone at SpaceX. This is not something that I ever thought would actually happen. So when starting SpaceX in 2002, I really did not think this day would occur. I expected 90% chance we'd fail to even get to low Earth orbit with a small rocket. So somebody told me in 2002 that I'd be standing here with the NASA administrator, meeting the astronauts, and we've got a rocket and spacecraft on pad 39A, the best pad in the world, which is it's an honor to be there. I would have thought, man, I don't know what you're smoking, but it's not. like no way is that true. You know, and so it is. Say it's even a dream come true. I didn't even dream that this would come true. Let me put it that way. You know, but it is. I am incredibly excited to be here on behalf of the SpaceX team. And as Jim said, this really is the culmination of an incredible amount of work by the SpaceX team, by NASA, and by a number of other partners in the process of making this happen. It's really, you can look at this as the result of 100,000 people, roughly, when you add up all suppliers and everyone working incredibly hard to get to make this day happen. So it's really hard to believe that this is real.
And you're here, and it's amazing, and many of us have been amazed as we've watched you accomplish these things over the years. Jim, back to you. This is all about the commercialization of space. And so in the early going for Commercial Crew Program, it wasn't something NASA was used to. You know, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Shuttle. NASA gave the designs and the contractors went out there and built it. This is different.
It is.
They're building it now. What were some of the hurdles that you had to overcome to get to this point?
Well, I think getting people to recognize that when the government provides both the demand and the supply, you're limited in what you're able to do. And of course, back when this program was initiated under Charlie Bolden, General Charlie Bolden, astronaut Charlie Bolden, Congress was not supportive and did not provide the proper funding. And yet he persevered, he pushed forward, and now I think everybody recognizes we have to commercialize space. We've had success now with commercial resupply of the International Space Station. Now we've got commercial crew to the International Space Station. Eventually we need commercial space stations. So what we're using the International Space Station for right now, we're proving that we can compound pharmaceuticals in a way that you cannot do on Earth. We're able to create immunizations in a way you cannot do on Earth. We're printing human organs in 3D. Right now it's just tissue, but eventually we're going to print human organs in 3D using adult stem cells, your skin cells, your own DNA. It's going to transform how we do medicine here on Earth. We're creating advanced materials that you can only create in the microgravity of space, things like an artificial retina for the human eye. So if you have macular degeneration, you don't have to lose your eyesight. Bottom line is this: these markets are the future. And when they materialize, and they are materializing because of the work of NASA, we're going to see capital investment, not just into launch, but also into habitation. And that ultimately is what's going to be transformational for commercial space.
Very good. And Elon, in getting all of that going, the ISS and all the activity that takes place on board, it's key that this Crew Dragon operate on a regular basis. As the chief engineer, what were some of the biggest hurdles you had to overcome to get your spacecraft ready to fly this mission?
Well, the spacecraft and the rocket have gone through literally thousands and thousands of tests and reviews, both by SpaceX, by NASA, by third parties. We've also, as Jim was alluding to, we've done a lot of flights. So one of the things I think that's very helpful about this flight, about what we're about to do, is that the rocket has flown many times. In fact, even in this, essentially this configuration, it's flown about 20 times. So that means we really have, I don't want to tempt fate, but a well-proven rocket. And we've flown Crew Dragon to the space station once successfully and brought it back. We've done a tremendous amount of testing on the ground, and when you do the testing on the ground, you always push the limits. So you want to try, you push it way beyond what you'd expect in flight. So sometimes you So this is a result, like I said, of thousands of tests, of thousands of design hours, and a tremendous number of smart people working incredibly hard to make this day happen.
And you've got 2 astronauts on board now.
Yes.
Do you feel that responsibility?
Yes, absolutely. I felt it, I think, most strongly when I saw their family just before coming here.
And did you say anything that you can share?
I said we've done everything we can to make sure your dad's come back okay.
Thanks for sharing that with us. Jim, you had some words with the astronauts. What was your take on how they were feeling?
I will tell you, Doug Hurley, Marine Corps test pilot, of course, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. Bob Behnken, flight test engineer, United States Air Force, again, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. This is not new to these guys. All I could do is convey to them how much all of America appreciates what they're doing, that the entire world is watching, and just how grateful we are as a nation. And I will tell you, their demeanor is loose. They are ready to go. They were joking around. They were talking about what they had for breakfast and how it might come up later. It was
steak and eggs. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Right. So it was nice to see. They are in their element, and we are just so grateful and proud of them.
Well, that's good to hear. That gives you great confidence, I'm sure, in your positions as you hear that. We're going to go to a social media question, and we've got this question coming from Brooklyn, and she wants to know, I noticed some changes in the crew spacesuits. They look much thinner and lighter. What changes in the space capsule allow to have these futuristic suits?
Well, we spent a lot of time designing the spacesuit. I personally spent a lot of time on the spacesuits. It took us 3, almost 4 years to design suits that both look good and work well. So you can see a spacesuit in the movie, looks good, doesn't work. and then you can make a spacesuit that works but doesn't look good. Because fundamentally it's a pressure suit that's got to survive in vacuum.
Right.
So it's so it tends to puff up, when it's under pressure, and it's got to handle all that pressure. So it took us many iterations to get the suit to. We really wanted to look great. Fundamentally, what it's about is like we want to inspire kids to say that one day they want to wear that uniform. They want to wear that spacesuit. And get them fired up about, I want to be an astronaut. I want to work on aerospace engineering. I want to advance space flight. And I think what today is about is reigniting the dream of space and getting people fired up about the future and excited. It's just one of those things that I think everyone from all walks of life, from all parts of the political spectrum in the United States and elsewhere should be really excited that this is a thing that is made by humans for humans. And it's just a great, exciting, inspiring day, and it's one of those, like I said, one of those things that makes you glad to wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Functional and inspiring. And there's one on a model right over there, and you got me so excited. I might run over there and put that thing on, Elon.
Yeah. They're custom tailored, by the way.
They are. So it's not gonna fit
I think you won't fit in that one, but we could make one that you would fit in.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, because I'm 6'8", so you're gonna have to do a lot of sewing.
Well, and the Dragon spacecraft is can take someone who's 6'8".
My size.
Yes.
This commercial thing, I'm getting excited.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm ready to fly, Jim.
Yeah.
Sir.
We've got another social media question we're going to ask. Ashton J wants to know, how do you think that launching astronauts on American soil for the first time since 2011 will revolutionize future missions?
Yeah, so what we're doing here is unlike anything we've ever done before. We are not purchasing, owning, and operating the hardware. We are turning to commercial industry. And going back to the spacesuits, it's the same for the capsule, it's the same for the rocket. we did not tell industry what to build. We gave them top-level requirements. We said, here's the requirement for payload. Here's the requirements for safety. And then we let the innovators, commercial industry, American commercial industry, innovate. And they came up with solutions that had never been dreamed of before. And that's the success of this program. So we're really revolutionizing how we do space flight. And I really think when we look into the future, we're going to see these models of doing business with public-private partnerships apply not just to low Earth orbit, which is what we're doing today, but we're taking this model to the moon and even onto Mars.
And I hear something about Tom Cruise shooting a movie up at the International Space Station. Is that right?
I'll tell you what I told Elon just yesterday, and that is this. People ask me about Tom Cruise all the time now, and the answer is yes. We would love Tom Cruise to fly to the International Space Station and make a movie. I'm all for that, and we're going to do what we can to make that happen. But you should know this. There was a day when I was in elementary school, and I saw the movie Top Gun. And from that day, I knew that I was going to be a Navy pilot. It's just the way it was. The goal here, and this is what we're doing today. Exactly. And Elon is all about this.
Get the kids fired up about wanting to wear that spacesuit. That's exactly. Wanting to fly that, go to orbit, go to the moon, go to Mars, reigniting the dream of space, and just getting people of all walks of life, young, old, excited about the future, excited. I think anyone who has within them the spirit of exploration should love what's going on today.
And if we can get Tom Cruise to inspire an elementary kid to join the Navy and be a pilot, why can't we get Tom Cruise to inspire the next Elon Musk? That's what we need. We need a new generation of many Elon Musks, and that's what this launch is about today. I want to say, speaking of this inspiration piece, it's not by chance that we have the Secretary of Education of the United States of America here. This is all about the next generation. If we have great success in our generation, it's not enough. It has to continue. The challenge with the Apollo program is that it ended. What we're doing now is sustainable, and that's why we have the public-private partnerships and commercial capabilities that are coming online.
Very good. And the good news for Tom Cruise is he does a lot of his own stunts.
Yeah.
So in zero gravity, he should get hurt a lot less.
I think it's going to be super cool.
Yeah.
And as Joe said, it's like this is going to, you want to capture the public imagination, have them see cool things happening in real orbit, real space stations. It's like, I think I'd want to watch that movie.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, you think of this like this is really just the beginning, because we want to go from low Earth orbit, we want to go back to the moon, and the moon to stay, have a moon base like Moon Base Alpha, and have build a city on Mars and be a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars. This is a super exciting future that I think that's the kind of thing where you're like, can't wait for it to happen.
If you can't get excited after listening to you guys, I'd say you need to have your pulse checked.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, SpaceX CEO and Chief Engineer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Bridenstine, we appreciate you leading NASA in this time, Administrator for the agency. And we're going to send it back to Marie.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl. We saw in the meantime, while that interview was going on, the hatch actually closed. So that happened a few minutes earlier than we expected to. Our timeline has that happening at T-minus an hour and 55 minutes. So a few minutes ahead of schedule right now with hatch close. And you can see the pad teams there just working on things now.
Yeah, right now it looks like what they're doing is, what are they doing? So they perform a leak check. There's a mechanism there called a side hatch mechanism. That is what actually closes the hatch and seals it. And what we'll do is perform a leak check on that for a few minutes to make sure that that's nice and tight, that those O-rings are sealed really, really well. And after that, we will install the, you can see the leak check ground support equipment there in the technician's hands there.
And while we're watching this, Leland, I mean, we just heard them talk a lot about inspiring the next generation. And you're a man of many talents. I know after your flights yourself, you used to the head of NASA education. I mean, what did that stir up in you?
Marie, what Elon said about reigniting the dream of space is so important, that we get our young kids thinking about themselves being in these seats. And when I first became an astronaut in 1998, I was riding on the back of a fire truck celebrating John Glenn's return to flight on a space shuttle. And I saw these two little kids. They had on orange pumpkin suits, and when their dad turned them around to look at me on the fire truck, and it was almost as though when they saw my face, they started launching into space with rocket fuel because they were inspired, because they saw someone who looked like them. And I think that if we can reignite this dream through SpaceX's launch, through the partnership with NASA, we can get so many more kids to believe in themselves and know that they can be just like Doug and Bob flying on the SpaceX Dragon.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really just breathtaking to see them there in their suits now and looking at the screens in front of them. Lauren, I know we've talked a lot about the spacecraft. We've heard about that. But for folks that maybe are just tuning in, what are they looking at in front of them now?
Yeah, so they have 3 different touch screens in front of them. Overall, that whole assembly there is called the control panel. So you'll have those 3 LCD touch screens in front of them where they have the displays are showing them details on the vehicle's pressure, its temperature. There's audio control. That center screen has the procedures that they're going through today on day of launch. You can also see the vehicle's attitude. You can see its velocity, its apogee, its perigee, its inclination, details on the status of the hatch, the thermal control system loops, basically all the cool stuff that helps them have situational awareness of the vehicle. That's displayed on those displays. Additionally, there are some actual buttons on that button panel that you see down below. And some of the things that allow them to do is if the crew ever needed to do any sort of manual overrides like that right in the middle, right underneath that center LCD screen, that's the crew's ability to initiate an abort. It's called an abort handle, and it's right in the middle where both crew members could use it if they needed to. And the audio controls are also on those button panels. When they're not in their suits, there's actually speakers that are coming off of the control panel that allow them to hear mission control, hear the core, hear ISS when they're not in their suits where the audio systems are integrated into that.
And we see them using the touch screens now. Leland, what's your take on this? Because this has got to look totally different from what you were looking at during shuttle.
Touch screens. I mean, we had these displays and these buttons, and it was one of those moments when I'm looking at this now when I had knee boards that had procedures and things on there, and the procedures are now all run in that middle screen, and the malfunctions and the things that you do to mitigate problems with the vehicle if something happens, it's all controlled right there with the two of them. And so it's a radical departure from what we did with the shuttle. But it's, again, ushering in this new era of space travel.
For post-ingress brief and a check on how that suit air feels about now.
And we're going to listen now for an announcement
We're ready.
about hatch closer.
Copy. Well, today we are not tracking any issues on Dragon and F9 currently. For a weather update, the weather line that is overhead, which is what you saw when you were ingressing, is now moving offshore. The next radar return is a cell over Orlando, which is expected to be our decision gate for today, and that is currently eroding.
That's good news. Thank you.
Copy. And then one additional item, the Cabo, the orbit site, remains as briefed, so no change there. But I do want to make you aware that that is slightly west of Cabo for go weather. So you just want to target the longitude if needed.
Okay, Dragon copy, slightly west. We'll target the longitude, and the suit air has cooled off, so we appreciate that as well.
Copy, outstanding. Let us know if you have any questions, and we'll keep you posted as the closeout team completes the leak check.
Dragon copy.
So what we actually heard was a little bit more discussion about the weather, still looking at things, and we're about a minute away from an announcement about hatch closure. Excuse me. If you're just joining us, we're at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes and counting, and we're expecting an announcement to confirm hatch closure in just a few seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, for comm checks with Falcon 9.
Go ahead.
Okay, we are ready for that at that time, if you are ready.
We are ready.
All stations up on countdown net for section 54.49, F9 responsible engineer, communication check with the crew. Start with guidance, navigation, and control.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC, Dragon, loud and clear.
GNC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop, Dragon, loud and clear.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, Dragon, we have good loud and clear.
Avionics, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment, Dragon, loud and clear.
Ground segment, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer. Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Bala, Dragon has you loud and clear.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineered comm checks. Dragon, chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead, sir.
I was just doing a comm check on this loop. Good luck, guys, and buckle in.
Thanks to you and the F9 team, Bala. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bala.
So we just heard a series of comm checks there, and Lauren, I don't know if you want to describe a little bit more about why that's important, and we heard the acronym GNC. They said guidance, navigation, and control really quickly, and then went back to the acronym GNC. Can you kind of explain to folks what that means?
Yeah, the launch chief engineer, Bala, as you heard them thanking him towards the end, initiated a comm check with all of the different subsystems that those engineers that are on console and those operators today, and talking with the crew, making sure that they were able to communicate with them bidirectionally, and just handing that check off from all of the different stations on console today. That was really, really cool. We obviously don't do that when there's a satellite on top of the rocket, so this is the first time for a real flight that we've done that operation. It's very awesome.
And now that the hatch is closed, a lot of the work of this team is done, but I mean they're obviously not finished. They're not ready to leave the white room just yet. You were talking to some folks about what's going on in this room now.
Yeah, that's right. They should be completing the hatch leak check. That's you sort of pressurize that area between, there's two O-rings that are there, and we want to pressurize that area, see if it holds pressure. It's a very, very sensitive test, very high criteria for passing. And so once that leak check is shown to be okay, and that the capsule or that those O-rings are able to hold pressure, what the team will do is they'll go back into that area, into that access panel, and install what we call the SPEP, which is the side pressure equalization plug. Once that is plugged, you've really closed everything up. And when the crew splashes down, what they'll actually do is pull that plug to equalize pressure across the hatch so that you don't cause the hatch to buckle due to a pressure, or sorry, the hatch or the capsule, the weldment, any of the vehicle to buckle due to a pressure differential. So they should be adding that plug, and then they'll cover up that side hatch access panel with the TPS panel or thermal protection system panel, close it up, and that'll make sure it stays safe on ascent.
And now, obviously, we're looking at a view from the outside, the top of Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
We can confirm a good side hatch leak check.
All right.
Dragon copies, good leak check.
And we just heard confirmation of a good leak check. If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon sitting on top. Inside that capsule on top are NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we are inside of 2 hours until liftoff, if the weather holds up. There's another stunning aerial view of the crew access arm extended out towards Crew Dragon. That is the final path that the astronauts took to climb aboard Dragon before they strapped into their seats and the hatch closed. And no doubt Bob and Doug are focused on the mission ahead, but you know, we also heard the administrator and Elon Musk talking about how they've been kind of jovial and joking around. And Leland, you kind of mentioned to me during that segment that that's really important.
It really is, Marie. When we were in the vehicle, after we got to this point when the hatch was closed, we were all going back to those moments of our training, you know, when we were going through, you know, ascent and entry training on the shuttle and just different phases of flight that we would be going through. And we would think about some of our instructors who got us there. You know, in our crew notebooks, we would have names of people that were very impactful in making sure that we were perfect in our training. And
that looks like a view of Air Force One, flying near Launch Pad 39A for a special guest to have a special view of the astronauts on the launch pad. President Trump on board, making his way to Kennedy Space Center to hopefully view a launch at 4:33 this afternoon. And there they are in view of the launch pad, so no doubt he's looking at the window, looking out the window at Bob and Doug on the pad. That's got to be an amazing sight to see from on board Air Force One. And we are at T-minus 1 hour, 46 minutes, 22 seconds and counting from launch. And guys, the last time we actually did a little bit of research when we found out that the president was coming. The last president to witness a launch from here at Kennedy Space Center was Bill Clinton. That was back in October 1998 for STS-95. So it's been a minute.
Okay, and we are about 56 seconds away from the, oh, no, we're not. We have an hour and 56 seconds away. Never mind. Instead, we are 1 hour and 45 minutes away from launch. And Tahira, you are there with the social teams. I bet you are seeing some excitement on all the things we just saw on the screen there.
Hey, Lauren, I mean, like you said, things are really ramping up on social media right now, especially seeing that hatch close and also just watching this flyover happen. We are up to 1.7 million viewers across all of our social media channels. And let's check out what people are saying on Twitter right now. So it looks like we've got more creativity still going on. Some people are crying with pride in Houston, feel it. We even have Elizabeth Banks, who from the Hunger Games, that's awesome. We have more just good luck and well wishes for Bob and Doug across the nation. This has been a constant online today, which is so great to see. More just future astronauts and kiddos getting excited. We even have the band Bastille tuning in for launch. This is awesome. And just looks like more people standing by to witness this historic launch today. And so, guys, on top of what's being said on social media, we've also got a lot of well wishes from everyone across our country showing us what today means in their creative way. So let's take a look at that video.
I am so ready to launch America.
This baking soda rocket, and I'm gonna launch it.
Wow, I mean, guys, just look at everybody excited for today's launch. If that doesn't get you pumped, like, come on, let's go. We even got to see astronaut Snoopy in there, which is a personal favorite of mine. I actually have my lucky Snoopy pin here. You probably can't see it, but he is literally my spirit animal. Anyways, guys, get excited. The time is almost here. And with that, let's toss back to Lauren at Kennedy. Lauren.
Thanks, Tahira. Tahira likes the Snoopy. I like the little girl doing the worm, Leland. She wasn't doing the meatball. She was doing the worm.
There's someone out there doing the meatball, I'm sure.
I want to know what that looks like.
No, I don't. I don't. Clearly, this is capturing the attention of people all across the country and the world. So please continue to join the conversation by using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica across Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram.
And we've had the opportunity to share with you a lot about the SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle the crew is sitting in right now, a lot about the crew themselves and the significance of today as the official return of human launch capability to American shores. And now we want to turn our attention to where the crew is going, the International Space Station. And for that, let's take you to Mission Control in Houston. Gary?
Thank you, Marie. The International Space Station is an incredible facility whose construction, operation, and ongoing science, all these efforts have been made possible by an unprecedented international collaboration. So to tell us more about the space station, we have International Space Station Chief Scientist Kurt Costello with us. Kurt, welcome.
Gary, thank you. It's an amazing day to be here to talk to you about this historic launch to the ISS.
It really is. Now, many viewers may not realize that there is a laboratory that's the size of a football field, 250 miles above the Earth, and that it's been there for nearly 20 years conducting revolutionary science. Can you share with us more about what the space station is and what it's accomplished so far?
Sure, Gary. Over those 20 years, we've conducted over 3,100 experiments on board this space station. Those 3,100 experiments have been done by over 4,100 investigators and represent the work of over 108 regions and countries. The work going on the space station is not only there to help us with our exploration goals for how to go further into space, but also to bring back benefits for Earth and to produce a commercial marketplace in low Earth orbit. All three of these objectives, along with the international cooperation that it took to build such an amazing laboratory in space, are great examples of the objectives of the ISS program.
Kurt, we know that today's mission is critical to providing us with a steady cadence of operational flights. But why is it so important for us to have this capability from a research perspective?
That's a great question. Today's test flight brings us to the beginning of the commercial crew program, a commercial crew program which will raise our occupancy on the U.S. segment of the space station to 4 astronauts. And that 4th astronaut comes as a real premium to doing research on the space station. The tasks don't get particularly more intensive to do systems and maintenance, so that 4th astronaut, that time becomes dedicated to performing more science. In fact, enough time that it will essentially double the amount of crew time we have to perform experiments on board station. The return to U.S. soil also brings us the ability to return samples more quickly and get human samples back down to the ground more quickly as well.
Kurt, you're talking about all this great research, you're talking about scientific experiments, but what would you say to someone who's watching this and thinking, this isn't relevant to me, I'm never going to space, I don't do science? What do you say to those people?
Well, again, one of the focuses is on the ISS benefits for humanities. And for all of us who've been stuck at home during the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been wondering, wouldn't it be nice to have more bandwidth? Why does the internet slow down? Some of the research we're doing on board space station, particularly into Z-band optical fiber, is using the fact that we don't have sedimentation in a microgravity environment to develop new materials that'll help us build more perfect fiber optic cables, which will allow us for better bandwidth and lower cost in implementing networks here on Earth. And then if you're not really a tech geek, maybe your interests lie more in human health. And then we have multiple experiments going on to help us develop new drugs, new treatments on board the ISS. Pharmaceutical companies are working on methods that allow us to crystallize proteins in space in a more purified and more standardized method. And this could lead to monoclonal antibody suspensions that we can treat through injection instead of a painful infusion. We also are developing studies into our capability to produce tissues and organs in space. Again, because you don't have sedimentation, there's a capability there to produce more realistic tissues that can someday possibly be used to prevent human disease.
Now, Kurt, I know they have some cargo going up with them, but I understand they plan to bring some science back.
That's right, Gary. A lot of their cargo going up with them are crew supplies and EVA supplies to support them if they have to do EVAs on board. But the cargo they'll be bringing down is science, and it comes from across the spectrum. We have student experiments in seeds that will be returning with the Crew Dragon. We also have a number of experiments that are dependent on their samples returning in frozen lockers on board the SpaceX Dragon to be able to do the science there. Those include rodent research tissues from the National Lab Rodent Research 17 mission, and also our veggie experiments, which are experiments in growing plants in space that will be needed when we go to more distant locations like the Moon and Mars.
International Space Station Chief Scientist Kurt Costello, thank you so much for your time. Let's hear now from one of the next astronauts to fly to station on a Crew Dragon, talking with Marina Jurica. Marina.
Thank you so much. I am so honored to be a part of today's momentous launch. My guest is no stranger to the International Space Station and will return there for the first time in nearly a decade for his 3rd space flight with the Crew 1 launch expected later this year. Having logged 177 days in space from flights on the Space Shuttle Discovery to the Soyuz, JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi will have spent more time in space than any of his other crewmates. It is my pleasure to welcome him here with us today. Thank you so much for joining us, Soichi. Honjitsu wa arigato gozaimasu.
Wow, that's wonderful. Marina, how are you doing? Thanks for having me today. This is wonderful. Today we are celebrating the launch, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I am sure you have felt the excitement for today's launch, Soichi, and you will be on the next Crew Dragon flight after this one. Are you excited to launch from Kennedy Space Center again, and how are you preparing for this new vehicle?
Yes, definitely we are excited to go back to Kennedy Space Center. My first space flight was from Kennedy Space Center on the Space Shuttle Discovery. That was 15 years ago, but my memory is still fresh. I still feel the vibration of the launch, the same launch pad of 39A that the demo to go up, and the same launch pad that we will go up as a Crew 1. And our crew is getting ready for the final training phase, which will come in the coming weeks. And the mood is really high, and we are ready to go up.
And as you know, the International Space Station and space exploration is an international effort. How do you feel representing the Japanese Space Agency once again on the ISS?
Well, I think the strengths of the International Space Station is the diversity of all the participating countries, and adding a diversity is definitely gives a rigidity to the program. And the same applies to our Crew 1. Our Crew 1, we are 4 of us, but quite a different background, quite a different ethnicity, and definitely the diversity is the key word of our success to the Crew 1.
And I'm sure it will be very successful. What are you looking forward to once you get back to the ISS?
Well, this will be my third visit to the International Space Station. I'd like to see the things my colleagues keep saying, hey, you got to visit the space station again because it's getting more comfortable, more roomy, and I cannot wait to go back to my sleep station after 10 years.
And nothing beats that view, does it?
Oh, definitely. My last flight, we actually installed a big window called the cupola, and that was a big hit, obviously. This is the #1 leisure time for astronauts, and I'm ready to shoot as many photos as I can this time as well.
Amazing. I will look forward to seeing those photos. I'm sure you remember exactly what it feels like in these moments right before a launch. What do you think Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley are feeling right now as they prepare to head to the ISS?
Well, Doug and Bob's space shuttle veterans, they know the drill. They have launched. They experienced the launch before, so I think they're pretty relaxed. And so far, through my training, I learned that most of the steps before the launch is quite similar to what we have in the space shuttle days. So different suit, different vehicle, but all the necessity steps to go up into the capsule should feel similar. So I'm pretty sure they are relaxed. Of course, they are very excited.
I'm sure they are. Gokatsu yaku wo oinori shite imasu. Honjitsu wa arigato gozaimashita. Thank you so much, Soichi, for joining us today.
Oh, Marina, you are so good. Domo arigato. And we'll both enjoy the beautiful lunch today. Thank you very much for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good luck with your launch later this year. And as the excitement builds towards launch, I will send it back to you.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners, we're fostering a space economy, so we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So once again, once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, they'll be greeted by astronaut Chris Cassidy. But before we do that, let's toss to a briefing.
Hello everyone, I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in two different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching Americans from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Crippen launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle.
434, Mike, QRE. Roger.
With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess.
Roger roll, Atlanta.
30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, the First Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window, along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And that was a very special message from NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, right now the lone American aboard the International Space Station, so he will be ready and waiting to welcome Bob and Doug when they arrive tomorrow, if liftoff happens today, a little later tomorrow morning. The countdown now stands at T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes, 54 seconds and counting until launch. And we'd like to share with you just how much has happened here at Kennedy Space Center since the last time we had a crew on the pad launching from here. As you can imagine, the end of the shuttle era was a bittersweet moment for many people across this spaceport. But in the end, we knew we were striving for this day, and here we are. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center's Deputy Director, Janet Petro, on the comeback we've seen across Florida's Space Coast. She's with Daryl Nail now at OSB-2. Daryl?
Yeah, thank you, Marie. Janet, you were just telling me you were there at the crew walkout. Tell me a little bit about what you saw between the astronauts and their families.
So it was very historic. It was very emotional. So when Doug and Bob first came out of the doors, of course, a cheer went up from everybody. The Vice President was there, Elon was there, the crew families was there, and of course, Bob, myself, and the rest of the center leadership was there to cheer them on. But then, when they came out and then they went to the families, and Bob Behnken said, "Virtual hug," and he shouted out, "Virtual hug," and he did this motion, and of course his child also did that virtual hug, and so I guess that's the tradition of doing a virtual hug with the families. And then they, then they walked and got in the Tesla, either side, and the family walked right up to the window of the Tesla and were talking, having a private last moment with their father, hand on the window. It was very emotional. I had tears in my eyes. I don't know how many other people had tears in their eyes, but it was really a special, emotional moment, and everybody was, of course, wishing them well. A lot of I love yous, a lot of Godspeeds, a lot of Ad Astra, take care, all of that. So it was very special.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And in the context of why it's so important, Janet, you remember, you've been here since 2007.
Yep.
You were here in 2011 when Shuttle Atlantis came to wheel stop. I've talked to my uncle and father who worked out here. Layoff notices went out like the next day when the shuttle came to a stop. It was a very sad time. Bob Cabana, the director here, called it depressing. Tell me about that time and how far we've come.
Yeah, so as you note, it was the end of a very iconic program. A lot of people had spent their entire career working on the Space Shuttle program. So 135 flights, all of them launching from Launch Complex 39, many from 39A, where we're going to be launching from today, and then returning back. At the shuttle landing facility, those two iconic sonic booms was something that all along the Space Coast people really resonated with, really felt in their hearts and looked forward to. So it was a very sad time, but I will tell you that 30-year program, we had planned for it. The workforce was incredible. There was a lot of people who, as I said, spent their entire career here, and they wanted to safely fly that shuttle out, and then they retired. There was also another large group of people that just wanted to put on their resume that they had been privileged to work on the space shuttle. So the workforce I was incredibly proud of, because they were resilient, they were dedicated, they were committed to safely flying out that shuttle. They didn't skip any steps, and regardless, as you said, that they knew they were getting their layoff notices. I think it landed on a Wednesday. They were getting their layoff notice on a Friday. They were in it till the end to make sure we safely flew it out. And of course, we had 14,000 workers out here then, which we have a lot fewer here today. And of course, our guest operations, you remember those last shuttle flights, everybody around the country wanted to be a part of that experience, and we at the center really leaned forward to maximize how many people we could get both on site and never mind how many people were lined up at the beaches all along the river to watch that last flight. And of course, today with COVID, unfortunately, we weren't able to have any on-site guest operations, which was pretty sad for this historic flight. But I'll bet that there's a ton of people watching from the beaches or from even their TV as we launch here today.
I'm sure there is, and tribute to your leadership and Bob Cabana's as well, getting things turned around here as a multi-user spaceport, getting the commercial entities in here. We appreciate all that you've done to make that happen. Janet Petro, appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Daryl.
All right, Marie, we'll toss it back to you.
All right, thanks, Daryl. And as NASA and SpaceX have worked for years to get to this moment, today's mission opens the door to an entirely new era in human spaceflight, not only for astronauts, but someday for the general public as well.
From the beginning, it has been our mission at SpaceX to help make humanity a multiplanetary species. And today's mission is an important step towards that goal. The key to opening up space access for people like you and me is reusability. Without it, traveling to space is just far too expensive for the average person to do. Imagine how expensive a flight from LA to New York would be if you had to throw the plane away after a single trip.
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. That ticket would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and almost no one could ever afford to fly. Both the Dragon spacecraft and the Falcon 9 rocket are designed to be reusable, which not only improves the reliability of the vehicles in that they're flight proven again and again, but it also drives down cost. This is essential to enabling not just a handful of people, but rather hundreds of thousands of people to get out there and to explore the moon, Mars, beyond. And I, for one, it is my dream to visit Jupiter's ocean moon, Europa. Leland, you're one of the lucky Earthlings that's had the opportunity to get off the planet and go explore. Where would you like to go next?
You know, Lauren, I think I would like to go to Mars and, be there for, about a year each way and then a year on the Martian surface. But the one condition I would have, my pups would have to go with me because it's about exploring new places, but taking your family with you. We have these crewmates that are people that you get to know and love, over a course of training, but it's nothing like having your family with you. And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing in the future, people living and working on other planets as a family.
I think there are a lot of people who want to see your dogs with you in space.
Well, we've seen them in an official portrait. I know that the dogs came in with you to take a picture in your spacesuit back in the day.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, we kind of snuck them in. No dogs allowed at NASA.
Well, they had their moment.
They sure did.
And knowing that the opportunity to fly to space as a private citizen or a private dog maybe one day is right around the corner, we have a new poll question on Twitter for you. So if you were given the opportunity, would you travel to space? Let us know, and we'll share the results a little bit later.
All stations come
All right. Well, there is not a lot of cargo.
Chief Engineer technical poll for launch escape arming and propellant loop.
All right. Now, while there's not a lot of cargo in today's mission, Dragon is carrying 2 special payloads, aside from Bob and Doug, of course. The first is a series of custom art pieces entitled Humankind by Los Angeles artist Tristan Eaton. These indestructible, double-sided paintings are made from gold, brass, and aluminum, and they celebrate how far humanity has come, as well as how far we still have to go. It includes a beautiful homage to the Saturn V rocket, as well as a nod to Bob and Doug's current ride to space. You can find more images and information about these pieces on SpaceX's social channels. Next, in the spirit of inspiring the next generation of explorers, we wanted to celebrate the class of 2020, from kindergarten all the way through graduate school. SpaceX and NASA invited students from around the world to submit their photo to fly on America's first human spaceflight in nearly a decade. Each graduate's photo was used to create a mosaic image of the planet Earth, which we printed and is being flown aboard Bob and Doug's flight on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We received nearly 100,000 photos. So thank you and congratulations to all the world's graduates.
I am so proud of what we're doing today. And I think about regular people flying in space on a SpaceX rocket one day. When I first went to space, I thought my primary task of installing the Columbus laboratory would be my aha moment, but it was when Peggy Whitson invited us over to the Russian segment to have a meal. She said, "You guys bring the rehydrated vegetables, we'll have the meat." And we're doing this, having this meal, and it's with African American, Asian American, French, German, Russian, the first female commander, breaking bread at 17,500 miles an hour, going around the planet every 90 minutes. And when I think of that perspective shift that I got looking out the window, flying over my hometown, flying over Leo's hometown in Paris, flying over Yuri's hometown in Russia, it brought us all together as a civilization. And I think that's what spaceflight does for us. The more people that have the opportunity to go to space will feel like it's an international family of people working together for the good of humanity and all humankind.
Absolutely, and it's exactly what that piece of art was all about.
Yeah. And following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we can all have that experience. We can all have that orbital perspective and the ability to explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch on an American vehicle in almost a decade. For the team at SpaceX, it's really hard to put into words how honored we feel about the trust that Bob, Doug, and NASA have put into our team to carry out this critical mission. I worked on Crew Dragon for 2 years, and I can just imagine what all of my friends and colleagues are thinking right now as they sit in anticipation and excitement for what's to come.
Absolutely. And speaking of those who have carried the hopes and dreams of science and exploration, we have a few shout outs to share with you from some big fans of NASA and SpaceX.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I'm there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching and got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safely.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Planetary Society, more rockets means more exploration. More people in space means more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team, and the crew especially, a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
And a big thanks to William Shatner and Bill Nye for those well wishes. And while we're keeping an eye on the pad, we want to bring in NASA astronaut Rex Walheim. If that name rings a bell, it's because he flew 3 space shuttle missions to the International Space Station, including the final one by Atlantis, STS-135. He was one of the last 4 people to ascend the tower at Pad 39A and head to space. And he currently is Deputy Director of Safety and Mission Assurance at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Rex Walheim, thanks for joining us. You and Leland actually flew together.
Hey, Rex Dog.
Great flight. Really enjoyed flying with Leland. Hey, old dog.
Rex, you flew on the final shuttle mission, we said STS-135 with Doug, in fact. What's it like seeing him in Crew Dragon right now?
It's great. This is what we've been looking forward to. You know, after the end of the shuttle program, you know, it was a very important time where we wanted to transition to this commercialization of space flight to allow these commercial companies to take our astronauts to and from the space station. So in the 9 years we've had since we last landed on Atlantis, we've really worked hard for that. We've worked with our SpaceX partners and our Boeing partners, and here we are. Today's the day. We're taking that first step in this new era.
Now, Rex, what do you remember most about launch day for STS-135?
I think it was just you felt the weight of it. The space shuttle was a storied program, 135 flights, and thousands of people had poured their lives into this program to launch probes to the planets, to launch the Hubble Space Telescope, and then of course to build the International Space Station. So you knew the incredible accomplishments of this program, and so you wanted to finish strong. And then when it finally became launch day, you'd finished the studying, you'd worked really hard, and now it was time to kind of soak it in. And I think that's what Bob and Doug are doing right now. They're sitting on the vehicle, talking to each other, listening to the sounds, and feeling the vibrations as it starts up. And it's going to be a great experience for them.
Hi, Rex. What is your take on private astronauts going to space?
I think it's great. I think the more we can do to commercialize space, to make access easier, the better we are. And I think that's part of this whole program. You get the cost down, then more people can afford it. And you get the cost down, you can do more things in space, more science, more research. And it is a transformative experience to fly in space, and I wish more people could see that. When you look out on the planet, like Leland was talking about earlier, with your crewmates from different countries all around the world, it gives you different perspective. It gives you a perspective that we're all crewmates on this planet Earth, and we kind of get that now with the pandemic. We understand that we're all in this together, and that's what the space program does, and I want to see more people get a chance to see the Earth from that vantage point, and I think it'll bring us all closer together.
Hey, Rex, a very serious question here. The worm or the meatball?
Leland, I saw you dissing the worm earlier. How can you do that? The worm is awesome. I'm so glad to have the NASA worm insignia back. It's great.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Rex. We appreciate you. And as we watch Bob and Doug there in the capsule, we are an hour, 10 minutes, 57 seconds and counting from launch, and we're going to send it over to Hawthorne for an update. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. We're just an hour and 13 minutes away from launch, and things are really getting ready to pick up here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the entire mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
That's right, and after those suit checks were complete, the closeout team was able to seal up the hatch, which also got its own leak check, and we confirmed that it was good to go. The closeout team at this point has already departed the area around the pad. They're about 25 minutes ahead of their schedule, and right now weather operators are kicking off their final check on wind speeds at the pad, which are going to be used, and they're really important for that final go, no-go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no-go, various teams at both NASA and SpaceX are going to do some internal go polls, just making sure conditions are good with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with Houston real quick for a status on the team there supporting the space station on their readiness for launch.
In Mission Control Houston, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, has been polled, and we're go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for the mission are reported good, and we're standing by. Station conditions are normal, and the trajectory is meet right up with the orbiting complex as planned. Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station is finishing up some tasks, going into his pre-sleep period, and will be able to watch the launch of Bob and Doug. Mission Control Houston will largely be in a monitor mode for the first 18 hours of the flight, with the team here really jumping into the mix tomorrow when Dragon gets in range of the International Space Station and we begin integrated operations. So I'll send it back. Everything's green on our board from the International Space Station. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob and Doug.
All right, thank you, Gary. If you are just now joining us, you picked a really good time because we are 1 hour, 8 minutes and counting away from launch. And this is our coverage for this mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 4:33 p.m. Eastern, tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon, and we're still waiting for that weather to hopefully cooperate. We're still tracking a few things like precipitation and flight through clouds. We're hoping that clears within the next 20 minutes or so. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room and made their way out to Launch Pad 39A. They walked out of the crew quarters building just as every astronaut to fly from this spaceport has done since Apollo 7. They were transported to the pad where the crew now on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and we're continuing to get views of them inside that cabin live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time since the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011 with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have Bob and Doug arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 4:33 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
Today's mission is the culmination of years of work between the teams at SpaceX and at NASA. Demo 2 is going to be an end-to-end flight test. We're going to start with launch today, go all the way to docking with the space station, and then when Bob and Doug come home, splashing down in the Atlantic. And this is going to be the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station.
And we've been hearing a little from the crew on board Dragon, which they are currently strapped into their seats, as you can see on your right screen. They're already through their seats, or they've already been strapped into their seats, and through communications and leak checks, they're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on those displays just above them that you can see there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to equalize the pressures in the common manifolds just to raise them a little bit. So we will be momentarily cycling the tank isolation valves. I just wanted to let you know for awareness.
Just wanted to take a pause to listen into the nets.
Okay, we appreciate that, Jay.
So they'll be getting insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. At T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes, let's check in with John Insprucker for a status update on both of those vehicles. What's the update, John?
Well, the good news is we've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no technical issues on either the Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft. For the Falcon 9, operators have they're actually still in work. They're going to complete in a few minutes propulsion checkouts that are being done on both the first and second stages. The team will be assessing their launch readiness with a final go, no-go poll. That'll come at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, earlier today, Dragon operators performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, that you can see inside the Dragon capsule on the right-hand side of the display, they are currently going through the various screens, simple checks. Their hatch is closed, suit leak checks are complete, comp checks are good. The next major event for Dragon is going to be retract of the crew access arm that you can see on the left monitor up alongside the Dragon capsule. That's going to happen somewhere between 45 and 42 minutes before liftoff. Now, the big one right now is the range. The range is currently red for launch from historic pad 39A. Now, the air and the sea space is clear, and the worldwide network of ground stations, as well as the tracking and data relay satellites, they are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. But the range is red for the weather. We recently did clear, we went green for lightning, but we are still violating several constraints. Rain, cumulus crowds, field mills, which is essentially you can tell that the atmosphere is energized around the launch site. We are expecting that we'll possibly clear that. We're going to hear a weather briefing at 1 hour with the expectation that those conditions may clear shortly afterwards and allow us to move into propellant loading. Also, we've been releasing balloons. What we're seeing at the upper altitudes is conditions look good for Falcon 9 with Dragon. No concerns have been expressed by the GNC guidance team right now. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window at 4:33:35 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just past 33 minutes after the upcoming hour. So we get one chance at it today. But currently, T-minus 1 hour and 3 minutes, just passing that. Falcon 9, Dragon are go. The range is ready to support, but now we're waiting on the weather as we've been expecting all afternoon.
Thanks, John. We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and just last year completed a test run of the mission that we're less than an hour from beginning here today.
Yeah, the purpose of that mission was to demonstrate Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 1 was a really exciting moment, and it paved the way for today's mission, where we are just moments away, hopefully if we get that weather, from flying U.S. astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As I mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 21 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 20 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with the cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design
SpaceX
of this
valve
vehicle.
cycling is complete, expected behavior, and wanted to hear if you were able to hear those.
We actually did, Jay. We were just making a comment about that. I heard some clicking, and Bob watched it on the systems display, so absolutely.
Copy all.
And that again right there, that's the crew talking to the core here in Hawthorne, California, who's going to be talking to them throughout their ascent uphill today. So they were just doing a quick checkout. Bob and Doug confirmed they were able to hear it. Sounds like everything's still good, so still no issues with Falcon or Dragon. Back to what we were talking through as we're describing these systems, a lot of what SpaceX did with Cargo Dragon has been leveraged into this Crew Dragon. The vehicle is designed to be fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but it also features a full manual override capability if the crew needs to take control in case of emergency.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at some of these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall from bottom of the trunk to top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon's composed of two main elements. We have the capsule up top, which is designed to hold the crew and any pressurized cargo, and then an unpressurized section known as the trunk on the bottom.
And the nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system as well as the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability
Dragon
efforts.
SpaceX, we are at T-minus 1 hour. You are go for section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon will put section 6 in work.
So the crew just has a couple checks,
Copy.
and when they are ready for launch, we're going to hear them report to the core that they are go for launch. Continuing to walk you through the Dragon spacecraft, opposite of that nose cone is the trunk. We can see it on the left-hand screen there, where it's kind of split right down the middle with the left side black and the right side white. The trunk provides an attachment point to Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and can carry any cargo uphill. On the outside, one half of the trunk contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system into space using SpaceX's new picotiling technology. The other half contains solar cells that are used to charge the spacecraft's batteries during flight.
SpaceX Dragon, Bob and I are go for launch.
And you heard that call out right
Copy,
there.
go for launch. Next up will be the go no go pull at T-minus 45.
Bob and Doug are go for launch, and next
Copy.
up,
We're holding in step 6.5.
you're hearing it live from the nets. This is amazing, very exciting. The spacecraft is designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats are made of carbon fiber and will be custom sized for any crew members flying on board.
That control panel that's centered between the pilot and commander seats consists of 3 touchscreen displays, and that just again allows the crew to operate the vehicle and fly it manually, but also look at all of their procedures, relative position over the Earth, the space station, any alarms, alerts, anything that they could possibly want to do on Dragon is through those touchscreens.
And lastly, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
And that launch escape system was put into work a little bit earlier this year, again on that in-flight abort test. As we look to the future beyond this test flight, the first operational SpaceX crewed mission for NASA will be a little bit later this year after Bob and Doug come home. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, were chosen to support this mission, being called Crew 1.
But today, Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for this mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. Here's a closer look at Doug Hurley.
Please review your launch commit criteria. Again, this is to review and confirm no violation of launch commit criteria. We are tracking one issue with weather still. And I think we'll need to track that all the way down to launch to clear that. This pulls also go for arming and launch escape system and a go for propellant load.
He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour.
And this is he on Countdown Net reporting that the technical poll is completed. All systems are proceeding. We're monitoring the weather as LD briefed. We're also looking at a watch item on a hydraulics QD rod ring. Ring pressure will come up at -8 minutes 30 seconds, and we'll be able to verify decay rate. No concerns at this time. Everything's reading nominal, but watching that item. No other constraints on Falcon 9 or ground systems.
Stage 2 RP1 bleed is complete.
All right, we just crossed the 55-minute mark away from launch. Sitting right next to Doug Hurley, who's closest to your screen, is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. He is the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2, and Behnken previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions, STS-123 and STS-130, and also served a tour as Chief of the Astronaut Office. So here's a little bit more about the man who said testing out a brand new spacecraft is an astronaut's dream.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the space shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing? Or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. There's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, I'm helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're in a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment, being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
We're just over 49 and a half minutes away from launch of the Falcon 9 carrying Dragon to the space station. Right now, the launch director and the launch team are preparing for a readiness for launch poll. In this poll, the 13 members of the launch team will electronically indicate a go for launch. This is also the go for propellant load. Now, we're going to hear that in a couple of minutes, so while we wait, we are tracking you watching from all over the country. We're seeing large numbers of you logging on or tuning in from coast to coast, as well as around the world. We want to know, is this your first time watching a launch live? If not, how many have you seen before? Tell us using the hashtag LaunchAmerica from your favorite social media website. As for me, this isn't my first one. I've seen a lot, but everyone is exciting. Now coming up, we're going to go into a readiness poll, as I mentioned. Currently, right now on other nets, the SpaceX launch director is checking to verify the Dragon team is ready and that the NASA launch management team is ready. They'll come back at about T-minus 47 minutes with instructions to the SpaceX Falcon 9 team to make their final assessments. Then they log into the procedure. It's a little different than the old days where you would hear a go, 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 position by position, all up and down the row. In this electronic age, everybody just clicks on whether they're go or no go. The launch director will then, at T-minus 45 minutes, summarize the end of the poll and will then provide instructions for the team. At the same time, we will begin getting ready for the crew access arm retraction, and we'll show you that on one of the screens that we've got up. Now currently we are continuing to monitor the weather. The weather is still red. It is improving. We're looking at one cell between the radar and the pad. We're keeping our fingers crossed that conditions will improve, but we're going to be watching that for about another 15 minutes. So it looks like we're going to be good to begin propellant load once we hear the pulls, but we still have to get the get the range green so that we can actually do the launch in just 47 minutes from now. Let's listen to the countdown net for a moment. Right now, coming up on 46 minutes, 10 seconds before launch. Didn't hear any significant chatter coming over countdown 1.
Yes, launch director in the countdown net. Pull is complete, and we have a go to proceed with propellant load. Launch control, proceed with swing into crew arm. Arming crew arm movement for T-minus 45 minutes. Thank you, launch control. A reminder in control room on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief CE or LD, and it will approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operator shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operator shall also advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Remainder on fire alarm instructions. Here in Fire Room 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators, previously briefed, will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, we will evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. One final reminder, we'll be arming the launch escape system momentarily. Need all personnel, please stay in your seats from now through orbit insertion and Dragon separation from the second stage.
Crew access arm retract has started.
And you've heard Mike Taylor, the SpaceX launch director, give instructions to the team. We've also just heard the call. The crew access arm retraction is underway. Great view from the camera inside the White Room as we see the arm moving away from the Dragon capsule, one of the major events necessary to get down to T0. The next one coming up will be arming of the escape system on the Dragon capsule. Now, right now, the next plan for Falcon 9, T-minus 35 minutes, we will begin loading propellant onto the first and second stages. Now, currently, Falcon 9's looking good, Dragon's looking good. The range continues to be go for launch in terms of the clearance around the launch pad, both the air and the sea space. Looking at the flight corridor, the ground stations, the NASA tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support. And we just continue to monitor the weather. Our team is getting constant updates. We're monitoring weather data sensors around the launch site, looking to make sure that we can get everything into the green position. The one that we're mostly looking at right now is how much rain we're going to get between now and liftoff, whether it's just going to be mild precipitation that's within the rules for loading propellant. That's what the expectation is, but we're going to continue to watch that. So fingers crossed, but right now coming up at T-minus 43 minutes, 18 seconds and counting, everything but the weather's go, and the weather is trending in the right direction. So we've got our fingers crossed here. At this time, we're going to send it back over to Kennedy Space Center as the action is picking up on the launch pad.
Thanks, John I. Now that countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are 42 minutes and 46 seconds away from launch. Now, as you just saw, the crew arm retracted. That is the last major visual milestone before liftoff. and we should be hearing out on the net soon confirmation that the launch escape system is armed. When that happens, all 8 of the Super Draco throttle valves are opened, which means that those engines can ignite.
For Section 7.
Okay. So that means those 8 throttle valves are opened, and if those Super Dracos needed to fire in order for a Dragon to escape off of the pad, they could.
And so things running just a little bit ahead of schedule right now.
Fuel bleed is complete.
Now, we just saw the crew access arm retract just a minute ago. We saw NASA astronauts Doug Hurley.
In 7.2, our visors are closed, and we're arming the launch escape system.
So we just heard the astronauts confirm that they are about to arm the launch escape system. That happens just before fueling begins, which we expect to happen in just a couple of minutes. We saw Bob and Doug suit up a little over 3 hours ago. Then we watched them drive out to Launch Complex 39A. They were assisted by the SpaceX ground team with Crew Dragon Egress. That happened a little before 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then we saw the spacecraft hatch close. And again, just a minute ago, we saw the crew access arm retract. We just heard that the crew armed the launch escape system. And in just a few minutes, we are going to hear the call that they have started propellant loading.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
So we just heard that verification that the launch escape system is armed.
We're switching to GN2.
And we are going to send it over to Hawthorne to take us through prop loading. Jesse?
From the parachutes to the launch escape system, SpaceX has designed Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to be the safest launch vehicle ever flown. And joining us today, we have SpaceX's Nick Picone, who was our mission manager for our in-flight abort mission earlier this year and currently works on the Starlink team. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Hey, Jesse. I'm here at the Launch and Landing Recovery Center with the recovery team and our Dragon ground operations team monitoring the launch.
Awesome. Can you tell us more about the critical safety features on this new version of Dragon?
Sure. So Dragon 2 was designed with long-term reuse and reliability in mind. So fundamentally, there are multiple layers of redundancy to any of the failure modes that we could conceive of, that NASA could conceive of when we were working to design and test this vehicle over the past few years. But in the event that we encounter an unforeseen failure mode or multiple failures which push us outside of our design space, Dragon also has backup systems and operational controls intended to keep Bob and Doug safe. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it today, but the launch escape system is the primary backup system that we have from the moment that the vehicle is here on pad being fueled all the way up until orbital insertion. At a high level, the launch escape system in the event of a major Falcon anomaly or emergency will terminate Falcon thrust, separate Dragon from Falcon, and it'll use Dragon's 8 Super Draco engines to quickly pull the vehicle away from any kind of Falcon anomaly.
And you talked a lot about the launch escape system. How exactly is that activated? Is it autonomous? Is it manually activated?
Definitely. So for this system to work as designed, you have to remember that the vehicle could be flying at hundreds or thousands of miles an hour through the lower atmosphere. So it's really important that it's extremely fast and highly reliable with very low chance of false positives. The launch escape system fundamentally is set to look at a set of pre-programmed criteria which are on board the vehicle. Dragon and Falcon are looking at high rate telemetry, looking for abnormal vehicle dynamics, loss of communication between critical systems, or manual commanding. Our launch director and chief engineer, who you've heard a lot from today, are capable of sending a manual command to Dragon to initiate a launch escape. And Bob and Doug are also always able to actuate the launch escape handle and initiate a launch escape themselves as well. Now that the system is armed, all of this is currently active on the vehicle.
Wow, it sounds like there's a lot that goes into it. And we did have an in-flight abort test earlier this year to test this out. Can you tell us what we learned from that test?
Definitely. It was possibly the most flight-like test of an orbital-class booster in history. It was a fully flight-like test using a full Falcon 9 rocket, which we had to knowingly destroy in order to get this fully integrated system. For folks who didn't get a chance to see it, the vehicle followed a normal crew launch trajectory. About a minute and a half into flight, we had Dragon autonomously trigger the launch escape system based on a reconfiguration of those triggers I was just talking about.
For propellant
And
load.
thankfully, we had some calm. We continued through flight, had a successful parachute deployment and splashdown, and we did see Falcon rather spectacularly blow up about 10 seconds after separation. It's important to recognize that all of that happens from command to actual separation of the vehicle in under half a second.
Wow, yeah, that sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Nick, for joining us and talking through those details with us. Enjoy the launch today. So we're going to send it back to KSC with Lauren.
Thank you, Jesse. We are about a minute and a half away from propellant load. At T-minus 35 minutes, we should hear the call out on the nets that propellant load has started. So that's about a minute and 13 seconds away.
Hey, Marie and Lauren, I am getting goosebumps over here. It's just an exciting moment. When I was sitting in the vehicle, when we retracted everything, when all the prop was getting loaded up, I was just going through my crew notebook. I was thinking about, what my first step would be if there was a malfunction, because usually everything goes nominally when you fly to space, but you have to think about the things that you have to take care of, the first steps you have to take care of. And on my mission, I was calling out the abort calls, like if we had lost an engine, where would we go next, when the different abort calls around the country and around the world. So I think that's what those guys are probably thinking about now, and just really getting ready for this mission to go off.
Absolutely, and we're just now about 20 seconds from when we expect propellant loading to start. Again, that's fueling of the rocket.
All right, we're getting close. We should hear that call out any second now on the nets. So let's listen in.
Propellant load has started.
Fantastic. So prop load has started. We've started loading liquid oxygen on stage 1 and stage 2. Liquid oxygen and RP1, which is our rocket grade kerosene. So now that we are 34 minutes and 42 seconds away from the first launch of astronauts into orbit from American soil since 2011, we know that the launch escape system is armed, which happened just before fueling. Dragon prop load happened weeks ago, actually just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragonland. And those propellants, which are MMH, or monomethylhydrazine, that's our fuel, and NTO, or nitrogen tetroxide, that's our oxidizer, those not only feed the Draco engines that propel Dragon on orbit, but they also supply those 8 Super Draco engines of the launch escape system. So I have one right here, a little model. It doesn't come off the stand.
Don't break it, Lauren.
All right, I know, it's very nice. So as you can see, the Dragon is actually broken up into 4 quads, and each quad has 2 of the Super Draco engines for a total of 8 of them. And as I mentioned, they are biprop engines. They have MMH and NTO as their oxidizer. Now, most abort systems from past space vehicles, I believe like Soyuz, Mercury, Apollo, they all had a pointy escape tower on top where there was essentially like a mini rocket engine or a series of rocket engines on top. And if they weren't used, that escape tower would have to jettison itself from the vehicle. If it was used, it would be used to lift the vehicle off of the rocket. Well, Dragon is a little bit different in that its escape system is actually integrated into the vehicle, and that's great for a couple of reasons. One less thing you have to jettison on a nominal flight. Right. And so they're pretty dormant, just those throttle valves open unless they're used, and hopefully they never have to be. The other thing that offers you is the ability to escape from the pad all the way to orbit. Right. Because if you jettisoned your escape system prior to that, you couldn't. Mm-hmm. That's little Dragon there.
Again, right. New era, much safer design.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for walking us through that, Lauren. Again, the launch escape system is armed. That protects Bob and Doug so that if something were to go wrong, they can shoot off of the pad away from the rocket and parachute to safety in the ocean. That is such a crucial safety capability. And so now we want to go over to Hawthorne for an operational update with John.
Thanks, Marie. We are counting down those final minutes. Everything is still looking good on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon vehicles for an on-time launch, but weather is trending the wrong way right now. And we're keeping our ears open in case we hear that the weather is going to be no-go for the rest of the count. Right now, we are counting down at T-minus 32 minutes.
Stage 1 locks and
Falcon 9
RP1
did
flow rates
begin
are nominal.
propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, right on time. The propellants we use on Falcon 9 are a fuel, which is rocket-grade kerosene, also called RP1, refined petroleum. We use an oxidizer, and that's the super chilled liquid oxygen, or LOX as we call it. Those two propellants come together, but they don't light, so we need an ignition source to complete the fire triangle. For this, Falcon 9 uses a fluid called T-tub. You might see that just before first stage ignition, or maybe later in the second stage ignition. You get a green colored flame as the T-tub comes out into the oxygen, and that ignites the main engines right before the rocket takes off or the second stage engine lights. Now currently in the fueling, RP1 fuel is about 10% full on the first stage. That's the bottom 2/3 of the stack of the vehicle you can see on the left. The first stage is that long white cylinder at the bottom, plus that black cylinder called the inner stage. That's the entire first stage that we're loading with LOX and RP1 kerosene. That's the part that comes back to Earth. The second stage just above it, the white cylinder, and then above that will be the Dragon trunk and the capsule. Now currently, the second stage is also loading fuel with RP1. That's about 8% full right now. We are loading liquid oxygen on the first stage. The second stage liquid oxygen load will begin at T-minus 16.5 minutes if the weather cooperates. So LOX loading will then continue on both the first and second stage until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading is also underway into pressure vessels on the second stage. We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is being pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. Dragon on board the spacecraft. You can see the astronauts are monitoring systems while propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. Now when we
Stage
flew
1 cryo-helium load
the
has
first
started.
demo flight last year and then the in-flight escape test earlier this year, the sounds inside the Dragon capsule were recorded. So as part of the training, the sounds of the propellant loading were played back to acclimate the crew to what they're experiencing now. I'm listening to some discussion on one of the back nets, trying to track where we are with the weather criteria. We're just passing another weather gate right now, trying to see whether or not the conditions are go. In certain situations, when the weather is no-go, you have to wait 30 minutes, and we are now inside of 30 minutes. But if the cloud moves away, if the conditions improve, we may be able to continue the countdown for another 14 minutes and reassess. So we're waiting to see whether or not we can continue the count. Currently we are. The range, they're ready to support with no problems in the air and the sea space area. But again, the weather, that's the one that's looking bad, and we're going to continue to listen. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we're going to have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity on May 30th.
For Demo 2, Bob and Doug's flight to station will take about 19 hours, and their journey is fairly similar to the trip our cargo Dragon makes back and forth to the International Space Station, with two noticeable differences: docking and splashdown.
As we await T-0 in just a little over 28 minutes from now, ground operations teams just doing those final series of system checks, making sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for liftoff, and really keeping an eye on that weather. And you're just continuing to get live views of the teams. You've got Falcon 9 and Dragon on your left, and then Bob and Doug on the right as they prepare at the Cape for liftoff.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon make their ascent until Falcon 9 and first and second stages separate and send Dragon on its way to the space station.
And once it gets on orbit, mission operators will prepare Dragon for on-orbit operations, where Dragon will execute a series of burns that are going to gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the International Space Station. And you're seeing some of that track in the animation on your screen right now. After doing enough of
Dragon
those burns,
SpaceX for
they'll
a
put
weather
Dragon... Oh, sounds like we're going to get a weather update real quick for the crew.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Yeah, we're currently just evaluating a constraint on the field mill rule, which looks at lightning energy dissipation. We expect to have an update at about T-minus 20 and more information there on whether we would be able to continue into the prop load or scrub at that time.
Okay, Jay, thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
Copy. So I'll give you some more words in about 6 minutes.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to find out in about 6 minutes if we're going to have enough time. And John, I was referring to a couple of those weather situations where we have to have a certain amount of time. In this case, with the field mills, about 15 minutes. So they have until about 16 minutes and 30 seconds to really make sure that we're going to have enough time for that to dissipate. So we're going to be listening for that weather update in just a couple of minutes, but it is going to be a pretty interesting trip uphill for them once they actually get on orbit.
And a very exciting countdown with 6 minutes to figure out if we are launching today. But targeting back to what we were talking about, next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. This is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which used a process called berthing. Now, berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously.
Stage 2 cryo-helium load started.
Autonomously with no crew aboard the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism. It's the same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules together on board station. It's a little bit slower process than docking, but the hatches are significantly larger than docking ports, which makes them perfect for bringing up large cargo items.
And Dragon will spend up to 120 days docked before preparing to return home. Following successful completion of Dragon's test objectives and cargo loading operations, the crew will close out the cabin, perform final system checks, and configure the vehicle for undocking. Once the automated undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will complete 2 departure burns using its Draco engines, pushing it away from the space station.
And then after Dragon departs the station, it's ready for its trip home. And that'll have deorbit entry and landing and a number of other operations. If you're looking at this animation, it might look like we're playing the one we played originally in reverse, because that's kind of how it goes, but just a little bit quicker. All of the operations following the final departure maneuver will include things like trunk separation, closing that nose cone again, executing a deorbit burn, and once they're inside the atmosphere, deploying drogue and then main parachutes, and then finally splashing down off the Florida coast, at which teams will move in, get Bob and Doug up out of the water, and get them out of the capsule once they're on the boat. So we have 4 minutes now until we get that next expected weather update. Let's go down now to the team at Kennedy. Murray?
All right, thanks, Dan. If you're just joining us, we are now T-minus 23 minutes and 48 seconds from the first launch of astronauts to the International Space Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. We're going to find out in less than 4 minutes if the weather looks good for that. And this will mark the beginning of a new era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. In fact, we took a poll a little bit earlier to ask you if you had the opportunity to fly to space, would you go? And 86% of those of you watching answered that you would go to space.
That's an incredible number. I think, realizing that you don't have to be a military astronaut or a NASA astronaut to fly in space. You can be a regular just a regular person going up to space on a SpaceX type rocket. So I think that's why the numbers are so high.
Yeah, and we are really thrilled to see all the folks watching along online. I know we certainly hope that that this is a go, but we're going to hear a little bit of a weather update in less than 3 minutes now. And Leland, I know they're waiting for a weather update, and they've come, almost all the way down the count. What do you think Bob and Doug are thinking about right now?
We on 120 STS 129, we were having some weather problems, and I think we were getting close to the countdown. And then it seemed like the sky just cleared up right above our heads. We saw it and we knew where we were going. And, we always know that, you can have any types of delays, fuel prop delays, all kinds of things that can happen. But we've trained over and over and over again for these types of scenarios. And so, we want to be safe. We want to be safe for our families. And we'll, do this another day if it doesn't work with the weather.
I love that John I always says weather. It's that thing that everybody talks about, but no one can do anything about it.
I know.
And it is this interesting thing of just, succumbing to Mother Earth. She's going to tell us if we can go or not today.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if it happens, look at it this way. Bob and Doug got one really great rehearsal in, right?
It's always best to practice and practice and practice, yes.
So again, we're less than 2 minutes now from that weather update that is going to go directly to Bob and Doug, and we will quiet down so we can listen in for that, because I know we can't wait to find out what that is. And those of you watching that have been following along, we are eagerly awaiting to hear whether the weather is going to be a showstopper today.
These clouds can seem really deceiving at times, right? You see the blue skies peeking through and you think everything's fine, but you just don't know. That's why we have those launch weather officers.
Absolutely. And I know, we've talked about it before, but it's not just the weather in Florida that they're looking at. They've got to look at weather downrange. If they were to have an abort in flight and they needed to come down somewhere in the ocean, they need to consider what the weather's like out there, because recovery teams have to go out and get them in a situation like that. So there's so many variables, and that's why not just with this flight, but with every human space flight we've had in the past, there's always a very good chance of a scrub, because you do have so much criteria that you have to meet. And we're going to listen in now. We're just seconds away from a weather update.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
That is liquid oxygen you see venting off the rocket. That's completely normal and expected. We're standing by for a weather update.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
16:45 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below,
And that didn't sound great right there. That was the weather net going out, but we're still standing by for a final decision. And we're going to continue to listen in for an update, but in the meantime, we're going to go over to John Innsbrucker at SpaceX headquarters in California. John?
And Dragon SpaceX on weather, we're still
T-minus 18 minutes and counting.
LD is
we are still red
some
on weather.
Expect an update from LD.
We're waiting in about another minute for one final check with weather. We're going to check at T-minus 17 minutes possibly. We don't really expect that things will have improved. The weather officer was not optimistic that the weather would clear up that rapidly. We did hear the launch director, Mike Taylor, joke that, you know, if we could move 10 more minutes past the T0, weather conditions may improve, but Mike was not able to do that. We have an instantaneous window today. So at 17 minutes, we want to make that call because shortly after that, we will begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. So if we're not going to have the opportunity to launch, if the clock's going to run out, stand by.
We continue to violate a couple different weather rules that we now do not expect to clear in time to allow for a launch today. We go ahead and end today's launch attempt. Launch control. Go ahead and end the launch auto sequence and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence, please. Launch abort has started.
And Dragon SpaceX, unfortunately, we are not going to launch today. You are go for 5.100 launch scrub.
5.100. It was a good effort by the teams, and we understand, and we'll meet you there.
Copy all.
We've heard the call from the crew. They have been informed. Launch director Mike Taylor has called a scrub for the day, and we got the feedback when the Dragon team informed Bob and Doug. They said we gave it a good try, but they understand, and we are here to try another day. So right now we did officially hold the clock. It looks like at T-minus 16 minutes, 54 seconds. The launch automatic sequence that controls the Falcon 9, the loading of propellants, the cycling of valves, that is also stopped. We now proceed into what is a normal scrub sequence for us. We practice this every launch. So now we move into safely taking the propellants, the pressurization gases back off the first and second stages. As things get into a safe configuration, then we will disarm the escape system on Dragon, and we'll bring the crew access arm back around the spacecraft. So right now, we got down to just inside 17 minutes. The hardware was working very well on both Dragon and spacecraft. We had the fuel loading going on. We had liquid oxygen loading going on, everything but the second stage. And the weather just needed a little bit more time to clear the conditions. We didn't have that time because we had an instantaneous window. And so with that, SpaceX launch director had to call upon the input from weather.
Dragon, copies
had to
all,
call
about 30
a
minutes.
scrub
Thank
for
you,
the
Mike.
day per the safety rules that we have for this flight. So right now the team is undergoing the post-scrub operations on both Dragon as well as Falcon 9, working with the range. No issues being reported right now as we start to go through that sequence. Everything looks good. And Dan, we had a good webcast going here until the very end. So you know, we'll look at it as now we've had another great dry rehearsal. Last Saturday we did a dry one, I should say, and today we've done a wet dress rehearsal. But sorry, we just couldn't get there, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, John I. And obviously, we can't control the weather. We came right down to the wire there, hoping we could just squeeze in between those cloud systems to get a launch today, but it wasn't to be. But it doesn't mean we're done. We're going to have another attempt coming up in just 3 days, so we're going to be doing this all over again, essentially, on Saturday, on the 30th. And that launch attempt is going to be coming at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time, so a little bit earlier in the day. It's going to look largely the same to everything that we saw today, with the crew waking up, going through suit up, making their way to the pad. So we're going to feel a lot of deja vu, I think, on Saturday.
Yep. But still exciting. Safety is always first, so if weather was not there for us today, hopefully Saturday it will be there for us, and we will have a safe launch on Saturday.
Yeah, the initial weather report still had us at about, I think, a 40% possibility of violation. So weather a little bit better, but we're still going to be kind of rolling the dice. It is Florida in the spring and summer, so storms are always a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
One of the good things, though, the vehicle appeared to be in great health throughout the day, both Dragon and Falcon 9, so we didn't have to scrub for any technical issue. We're going to continue and follow along with Bob and Doug until they're out of that capsule, as again, they had started loading fuel onto the Falcon 9 rocket, so they'll have to wait until all that fuel comes off. They'll disarm the launch escape system, which still stays armed because they're still sitting on a partially loaded rocket, and then once they're able to disarm that launch escape system, the crew arm will swing back out. They'll make their way once again back the way they came, and then it'll be back to crew quarters for Bob and Doug for a few more days. But if you're just now tuning in, wondering why we're not still counting down, we did have a launch scrub today. We were just a little under 17 minutes.
Stage 1 launch and fuel flow rates are nominal for offload. Expecting about a 40-minute offload time.
And so that call out, the LOX, the liquid oxygen fuel pumping out of the first stage of the Falcon 9, everything looking good with that. Expecting about 40 minutes for all that fuel to come off. So again, once that fuel comes off, Bob and Doug will be able to disarm the launch escape system, and that crew access arm will swing back out. They'll be able to make their way back down and then over to crew quarters. So unfortunate scrub today because of weather. That was the one thing we were tracking from the moment we started today, watching Bob and Doug get suited up for their launch. We did abort today's launch, or scrub today's launch, with a little under 17 minutes to go until our T0 time, which was 4:33. So that's going to move us to our next attempt, which is coming up on Saturday, and that time is going to be 3:22 p.m. Eastern time, so a little bit earlier in the day for Bob and Doug and for everybody else watching around the world. They're still going to have a 19-hour flight to station if that's when we launch, and a lot of the stuff that we saw today is going to look very similar, but we're just going to have to try again, cross our fingers, hope for a little bit better weather the next time.
And again, this goes with every launch. We do track everything all the way down to T0 to make sure that everything is go, making sure that the range is go, weather is go. So this is standard procedure. We always tend to make sure that we have a backup day, launch day, in case we do have scrubs like today. So this is pretty normal and standard. Nothing to be worried about. Again, we do this for the safety of our vehicles, as well as today we had astronauts on our vehicle. So even bigger reason for us to make sure that we have safe weather for them to fly.
And just a reminder for everyone still tuned in, it takes about 40 minutes for all of this propellant to come off of the Falcon 9. And while it is offloading that launch escape system on Dragon, which is designed to pull the capsule away if there's any issue with the rocket or anything on the pad, that is still armed. So we're going to continue to stay with this until all the propellant's off, and then we'll see the launch escape system get disarmed. Bob and Doug will be able to open up their visors again. The crew access arm will swing back out and link up with Dragon, and they'll make their way off and then down the tower at the pad. But if you're just now tuning in, no launch today. We did have to scrub because of weather. We're going to be moving to our second attempt on Saturday, just a little bit earlier in the afternoon. Just going to continue to stand by as this propellant comes off. We heard a call that everything was going nominally or as expected so far. And then once all the propellant's off, we should see Bob and Doug make their way out of Dragon shortly after.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of Bob and Doug on the right side inside of Dragon as they're waiting for propellant to be removed from the vehicle so that it is safe for them to disarm the launch escape system. And this will take a bit of time, so we are going to stay live with you to watch this as they exit the vehicle eventually and come down from standing down on launch today.
Up until the point of the scrub, we had a really clean countdown, weren't tracking any issues with Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft, so always a good thing to see. We did have to scrub because of that weather. To be a little bit more specific, we were still in violation of one of the weather criterias. It was the strength of electric fields in the atmosphere that the 45th Space Wing and other weather operators are monitoring around the launch pad. And that's one of those rules where we need a certain amount of time if we're in a violation. In this case,
nominal, roughly 50% on stage 1 locks in, fuel 85% on stage 2 fuel.
So the propellant offload on Falcon 9 continuing to go well. But we needed a little bit more time if we were going to be able to clear that launch weather constraint. And since we do have an instantaneous launch window today, we weren't able to make it. So we hope for better weather coming up on Saturday, where again our next launch attempt is going to be at 3:22 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll be able to go through everything. I mean, we saw them get suited up. They had a great ride out to the pad. All of their initial checks on both the suits with pressure checks and communication checks went well. Able to get the Dragon hatch closed, the launch escape system arm, and Falcon 9 started its fueling. Just not able to make a good weather window today.
And as John I said earlier, it was just another great rehearsal today. I don't think you can get enough practice doing this. So when Saturday comes, or the day that we can actually launch the vehicle, Bob and Doug and the NASA and SpaceX team are fully prepared with just an extra rehearsal on the belt now.
Yeah, as we had talked a couple of times throughout our countdown, the weather is a lot more complex when we're launching humans. You have some more stringent requirements in place, not only around the pad, but in the case of this launch today, we were also looking at whether the entire ascent corridor, as we call it, so basically the entire way that they were flying up the east coast of the United States in this launch today, we're monitoring that weather because those are areas that if they have an ascent abort, or basically Dragon firing off of the Falcon 9 while they're flying into space, we have to make sure that conditions are good in the sea states around those areas, just so they're not going to be landing in the middle of a hurricane, which we did have a tropical storm forming right off the coast of South Carolina today, just to help complicate things a little bit.
And people might be asking, if we knew the weather was going to be a little iffy today, why continue to count down? Well, that is the reason why we do all these checks all the way to count down. In Florida, the weather is, pretty sporadic. Sometimes a thunderstorm or hurricane will pass through. Within 20 minutes, it's gone, and we could have clear skies for a safe launch. We continued as scheduled. Standard procedure again to just continue to monitor weather all the way down to the last minutes of the count, and we see what happens. So today, unfortunately, we did scrub for weather, but we will attempt again this Saturday on May 30th.
And Dan, Jesse, a couple of things to add on there. Right now we are 11 minutes after the scrub was called. Liquid oxygen and fuel are coming off of the first stage. Hard to tell from the view. It's still a little misty around the tank because there's locks on board. But we're between half and a third of each of the fuel and LOX tanks filled on the first stage. So propellant coming out right per plan. The second stage fuel tank is offloading. That's going slower, but it's also a smaller tank. It doesn't take very long to either load it or to offload it. The other thing that we're working on is the high pressure helium spheres as well as the nitrogen spheres for the landing leg system. The pressure will be brought down on those, eventually getting it down low enough to where people can re-enter the pad area. So right now the team is preparing, once they get a permission, the SpaceX Egress technician team will come back inside the caution area around the pad, make their way up when conditions are right, open up the hatch and assist the astronauts out of the Dragon. I'd like to point out that for those who are wondering whether or not, having gone through this, putting propellant, pressurization gases on, getting fairly close to launch. Whether that has done anything to wear out the Falcon 9 or the Dragon, the answer is no. If you can recall, the Falcon 9's designed for at least 10 flights, and about time we get up to a 10th flight, we'll be doing testing to find that we probably got enough margin to continue keep flying. So this is the very first flight of a new first stage and a new second stage. So we haven't even gotten through the first flight. And in all of our margin calculations, we also take into account the fact that we may scrub a launch. So even today's operation, where we have pressurized and we have stressed the vehicle a little bit, that's taken into account in our design and our qualification testing. The other good thing is that the most stressing part of the flight for the Falcon 9 on the first stage is the re-entry. So we didn't even get through that. So we're sitting here on the pad. It's a fairly straightforward situation and not stressing on the Falcon 9. And on the Dragon spacecraft, with the human rating factors to carry crew, there is enough factors of safety, margins of safety, redundancy, that just having 2 people on board and closing the hatch and even pressurizing the propellant system does not eat into the margins of
offloads continue nominally 30% on stage 1
so
launch.
right now everything's continuing to offload. The automatic sequences that we use routinely, both at the launch sites, Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, even Vandenberg Air Force Base, as well as in our Texas test site for first and second stage. Those sequences are running. Propellant is coming off of the vehicle per plan. And we see Bob and Doug up in the Dragon spacecraft, just waiting when we can get up there, open the hatch, and help them egress and come on back down the tower. And the other thought I had, Dan and Jesse, is right now we are coming up on what would have been T0. And I'm wondering 10 minutes from now whether the weather officer would turn around and say, yes, it turned good. You just didn't have a long enough window. We only had 1 second and we needed 10 minutes. So we'll have to ask offline and say, hey, did the weather conditions improve? And one thing I'll tag on to that Dan was mentioning and Jesse was talking about, the launch opportunities. The launch window does move earlier on Saturday a little bit. So it just happened to be Orbital Dynamics said today, if you want to go to the International Space Station and you want to launch northeast, which is the approved trajectory, you have to go right at 4:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. You pick another day, the T0 moves. It's just luck of the draw. We might have been doing this at 8 in the morning when we were getting lightning, or we could have been doing it a few hours from now when conditions may have been acceptable. So in the end, we can all look at Isaac Newton and Johannes Kepler for orbital dynamics telling us when do we launch, and that stuck us right in the middle of a period of bad weather. So there's my science lesson for today, Dan and Jesse.
Appreciate that, John. That helps soften the blow of just moving past that T-0 time. But for anybody, if you're just now tuning in, wondering why Falcon 9 is still sitting there on the pad as we move past that T0, we did have a scrub for weather today, just not able to clear all of those constraints. We keep a very close eye on the weather around the pad and their whole way
Dragon
uphill.
SpaceX for weather.
Right now, Bob and Doug are still inside of Dragon.
Go ahead for weather.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some more words on the scrub rationale. Yeah, so we basically scrubbed due to 3 rules that we were violating. All 3 would have been expected to clear 10 minutes after our T0 time. And those 3 were natural lightning, the fuel mills, and the attached anvil.
Yeah, we copy, Jay. We appreciate that update. We could see some raindrops on the windows and just figured that whatever it was too close to the launch pad at the time we needed it not to be. So we appreciate that. Understand that everybody's probably a little bit bummed out. It's just part of the deal. Everybody was ready today, and we appreciate that. And the ship was great, and we'll do it again, I think, on Saturday.
Copy all, and yeah, we concur. And appreciate your resilience sitting there in the vehicle for us.
We got the easy job. Nothing better than being prime crew on a new spaceship.
Copy that.
All right, some great words from Bob and Doug. They're feeling good inside Dragon. They'll be ready to go when we make our next attempt on Saturday. Right now, we're just still waiting for all of the fuel to come off the Falcon 9 rocket. After
Stage 1
that,
LOX and fuel roughly 20%, and Stage 2 fuel 36%.
and so that call right there, we're still at a little over 20% on fuel, RP1, and LOX, liquid oxygen on the first stage, and then at about 26% on RP1 on that second stage. So again, it takes about 40 minutes once the process starts, so we should have right around 30 minutes or so until all that fuel's off. And then the crew will get to go to disarm the launch escape system. We'll see that crew access arm swing back into place, and they can begin to egress or get out of the Dragon spacecraft.
And you heard it live, that weather update of what we violated. We were just 10 minutes off, unfortunately, but again, today was an instantaneous launch. And as John explained, it's due to the orbital mechanics and making sure that at the time we launch, it will allow us to get to the space station on time and accurately. So you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are patiently waiting. They do still have their visors on and still strapped into their seats. The launch escape system is still armed right now as we are offloading fuel, and will not disarm until prop offload is complete. And this is just to ensure the safety of Bob and Doug and make sure that they can egress safely from the rocket.
And just a reminder, today, just this first attempt, we're going to be right back here looking like on Saturday for attempt number 2. Launch America is not going anywhere. still on the track to get Bob and Doug into space, get this Crew Dragon up to the International Space Station. So it's always good. If you're going to scrub, probably rather scrub for weather than an issue on either Falcon 9 or Dragon. And we weren't tracking any issues with the flight systems throughout our countdown today. Everything passed with leak checks on the hatches and the crew suits. All the communications working great. All the teams were ready to go. So as John and I said, always nice to have a little bit more practice, and we'll be right back at it on Saturday.
What would this launch be if it wasn't even more exciting to try and launch today, and now we have to push it to Saturday?
Really got to build the suspense.
Yes. So.
Hey, Dan and Jesse. Another thought crossed my mind while I'm watching the diagram here showing fuel is just about off. First and second stage, we're down under 10%. LOX is also just about off of first stage. 10%. Yep, we're getting the announcement.
Stage 2 fuels roughly 20%.
Stage 2 fuels at 20%. Stage 1 LOX is under 10%. So just continuing to come off of the vehicle as expected. On the monitor, Bob and Doug continue with visors down. Their launch escape system is armed, as we've mentioned. If there is anything that were happen to go wrong right now, they still have the viable pad abort means, something that we demonstrated way back in 2015 on one of these webcasts when we fired the Dragon capsule using the 8 Super Dracos off of the launch pad, and it splashed down offshore in the Atlantic Ocean. So they're staying there with the system armed until all the hazards are essentially removed and we bring the crew access arm around them. We're standing by a minute. We're going to listen to Launch Director talking to the weather officer.
if you're just now tuning in, we did not launch today. We did have a scrub because of weather, but as we were saying, we are looking forward to trying this again on Saturday. Our launch time on Saturday will be another instantaneous window, so we'll have to have the weather cooperate again, and that launch time will be at 3:22 p.m. Eastern. I think our last weather update put us at about 40% probability of violation. John, I can check me real quick.
Yeah, Dan, what I saw coming out of the Air Force was 40% probability of violation, I believe. It's always tough because they report in terms of violation, and the optimists have to subtract that from 100% to go, hey, 60% chance, I'll plan my picnic. We were listening, the SpaceX launch director, Mike Taylor, was talking to the launch weather officer asking about the 3 criteria that scrubbed us today. It sounds like in another minute or two, the lightning and the attached anvil cloud rules will clear. The field mill rule, charge in the atmosphere, is still bouncing around, and so, hey, we may need several more minutes before that one would clear. So we'd need even longer than 10 minutes in the window today, it looks like, for all the rules to clear. That brings up what I wanted to mention a little while ago. I got lost listening to the weather brief. But there are a lot of folks who are going, why an instantaneous launch window for Falcon 9 and Dragon? Now, typically when we go to the space station, when we do the mission planning, it's an instantaneous window. There may be enough performance in the rocket to launch somewhere in a 5-minute period, but you've got to pick a time in there. But in the case of Falcon 9, once we start propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, it doesn't matter so much if you can move 5 or 10 minutes left or right, because the whole sequence is scripted. We do the flight analysis assuming that the temperatures of the propellants are below a certain amount so that we know how much performance is available to the rocket, how much margin we're going to have. So essentially, if you start the countdown, 4 hours, 8 hours out like we were doing today, and you have a very short window, once you get into propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, you have to go as soon as you get to 0. We don't have the ability to stop the countdown, wait 5 minutes. Now all of a sudden the liquid oxygen starts warming up from 340 degrees below 0 in the ground system, and that changes how much performance you get carrying into orbit, and we don't want to cut into those margins. Now, if we had had something like a 4-hour window, which some communication satellites have, we could actually get down to almost 0, hold the count, detank the Falcon 9, wait a while, it takes us about an hour and a half, reload a whole new batch of cold liquid oxygen and fuel from the big storage tank that we've got there at Pad 39A, and try to launch again. But in that case, you have to be able to launch, about an hour and a half or so later after you scrub. And in the case of the International Space Station, an hour and a half from now, it's nowhere near where we need to be to get to orbit with the performance of the Falcon 9 and the Dragon. So today, it's a combination. We start the day with a 1-second window.
Yeah, just informing you, it's
but
been
once
2
we
hours,
get inside of 35 minutes, it becomes an instantaneous window for the Falcon 9, regardless of what the customer may be able to give us. So there's a little explanation for folks who are wondering why we have such a tight window.
Okay,
right now, it looks
copy,
like we are bringing the last bits of fuel off of the stage, and liquid oxygen is just about off of the stage. So things are clocking right along per the 40-minute timeline. Everything looks good, and we'll wait to hear that we're clear, and then when we get the call for Bob and Doug to go ahead and disarm launch escape system, and the crew access arm will come back out, center itself around the Dragon hatch, and then the Egress team will go up there and open the hatch.
Thank you for the science lesson, John I.
Hey, no charge.
Much appreciated.
We did hear a quick call to the crew there. We should be just under 10 minutes away from that prop offload completing. It looks like we're just tracking
Stage 2
the RP1
is complete.
And there we have the confirmation. Stage 2 offload's complete. And we should have now just the RP1, so that densified propellant, or the RP1 is kerosene. We should be under 10%, a little under 10 minutes until that's off. And then we'll step through those events we were discussing, where they'll be able to disarm the launch escape system, get the arm back out there, and Bob and Doug can begin to exit the Dragon spacecraft. Still not the friendliest skies in the background.
That is Florida, though. The weather is constantly changing over there, which is why we always have to keep an eye on it through every single launch that we have out there. And Bob and Doug are patiently waiting. As you can see, that is a live view of them on the Crew Dragon vehicle as they're waiting prop offload to complete. Second stage prop offload is complete. We are just waiting on first stage to complete.
Stage 1 LOX offload is complete. Waiting on stage 1 fuel, roughly 5 minutes or so.
And again, the launch escape system is still armed. We are waiting for a prop offload to complete before they disarm that, and then they will be able to egress from the Crew Dragon vehicle.
And we just heard we should be just under 5 minutes away from the last of that fuel coming out of the Falcon 9 first stage. And then we'll see those events start to pick back up, and we'll see the crew arm swing back out. They've been in those seats for a couple hours now. They typically get inside of Dragon a little over 2.5 hours ahead of launch. So they've been strapped into these seats for quite a while. They are custom sized, though, so they're as comfortable and as snug as possible. Obviously, since they're going to be in them for a really long time, but most importantly, when you're doing that splashdown at the very end of the mission, it's your car seat, and splashing down or landing on land is not the most gentle of procedures in a capsule. So just really making sure that they're snug inside of that Dragon capsule. But we should be a little under 5 minutes away from the prop offload being completed.
And as Dan mentioned, those suits are custom made, but the seats are also custom fit for each astronaut as well. They do remain on Crew Dragon for this mission for almost 24 hours about. So we do want to make sure that they are comfortable and make sure that the suits and the seats are comfortable enough for them to stay in that position for a while. I believe when they get into orbit, they are allowed to get out of their seats and get a little bit more comfortable, but it's a long ride for them.
Yeah, once they do get on orbit, they are able to get out of the seats and actually out of their suits too, since for this flight path today, it was going to take them about 19 hours. So Bob and Doug would actually have had about 8 hours to sleep on board the Dragon capsule. So we weren't able to launch today, though. The rendezvous on Saturday should be very similar to what we would have had if we launched today, where it'll take them about 19 hours to get to the International Space Station. So they'll launch, and they'll have a number of different events that we'll be able to walk you through, including manual piloting of Dragon and just really putting the spacecraft through all of the paces before it arrives at the International Space Station. Because, again, this is a test flight. And this is this last test before we certify the Dragon spacecraft for regular crewed flights, which will just be bringing up those long duration, 6-month, maybe even a year-long missions.
Right. And it should be a very exciting test flight because it's pretty much like an actual mission. When Bob and Doug get on the station, they will be performing some research while they're up there and performing tests and doing some final things for this demonstration mission.
Yeah, but I mean, just for right now, we are just going to continue to stay with them until we see them come out of Dragon, because the launch escape system's still armed while we wait for this propellant offload to complete. That's just done as a safety measure. Anytime you have rocket propellants beneath you, you want to make sure that we have a good way for them to get out of the way. And so we should be within just a couple of minutes for that final bit of RP1 coming off the first stage. And then we'll hear the crew get the go to disarm that launch escape system. We'll see the crew access arm swing back in. But if you're just tuning in, expecting them to be in space, we did have a scrub today due to weather. our next launch attempt is going to be this Saturday, May 30th at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And just like we did today, we're going to be bringing you every single step of the way. It's going to look a little familiar if you watched all of today's, but it's going to be just as exciting.
I could imagine it might even be more exciting with all the anticipation that we've hyped this launch up for with already going through it all today. But again, the more practice we have, the better off we will be. Hopefully next launch attempt we will have a flawless launch and actually be able to lift off with good weather.
Yeah, weather is going to be the big thing that we'll continue to watch. That was the culprit today for our scrub. And our initial weather reports already looking at about a 40% probability of violation. So as John and I was saying, the optimists in us have to say that's 60% good. So we're going to look at the good side of this, and that's roughly what we were in the days leading up to this. We won't have a rogue tropical storm forming off of South Carolina on us on Saturday, but Florida weather will always be dynamic, so we'll just continue to track and hopefully get a good chance hit that window on Saturday.
And just a reminder, everything else on the vehicle and for the mission was looking good today. It was just the weather, which, as John I said earlier, and Lauren even referred to him mentioning this, weather is the one thing that we actually cannot control on our missions. So unfortunately, it did cause us to scrub today, but the vehicles are healthy. Bob and Doug were ready. And they should be ready to go again with the next launch attempt on Saturday.
Just looking at our data, it looks like that RP1 is just about all out. So we'll just kind of stand by for a few more moments. Hopefully we get that call soon, John I.
Yeah, I was going to, while we're waiting to hear the call, that the last percentage of fuel is off. I was going to comment on Jesse's discussion about it was just the weather. I think during this countdown, there were more words said about the weather than everything else.
Uh-huh.
I'm listening right now to a weather discussion in the background.
Yeah, and again, for people wondering if we knew that we did have bad weather, even from this morning. Again, we do monitor this all the way down to the final minutes of the countdown. And with Florida weather being pretty sporadic, sometimes we have even hurricanes coming through or bad weather coming through and passing 20 minutes later and having good weather for a launch. So this is why we continued to attempt to launch today. But unfortunately, for T0 today, weather was not on our side.
Yeah, and Jesse, this is John again. I dropped off to listen to a weather discussion. They were just giving the times. The lightning rule went green, so we could have gone without a lightning concern. The attached anvil rule cleared, but the field mill rule is expected to clear at 58 minutes after the hour. So that's another 4.5 minutes from now. So we were close, but we needed about 25 minutes later launch time. It does remind me, at risk of offending some people, but the old saying that says it's better to be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground.
Yes, definitely. Safety first, always, and making sure that when Bob and Doug do fly, they are flying safely and as planned. So again, this is standard procedure for us to make sure that they do have a safe flight to the International Space Station.
All right, well, for now, we're just continuing to stand by, expecting the call that all of that prop has now been offloaded from Falcon 9.
All right, venting vehicle tanks to nominal TPC set points for Egress.
At this moment, the launch escape system is still armed. Once the prop offload is complete, that'll be the next step in our procedures to have Bob and Doug begin to make their way out of Dragon.
LD, countdown 1. LD. We have the prompt here for nominal crew egress. Okay, so we're ready for launch escape system disarm. As affirmed, ready for launch escape disarm.
MD copies. You guys are ready? We'll.
Yeah, launch team's ready. Go ahead and advise the crew.
Hey, Dragon SpaceX, you copied that discussion. So with that, you are go for disarming launch escape system per section 2 of 5.100.
We'll put that in work. Section 2, disarming the launch escape system.
All right, that was the call we were waiting for, propelling off of Falcon 9. So Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken now going to disarm the launch escape system on Dragon. And once that's disarmed, those 8 Super Draco engines will be out of the mix.
SpaceX Dragon launch escape system has been disarmed into Alpha Decimal 3.
Copy that. We concur.
And showing then confirmed the launch escape system has been disarmed.
And Dragon SpaceX, with that confirmation, you are go to open your visors and proceed to section 3.
Okay, we'll open the visors and go to section 3.
As you heard and you can see, Bob and Doug can now open their visors and get ready for exiting the vehicle. Again, they kept their visors on while the launch escape system was armed, while prop offloading was continuing, and that is just to make sure that they are safe. Now that there is no more propellant on any of the vehicles, they are safe to have disarmed the launch escape system and now are getting ready for that crew arm to swing back, the hatch to open, and for them to egress.
SpaceX Dragon with an update. We're holding in 3.4 and we're ready for seat rotation when you are.
Copy that. We'll wait for the closeout team to open the hatch and verify clearance, and then we can execute seat rotation.
Dragon cap.
And there's that crew arm swinging back towards Dragon. Once that crew arm is in place, they will be able to open the hatch on Crew Dragon. Bob and Doug's seats will rotate back out of launch position so that they can safely get out of their seats and egress the vehicle.
And we heard they'll have what they called nominal egress, so just the normal procedures for getting them out of the capsule. That means the same closeout team that was there to get them in will be able to assist as they come out. They'll arrive and get that hatch open, and then they'll be able to rotate the seats. That'll rotate Bob and Doug pretty much forward, where they'll be in the original position that the seats were configured when they made their way into Dragon. It just gets them a little bit out and under the displays and makes getting in and out of the capsule a little bit easier. They've been in those seats for about 3 hours at this point, so definitely a long day for the crew. As they woke up about 6 hours prior to our T-0, had their breakfast, which we confirmed was steak and eggs, at least for Doug Hurley. And then they proceeded through all of the suit up and the trip to the pad, making their way inside Dragon, where they've been for about the last 3 hours at this point. We were on track for an on-time liftoff right at 4:33 p.m. Eastern Time, but did have to scrub a little under 17 minutes before launch due to weather. So for now, we've offloaded all of the propellant off of Falcon 9. The launch escape system has been disarmed. That crew access arm is back right up next to Dragon, as you can see in that view on the left. Pretty soon we'll see the teams arrive to get the hatch open, get Bob and Doug out, and they'll make their way back to crew quarters and their quarantine. It is important to note that throughout the entire process of them getting into Dragon, suiting up all of those different steps, they maintain that same quarantine that they've been in since for about 2 weeks now, and that is specifically for events like today, where we have to scrub and just go to another day. So we don't want to break that quarantine once we're putting them into that launch vehicle. And that's a standard quarantine that we have for any crew members flying to the International Space Station. The current COVID-19 pandemic obviously puts a little bit of extra pressure and a little bit of an extra spotlight on that. But they're following a lot of the same procedures that we have in place just to keep crew members healthy before they go and spend several months in space in an enclosed environment with just a couple of other people.
Right, and it's a little bit more difficult to get them help on the space station, right? So we want to make sure that when they do head up to the space station, that they are fully healthy. So this, again, is standard procedure, not just because of this pandemic that's going on. This is a standard procedure for astronauts to quarantine prior to heading to the station. And as Dan mentioned, this is a standard procedure to exit the vehicle as well. We did scrub today, but this is not an emergency state. This is standard procedure. This is something that is practiced and rehearsed and made sure that we do follow our standard procedures to make sure that everything is still safe. Bob and Doug exit safely and go back into quarantine and get ready for our next launch attempt.
Looks like they're getting a chance to stretch their legs, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan, Jesse, I'm monitoring along in the scrub procedure right now. They're getting the goes to get the folks back to the pad, the crew that'll open the hatch. So they have notified the team chief, launch engineering, to return to the pad. As a reminder, around the pad, the Air Force and NASA set up roadblocks to make sure nobody gets into the hazard area. So they will head to the roadblocks, they'll pull them open so that they can drive to the pad. So launch director, I think, is estimating it's still about 15 minutes for the crew to drive all the way down out to 39A, get up the tower, and then begin operations on the hatch. They have confirmed that the purge of the Dragon service section, which is nitrogen during the countdown to avoid an oxygen leak, that is back on air now. The crew access arm is on air, so they're ready for the Egress team to get up into the tower. But it's going to take them a little bit still, I think, to drive down the road in the vehicles and go up the elevator. But everything continuing to run per a normal scrub countdown, which we have had the opportunity to practice with the crew in, for example, the dry dress rehearsal last Saturday, after we had done the static fire of the Falcon 9 the day before.
And I've been seeing a few questions, people asking why aren't we just trying to launch tomorrow? As John and I was talking us through, there's some very specific times you have to identify when you're going to be able to link up with the International Space Station. You'll only have so much fuel, which can only generate so much energy to make sure you're going to intersect with the station, which is flying at over 17,000 miles an hour. So you're hitting
Dragon
one bullet
SpaceX
with another
comms.
bullet. Some of our other launch attempts are able to make it
Go
to the
ahead.
station, but have much longer
Dragon,
times.
to prevent us from losing comms, we're going to be switching to umbilical at this time. I'm going to be unmerging Countdown 1, but we'll keep you updated here on Dragoncraft.
Okay, yeah, we see the Egress countdown with a little over 3 minutes. We'll stand by for your next call on umbilical.
Copy.
The crew getting a call, they're just going to reconfigure some communications. But as to why we're not launching, say, tomorrow...
And core and Countdown 1 loops are unmerged.
But when we pick our launch attempts, we also have to take in mind some of the human factors of these attempts. Some of these other launch attempts may exist, but it would require Dragon taking in excess of 30 or more hours potentially to reach the station, which could wreak some havoc with the sleep shifts cycles, not only for Bob and Doug, but also for the crew on board station that has to line up their sleep schedule with Bob and Doug as they arrive. And the crews on station and Bob and Doug will be operating off of Greenwich Mean Time once they get there.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check umbilical.
SpaceX Dragon loud and clear on umbilical.
Copy, have you the same.
Still getting good comm between the crew and the core here in Hawthorne. But really, just to sum it up, we pick our launch attempts for a number of reasons, not just can we make it to the station, but just how long is it going to take to get there. And that's why Saturday is going to be our best option. We're going to be targeting that one at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time for our next attempt. And it'll be a little over 19, maybe a little over 20 hours until we actually arrive at the space station, if we're able to get off the ground on Saturday.
Right, and this gives Bob and Doug, a few days to kind of shake off the nerves from today's launch attempt, give them some more time to rest, and again, get ready for our launch attempt on Saturday. And if you're just now joining us, we did scrub our Demonstration 2 mission today. And as John mentioned, we are waiting for the Egress team to make it back to the launch pad, head up the tower, and help the crew, or help Bob and Doug egress the vehicle.
Dragon SpaceX for closeout team status.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the closeout team has arrived at the pad and they are proceeding to the White Room.
Copy that.
You heard that call out. The Egress team is at the pad and are proceeding to meet Bob and Doug in the White Room, where they can open the hatch and help them exit the vehicle.
Yep, and we'll continue to stick with Bob and Doug until we see that hatch get open and them start to make their way out. And then they're going to, and there we can get some views once more back at the pad. You can see that Egress team moving back in. They were wearing the black clean suits that we saw as they were helping Bob and Doug get into the Dragon just several hours ago. They're now going to get on the elevator, make their way back up, down the crew access arm, and then we'll get that Dragon side hatch opened.
And as we saw earlier, this is a very tall structure, but that elevator is pretty quick there. So we saw them enter the bottom of the tower. It should be a very short time before they make it to the top and are able to get to the White Room and open the hatch for Bob and Doug.
If you want.
And it should just be a few more moments. We'll see that closeout team make their way back into the crew access arm and down the hatchway. And again, if you are just now tuning in, we did have that scrub just about a little under 17 minutes before launch. Our next launch attempt is going to be this Saturday, May 30th. At launch time, it's going to be another instantaneous launch time. It's going to be 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time over there in Florida. And assuming an on-time launch, it'll be a pretty similar flight that we were looking at today, where it'll be roughly about 19 hours before they make that initial contact to the International Space Station. He'll get on orbit and execute a series of 5 different burns to gradually raise their orbit until they're just a few hundred meters below the station and maybe a few kilometers behind. And then they'll do all of the final approach initiation maneuvers. And by that point, the team here in Hawthorne will be working very closely with the team down in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Weather for Saturday still not ideal, but it's roughly what we started out with today, where we have about a 40% chance, possibility of violation, and it'll be tracking a lot of the same issues with cumulus clouds and potential precipitation. We'll also be keeping an eye on all of the downrange weather. Oh, it looks like we're seeing some people start to make their way into the crew access arm now, so we should see them get that Dragon side hatch open in just a few minutes. But as a reminder, we'll be looking at weather around the launch pad and weather downrange in their flight path on the way to orbit, and that's always checked just in case they have to do any kind of emergency maneuver and land down in the Atlantic Ocean. We will be making sure that the weather is at acceptable levels all the way until they're into space. So you can see the team coming down now. Should see the hatch open momentarily, and then we can begin to get Bob and Doug out of the Dragon spacecraft.
And again, we are staying live until Bob and Doug are safely out of Crew Dragon. You can see on your left-hand screen the team getting ready to open the hatch for them and help them out of their seats.
And at this point, the launch escape system has been disarmed. That was done after we successfully offloaded all of the propellants from the first and second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. There are propellants loaded into Dragon, so the teams look like they were just doing what we call kind of a sniff test, so using a portable detector just to assess the atmosphere around the Dragon capsule itself before they get the hatch open and bring Bob and Doug out.
And all of this is standard safety procedures for egressing the vehicle. This is to ensure the safety of the crew as well as Bob and Doug.
Dragon, SpaceX for status.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the closeout team is at the White Room. They are configuring the crew arm for egress, expected to take no earlier than 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you.
There should be just about 10 minutes. As a reminder, they're in the White Room. We walked through that a little bit earlier in our coverage this morning. The White Room name simply because of its color, and that's something that started all the way back during earlier Gemini missions. And that is literally the last place on planet Earth where astronauts are standing before they get loaded into this vehicle. It has an environmental control apparatus and a seal that it can put right up against the Dragon spacecraft just to keep all of that dust, dirt, and Florida humidity
and Dragon
out of the
SpaceX,
capsule.
we're right at 3 hours in seat rotation. I just wanted to check in with you on comfort levels.
I'd say no changes, Jay. It hasn't been too bad at all.
Copy all.
And obviously at this point, with the launch escape system disarmed, we have loosened up straps and gotten our feet out of the straps on the bottom of the seat, so it's a little more comfortable anyway.
Copy all. Looks comfortable.
Right now, the closeout team just going to take a couple of minutes to configure the White Room. They'll set up a seal between it and the Dragon spacecraft just to make sure we're not letting anything from the surrounding environment get into that spacecraft, which is kept very pristine, obviously, for the crew members once they're inside. They'll also They have a small bridge that just connects the crew arm to the capsule itself. Just making sure they have a nice clear path for their entrance and exit from the spacecraft. So it should just be a few more minutes. We'll see that hatch get opened, and then our crew members can start to make their way out. And you heard seat rotation. They rotate the seats prior to their actual flight to where they're a little bit more parallel to the ground, and that just puts them directly in front of those displays. We'll see them rotate down, just giving them easy access to get out of the capsule.
And as Dan mentioned, we want to keep FOD out of the capsule. FOD is foreign object debris, so that's basically anything that does not belong inside of the vehicle. So not just like dirt and dust, but just anything that was not meant to be inside of there should not be there. So we are doing everything as a standard procedure to make sure that we do keep FOD out, especially since this is going to be another attempt and another opportunity for FOD to enter the vehicle. As they're exiting, we still make sure that we keep everything basically like a clean room.
Dragon SpaceX, you may hear some vehicle venting in about 20 seconds.
Copy.
John Isberger here with the webcast desk in Hawthorne, California. We are continuing to wait for the crew to open the side hatch. We've got the camera showing astronauts Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken inside. Visors are up. They've gotten their feet out of the restraints. Gloves are off in case of Doug, it looks like. And the team is just outside the hatch. They're going through the sequence right now, make sure pressure checks are all good, make sure there are no concerns with gases, be it the propellants of the vehicle or just nitrogen gas that we use as a purge. Currently we are coming up on about 50 minutes after the planned T0. To just reiterate what Dan and Jesse have been talking about earlier, we had a good countdown. I had a lot of fun saying there were no issues on Falcon 9 or Dragon of a technical sort. The range was ready to support. The downrange weather looked good in case Dragon had to make an unplanned abort splashdown in an escape maneuver somewhere in the Atlantic. And we even had the, once we get on orbit, in case Dragon had to re-enter and come back early, the weather was good in the Pacific in case it had to come down. So everything was looking our way except Mother Nature, the weather. It's Florida, and we got into the back end of the tropical storm that has now gone ashore in the Carolinas. But unfortunately, that left everything disrupted just enough to where we violated several of the weather rules, and we did not have enough time for them to go green. Green meaning where the range says conditions are clear and you are all right to launch. We were still red on those rules, and that was the end of the countdown for the day. Again, we scrubbed at T-minus 16 minutes, 54 seconds. That was shortly before we were due to begin loading the liquid oxygen onto the second stage. That was both the logical breakpoint in the countdown procedure where we could take a scrub without loading one more propellant on the vehicle. And at the same time, that was when the range gave us the final bad news that we weren't going to get green conditions before the clock ran out of T0. So continuing to watch right now as the crew works to get the hatch open. They send final commands, making sure that everything's go. Once the hatch is open, the ground crew can verify that there's nothing in the way under the seats that Doug and Bob are sitting in, and we will get a seat rotation again, get them back a little bit more vertical. They're more on their backs right now in the launch position, so they'll rotate, then they'll help them out of the seats, and they'll come back out and down the arm and off of the tower.
Dragon SpaceX, for status, it looks like the closeout team is inflating the hatch CO, the arm CO right now.
Okay, yeah, we can see some folks outside the window.
All right, we've been quiet for a few minutes, but if you're just now tuning in, we did not launch today. We did have to scrub today's mission due to weather. We were just under 17 minutes away from our T0 time at 4:33 Eastern when the call was made. We were still in violation of a few of the weather constraints that just are really there to inform teams when it's safe to launch. So we're looking at weather both around the pad and weather all the way on the way to orbit for them. So we did have to scrub. Since then, we've been able to get all of the propellant off of Falcon 9. The launch escape system has been disarmed, and right now the closeout teams are there in the white room, so right at the end of that crew access arm. They're configuring the big seal that goes around the Dragon capsule just to make sure its environment is isolated from all that nasty Florida weather, and then they'll be able to get the hatch open, and we'll get Bob and Doug back out.
Well, we're coming up on just under an hour since the planned T0. Again, if you're just joining us, well, we've been here summing up for a while.
Dragon, SpaceX for status.
Stand by for status check.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, closeout team's still working to do the hatch seal inflation. Expect another 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. We scrubbed at T-minus 16 minutes, 54 seconds. We violated 3 weather rules. The weather rules finally cleared up, but it was long after the planned T0. The SpaceX Egress team did return to the pad. They were sent through the roadblocks that surround the pad, demarcating where the hazard area is. Team's up on the crew arm, and as you just heard, SpaceX talking to astronauts Bob and Doug. They're working the seal around Dragon. Then we make sure that Dragon capsule pressure is equalized with the crew arm, and then we'll go into the hatch opening sequence. So we've still got several more minutes. We'll carry that as we go. A couple of points to bring up. Once the crew comes off of the Dragon and comes back down, goes back to the crew quarters to de-suit, we will be
Dragon
leaving.
SpaceX for awareness. We're going to command the vehicle into pad hatch open in preparation for hatch opening.
Copy that.
Okay, that's good. That'll get them into the sequence to make sure that the pressures inside and outside
And
are
note
equal.
this will equalize cabin pressure, so you may notice something there.
Okay, thanks.
So as I started to mention, once everybody's off, we'll leave the Falcon 9 Dragon, the crew arm, where they are. That is in the launch support position. There's no plan to come back down to horizontal. The vehicle is designed to stay vertical. Now, if we were to find something wrong during the countdown as we go through data review, that could mean that we have to come horizontal, as we did late last night, early this morning, as we were working a ground issue on the transporter erector. And then we went right back up. But currently, no plans to come horizontal. We'll stay vertical up to the next launch attempt on Saturday. There will also be, as is typical, engineers will go through all of the data they collected today, and then there will be a report out in what's called a Delta Launch Readiness Review, probably this Friday before we get into the next launch attempt on Saturday. That's where the engineering disciplines will brief management, chief engineer, launch director, mission director, the NASA customer, where we stand on today's countdown, what we learned as well as our readiness to proceed into another countdown attempt. But currently at Kennedy Space Center at historic Pad 39A, we're getting ready for the hatch opening and the crew to be able to leave Dragon, come back down, get out of their suits, and wait to go another day, hopefully this coming Saturday, the 30th.
And Dragon SpaceX, sure you see the vehicles in pad hatch open. The AVVs are now open, and that nitrox injection is complete.
Yep, we felt it and heard it, and copy all.
Dragon, SpaceX, for status, the closeout team is stepping into hatch opening now.
Copy.
John Innsbrucker back here at the webcast desk in Hawthorne, California. We've got another camera up and you can see the side-by-side view on the monitor. Astronauts Bob and Doug inside waiting for the hatch to come open. We're still in the middle of a equalization step. Make sure that pressure inside the Dragon is equal to the ambient pressure, so that when we open the hatch, it just comes open without any extra force. You can also see the SpaceX team is up alongside the capsule. They are removing essentially the thermal protection devices. For example, if you have a door handle on your automobile, if you're going to have to re-enter from outer space, you're going to have to put a small heat shield over that door handle. Otherwise, any kind of protuberances, cavities could be subject to burn-up. So they have to take their time, make sure that we get all of the thermal protection safety devices off so that they can then get access to the mechanism to go ahead and bring the hatch open. So what you are watching right now on the left monitor is the Egress team going through the steps. This is typical. We're not hearing any chatter over the pad net that they're having any problems. They just take their time and make sure that everybody's ready to bring the hatch open when they finally get there. So currently we are T plus 1 hour and 11 minutes or so since the planned launch. Obviously, we're still on the ground as we're going through the post-scrub operations to bring astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken out of the capsule. And you can see now hatch is coming open. There's a view from the camera inside the capsule. You can see the hatch area. Crew gave a quick wave to the ground crew when it came open. And right now they should be inspecting the area underneath the seats so that we can command the seats to rotate back into the ingress-egress position, make it a little easier on Bob and Doug to get in and out of the seats.
Dragon SpaceX, just for awareness, they have a few more steps in their procedure, and they should be calling to us for seat rotation shortly.
Okay, copy that. Yep, we see them working on that, and just as a lead into that, we are ready for the seat rotation. So just let us know when you're ready to start.
We'll go.
Here's the confirmation from the Dragon team talking to the astronauts that they are just about ready to send the seat rotation command. Again, the ground crew is verifying, making sure that none of the cargo that's packed in Dragon underneath the crew, nothing is in the way, nothing came loose. You're looking at one row of crew seating, but there is, as we've mentioned before, Dragon's designed to carry up to 7, but on this flight, for example, much of the cargo that we're carrying is loaded in various areas down below where the astronauts are seated. So they're just verifying nothing's in the way so that when they send the rotation command, the seats will pivot without encumbrance.
Dragon SpaceX, we are initiating seat rotation.
Dragon copies, we're ready. That
call out from the Dragon Corps up to the crew, letting them know that we are sending commands from the ground to rotate the seats, and you can see astronauts Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken rotating in their seat back to a more comfortable position to get in and out of the capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are upright. Thanks for the valiant effort today, helping us test our scrub timeline, and we'll see you Saturday.
Yeah, we appreciate those words. Everybody did great today. It was a great practice, and we'll do it again on Saturday. Everybody stay safe, and we'll talk to you on the loops.
Likewise.
Well, Dan, we've heard it. They've got rotated. The hatch is open. The ground crew is going to work to get the astronauts out. The SpaceX Dragon team, like the SpaceX Falcon 9 team, is going to be coming off of console now as we turn it over to the folks on the pad. So while we didn't launch, it was a pretty good countdown and scrub sequence. So we've got that good lesson learned under our belt. We look forward to Saturday having even better results when we get close to T0.
That's right. Always great when we don't have any issues with the capsule or the rocket, which we didn't today. Just had to fight that weather. And we'll be doing the same on Saturday. We are looking at about a 50% probability of violation. That's about where we were today. We did see it was all just a matter of trying to line up correctly, and didn't make it today, but we're going to try again on Saturday.
Right, and it sounds like we were just about half an hour away from making the launch attempt today with weather, with 50% weather chance on Saturday. Hopefully we have a better day at T0 for liftoff.
But we're definitely going to all be back. Jesse, myself, and John I will be here in Hawthorne to take you along every step of the way. We hope everyone else tunes in also, because this is really going to be a monumental moment. We're now going to look towards Saturday for America once again launching U.S. astronauts on American rockets from American soil. With them getting out of the capsule, though, that's going to do it for us here at Hawthorne. We're going to send you back down to Florida for one last check-in with our teams there. So over to you, Marie, Lauren, Leland, if you're still sticking around, and we're going to be looking forward to Saturday.
All right, thanks a lot, Dan. Yeah, we're just all sitting here. We watched Bob Behnken just climb out of his seat. Looks like he is out of Crew Dragon now, and Doug Hurley following suit. No pun intended. There we see Bob in the foreground and Doug climbing out of Crew Dragon in the background. Pad closeout team looks like helping them out. So any minute they're going to be basically just reversing course, coming back the way from whence they came. Leland, I know you had a scrub years back.
Yeah, Marie, in 2008, we were having breakfast. I never scrubbed while I was in the vehicle, but we were having breakfast, and we got a call from the flight director saying that we had these engine cutoff sensors that were bad. 2 were bad, and the flight rules say that you should have to have 3 of 4 to fly. And so we all said we're not going to fly unless we have them. And I think we all need to know that the flight rules are there to protect, our astronauts and their families, and we got very close today. We sometimes get that launch fever that we want to go ahead and just try it anyway, but we have these rules for a reason, and it's really important to stick to the rules, even in the heat of battle, even with dignitaries here. It's just the way that we have to do it as operators.
It's also a good wet dress exercise. Went through, exercised all the systems nearly to T0, which is incredible. I believe this may have been the first time Bob and Doug are sitting on top of in our vehicle with a fueled rocket. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Closing the hatch, exercising the environmental life support systems, doing that flight leak check. I mean, all of this is a ton of learning that came out of here, even if we didn't ultimately go to space today.
Absolutely. So we're getting a cool view that we wouldn't have seen if they'd launched. They're making their way back down the crew access arm. And they are going to be turning the corner there, heading to the stairs that are going to take them down to the elevator.
Passing the worm.
Passing the worm. So, yep, they're heading down the stairs now. That's going to take them down to the 255-foot level, and then they're going to be getting in the elevator, take them down to the ground level. And we'll do it again on Saturday.
It's actually very reassuring that all systems were go. You know, there was no problems with the vehicle at all, as Lauren, as you said, and it was just some weather. And I think if we have that same performance on Saturday, and the weather gods give us some good juju there, we'll be good to go.
Yes, please. I mean, we were so close today. It hurt my heart. If we had 10 more minutes, it sounded like we probably would have made it, but just was not to be today. And of course, we're going to always do what is the safest thing for the crew. And as they head into the elevator there, we do want to go over to Operations and Support Building 2 now, where the NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine, is standing by. He would like to provide his own thoughts now. We'll go to him.
Well, thank you, Marie. I know there's a lot of disappointment today. The weather got us. But I also want to say it was a great day for NASA. It was a great day for SpaceX. I think our teams worked together in a really impressive way, making good decisions all along. So here in this particular case, we had just simply too much electricity in the atmosphere. There wasn't really a lightning storm or anything like that, but there was a concern that if we did launch, it could actually trigger lightning. And so we made the right decision. We had the parameters set ahead of time, the teams worked together, and in the end, the right decision was made. I will tell you, I've done a lot of interviews over the last 2 days, and in those interviews, I get asked over and over again, is there undue pressure here? People say to me, with all of the attention of the world on this launch, with all of the VIPs coming, are you going to feel pressure on this launch? And I will tell you, as I've told our teams, under no circumstances should anybody feel pressure. If we are not ready to go, we simply do not go. And I will tell you, I am proud, so proud of our teams working together to make the right decision in this particular case. We have a lot to look forward to in just a few short days. On Saturday afternoon, we're going to do it again. Here's what we know. We are going to launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. We're going to do that. We're very close. I also want to say that this was an important milestone just today. We did a wet dress rehearsal. We haven't done a wet dress rehearsal with our astronauts full gear before. We've done a dry dress rehearsal. Now we've done a wet dress. So we learn a lot every time we do these things. This is no different. And we get a lot of great data from doing what we just did. So today was a good day for NASA. It was a good day for SpaceX. And we've got a lot to look forward to. So I want to say congratulations to both of the teams. And let's go get this done. I know we're up for it. Saturday is going to be a great day. And here we go again. So thank you to everybody for all the great work. Marie, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Those were some great insights from Jim Bridenstine, the NASA administrator. The crew's making their way back to astronaut crew quarters, where they're going to remain in quarantine until Saturday. They've been in quarantine for 2 weeks, and there they will stay to keep them safe and healthy for our next launch attempt. Again, we had to stand down from launch today because of unfavorable weather conditions around Launch Complex 39A, but we're going to be ready to do this again Saturday, May 30th. The new launch time will be 3:22 p.m. And our coverage will begin live here on NASA TV at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, Saturday. So be sure to tune back in on NASA television and nasa.gov/live if you're watching along online. And we will be back here to take you through it every step of the way. Thanks for sticking with us, and we will see you back here Saturday.
just thought like, oh my gosh, when you go to space, like you don't have to grocery shop for like 6 months.
I think it's going to actually put me on a schedule for eating. I am horrible at eating at all hours of the night. I miss lunch.
We're also talking about like beverages. Like we can probably only drink powdered beverages or water. So nothing, no sodas.
No sodas.
Nothing carbonated. Yeah. Just.
I think it'll be a little bit more healthy than what I normally eat. Plus, I get to eat everything with tortillas, and I'm from San Antonio, so. I will say we are doing this over a holiday weekend. You have huge barbecues and lots of great food, so I think I'm going to want to eat some really good ribs and, you know,
and like
fajitas. Solemnly swear to eat all of the